I call this meeting to order. Welcome to meeting number 3 of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Pursuant to Standing Order of Reference of Monday, June 16, 2025, the committee is resuming its consideration of Bill C-5, an act to enact the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act and the Building Canada Act. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format pursuant to the standing orders. Members are attending in person in the room and remotely using the Zoom application. Before we begin, I want to ask all in-person participants to consult the guidelines written on the cards on the table. These measures are in place to help prevent audio and feedback incidents and to protect the health and safety of all participants, including our interpreters. You will also notice a QR code on the card which links to a short awareness video. Colleagues, I would now like to welcome our witnesses for the next 2 hours. Appearing before us today, we have the Honourable Chrystia Freeland, Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Welcome to you, Minister. We have the Honourable Dominic Leblanc, Minister responsible for Canada-US Trade, Intergovernmental Affairs, and One Canadian Economy. Welcome to you, sir. And the Honourable Rebecca Alty, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Welcome to you. Also, from Clean Growth Office of the Privy Council, we have Sarah Jackson, Director, and Daniel Morin, Senior Advisor. From the Privy Council Office, we have Christian Fox, Deputy Clerk of the Privy Council and Deputy Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, and Janine R. C'est Janine? Excuse-moi, je viens de Québec en plus.
I come from Quebec, perfect. Janine Richotte.
Governmental Affairs, and from the Department of Crown Indigenous Relations, Valerie Gideon, Deputy Minister, and Bruno Steinke, Senior Director. Welcome to you all.
And we have Arun Bangaraj, the Deputy Minister of Transport, here with us too.
We could not have a meeting without mentioning his presence in the back. So welcome to you, sir. So, Ministers, we'll begin with 5-minute opening remarks. And with that, Minister Freeland, I'd love to turn the floor over to you.
Point of order.
5 minutes, please. Yes, Ms. Kazan.
Before the testimony begins, I was wondering if I could receive unanimous consent to have a round of questions at the end of the rounds.
Similar to what we did yesterday, yes. Ms. Kazan. Is there any opposition to providing Ms. Kazan with 5 minutes to pose questions to the witnesses? No. Seeing none, adopted unanimously. I'll make sure you get that time, Ms. Kazan. Minister Freeland, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, please.
Okay, merci, Monsieur le Président. Canada, U.S. tariffs are battering our country and are threatening to push the world economy into a recession. Hard-working Canadians are losing their jobs, businesses are losing their customers, and investors are holding back. That is why it is so essential for us to press ahead with a project that costs nothing and can be accomplished at the stroke of a pen, delivering free trade in Canada. Parce que, en bout de ligne, la décision de bâtir une économie canadienne unique.
The decision to build a one Canada economy is a decision to trust us and trust us all. We have decided that the delicious steak in Calgary is no doubt also deemed delicious in Charlottetown, and that a Moncton dentist could be trusted as a dentist or a hygienist in Quebec as well.
Study published by the IMF, the impact of these barriers to internal trade is the equivalent to Canadians imposing a 7% tariff on ourselves. A 2016 report by Trevor Toome and Lucas Albrecht in the Canadian Journal of Economics found that removing all barriers to internal trade and labour mobility could lower prices by up to 15%. A 2016 study by the Senate Committee on Banking, Trade and Commerce found that lifting barriers to internal trade could boost productivity by up to 7%. And research by Trevor Toome and Ryan Minucha, published by the Macdonald-Laurier Institute in 2024, estimates that free trade in Canada would add up to $200 billion to our economy. Alors, saisissons cette occasion.
Taking this opportunity to transform Canada by trusting ourselves, and let us move forward with one Canada economy. And that is the reason for which we have tabled this bill. We want to eliminate domestic trade barriers to build one Canada economy.
PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Ontario, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba have all passed legislation to remove barriers to internal trade. BC has passed its historic Economic Stabilization Act. Quebec is advancing its own reforms. I do want to salute Jason Kenney, who has been a leader in this area as when he was Premier of Alberta. Memorandum of Understanding between Ontario and other provinces, as well as powerful regional agreements like the New West Partnership, signal new levels of cooperation. I want to be clear. The federal legislation is about being part of a broader wave, a broader national effort to remove barriers to internal trade and labor mobility. This legislation by itself won't do the job, and there will be more work to do after, I hope, we pass this legislation on Friday. But this is the federal government's contribution to the excellent work provinces and territories are doing. It's important that we, federal MPs, do our share. And what a delicious irony it will be for us all to respond to tariffs imposed from abroad by finally tearing down the tariff and trade barriers we Canadians have imposed on each other. Let's get this done once and for all and deliver free trade in Canada. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Freeland. Next, we'll turn the floor over to Minister LeBlanc. Minister LeBlanc, you have 5 minutes, please.
Mr. Chair, Monsieur le Président, à travers vous, aux collègues, merci.
Through you to our colleagues, thank you for having invited me to speak to you all today. I'm here with my colleagues to talk about this bill that will allow national interest projects to move forward. Currently, Canada is weathering a storm of change, but we're also facing a pivotal moment in our history. Custom tariffs from the States, an increase in protectionism, these two elements threaten jobs and businesses in Canada. Global markets have rarely been so volatile. Due to this new reality, Canadians expect that their government act, that they be bold, that they be determined, and that they be in solidarity with each other.
Canada needs to be able to build strategic infrastructure, transportation corridors, energy networks that are essential for Canadians' prosperity and economic security. We must be able to move our resources from coast to coast to coast and get them to the world more quickly and more reliably. This is an opportunity for the federal government to work with provinces and territories and with Indigenous partners to identify and accelerate the projects we need right now to assure our autonomy, our security, and our trade diversification. The One Canadian Economy Act aims to do just that. It's a key tool to secure Canadian jobs for this generation and for generations to come, as all of us would hope. At the recent First Ministers meeting in Saskatoon, where Christy and I and our colleague, the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, were present, premiers from every political stripe expressed their enthusiastic support for advancing nation-building projects, because premiers understood that in order for Canada to succeed, we must build one Canadian economy out of 13 and thereby build a shared future. Trop souvent, il a fallu du temps.
Too often, too much time has gone by before decisions were made for projects that could have connected our country and built our economy. This bill is our opportunity to do things differently, whilst respecting our values and our responsibilities as a country.
The approval of projects, while obviously, Mr. Chair, continuing to abide by constitutionally mandated responsibilities towards Indigenous peoples and ensuring the protection and the environmental assessments that impose as well. To that end, the government will set up a new major projects office that will provide a seamless single point of contact for project proponents once they're designated, and for stakeholders, provinces, and Indigenous partners as well. My colleague will expand on many of these aspects. The One Canadian Economy Act is about nation building on a scale not seen for generations. It's about transitioning from should we build to how do we build. The Prime Minister and our government have been clear about our objectives. We hope these objectives, Mr. Chair, are shared by members of this committee and members in the other House. Canadians have entrusted us to do things differently and better and to move nation-building projects forward. And we believe this legislation is an important step in that direction. And after you hear the phenomenal comments from my colleague to my right, we look forward, as you can't imagine, to your questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister LeBlanc. Pleasure as always to have you here. Next, we'll turn the floor over to Minister Alty. The floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. I'm pleased to be here today in support of the One Economy Act, legislation that reflects our government's commitment to building Canada strong. This bill lays the foundation for one Canadian economy, an economy that works for all Canadians, including First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. Minister LeBlanc and Minister Freeland have outlined the substance of the bill, and I'll focus on how we'll be implementing this with Indigenous peoples. First, let me start by being crystal clear. Major projects will only proceed under this Act with meaningful consultation and accommodation with Indigenous rights holders, whose Section 35 rights may be affected. Cette loi exige une consultation significative avec les
This needs strong consultations with Indigenous peoples through the designation process, and after that, when it comes to elaborating the conditions that will be applicable to these projects.
Not optional. It's protected under the Canadian Constitution and embedded throughout the legislation. Thanks to the efforts of Indigenous leaders, governments, and representative organizations, last year we also passed an amendment to the Interpretation Act, which ensures that all legislation, including new legislation like the One Economy Act, is interpreted in a way that upholds and does not diminish the Aboriginal and treaty rights recognized and affirmed in Section 35 of the Constitution. We also have legal obligations under the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, as well as our modern treaties and self-government agreements, to ensure that the duty to consult and accommodate is honored and honored in full. As we undertake this nation-building effort, the principle of free, prior, and informed consent must and will guide every project. As mentioned, this legislation mandates that there must be meaningful consultation and accommodation with Indigenous peoples during both the process of determining which projects are in national interest and the development of the rigorous conditions for each project. In determining which projects proposed by Indigenous peoples, provinces, and territories are in the national interests, we'll be evaluating based on whether they, A, strengthen Canada's autonomy, resilience, and security, B, provide economic or other benefits to Canadians, C, have a high likelihood of successful execution, D, advance the interests of Indigenous peoples, and E, contribute to clean growth and to meeting Canada's objectives with respect to climate change. The legislation is incentivizing early engagement with Indigenous peoples. Proponents who don't engage with Indigenous peoples before bringing their projects forward for consideration under this legislation will be given a lower evaluation. The intent of the legislation is to streamline the approvals to advance major projects. We know that failing to uphold our legal responsibilities around consultation and accommodation will only lead to costly and time-consuming delays in the courts. This legislation is about supporting projects that are not only shovel-ready, but shovel-worthy. Projects that respect Indigenous knowledge and uphold Aboriginal and treaty rights. We'll be looking for projects that have Indigenous support and, even better, Indigenous equity in the project. Pour bien faire les choses, le nouveau processus.
To do things well, this new process in this historic bill provides for the creation of a new major projects office at the federal level that would unite all federal departments so that there could be one series of conditions for projects to be able to be approved. At the heart of this new office, it will be an advisory committee for Indigenous peoples.
Indigenous participation in this new process from start to finish. At the same time, being a reliable partner to Indigenous peoples is not just about upholding the duty to consult and accommodate. Enabling the creation of long-term wealth and prosperity for Indigenous peoples through equity ownership is central to building Canada strong. That's why we doubled the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program from $5 billion to $10 billion, enabling more Indigenous communities to become owners of major projects. Just this year, 36 First Nations in British Columbia used this program to secure a 12.5% equity share in a major pipeline project, generating long-term income and economic power for their communities. En vérité, notre économie ne peut être fort.
The truth is that our economy can only be strong if it benefits and is profitable for everyone. We need to invest in our economy, and we need to invest in Indigenous communities. That will be good for the whole country.
Of building Canada's future economy, one that includes and is built with Indigenous people. Merci beaucoup. Masicho. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ministers, for your opening remarks. We'll begin our line of questioning today with Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence, the floor is yours. You have 6 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the ministers for agreeing to be here for the next 6 hours. We appreciate that. No? A little fun to begin with here, guys. You can smile here. So Conservatives agree directionally that, of course, we need national projects built. We need the elimination of interprovincial trade barriers. In fact, of the last 10 years, the old Liberal government was very much against that, we felt. We are glad that the new government appears at least open and directionally. But we do have some concerns, particularly on the ethics, accountability, and transparency side. And I'll start by referencing sections 21, 22, and 23 of the Building Canada Act. When these sections are combined together, what they have the ability to do is give a minister the ability to exempt any national project from any piece of legislation passed since 1867, with the exception of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Given that, and given the fact that the Prime Minister worked for one of the largest constructions and manufacturers of national projects, of infrastructure in Canada and perhaps in the world, in Brookfield, could you please identify to us the screens that will be put in place to make sure that we don't have conflicts of interest or other lobbying concerns?
Well, Mr. Chair, perhaps I could, and thank you for the question, Mr. Lawrence. It's a good question. And you're right when you identified the operation of those particular sections. In no discussions that I was in or that I participated in was exempting requirements under the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Act, for example, would be a piece of legislation that obviously you're referring to. As the minister who would be designated as responsible for this act, I can't imagine that in the course of my recommendation to Cabinet, that would be the kind of exemption that we're looking at. But I'm obviously would, in any circumstance, be governed by the advice that we would get from officials from the Privy Council office and the ethics commissioner in those circumstances. I get the hypothetical question you're asking, and I've seen you and your colleagues raise these concerns in different fora elsewhere. I just think it feels very hypothetical that we would be approving a national project and look to exempt responsibilities of any member of parliament or public office holder, member of cabinet from the ethics obligations. I wouldn't ever do that myself. I wouldn't go to cabinet with that kind of recommendation, but I take your point.
Thank you, Minister. Well, I would follow the old Ronald Reagan quote of the "I trust but verify," and it is striking that the way that 21, 22, and 23 work together in the Building Canada is literally any legislation can be exempt, including the Conflict of Interest Act, the Lobbying Act, the Income Tax Act, the Criminal Code, and while I certainly want to trust, I would also like to verify. So my question would you be open to an amendment that would restrict that to prevent exemption from the Conflict of Interest Act and other acts?
Again, Mr. Lawrence, thank you for the question. And the Deputy Clerk, because as I say, it is a good question, and I wouldn't want to leave an impression that is inaccurate. And perhaps Chris Fox could add something if, in my explanation, it's not as precise as it should be. There are limits in terms of what acts or what exemptions could be issued. In Part 1, it talks about Acts of Parliament, Fisheries Act, Indian Act, International River Improvements Act, National Capital Act, Navigable Waters Protection Act, Migratory Birds Convention Act. It doesn't speak of some of the ethics obligations, the criminal code.
If I could just...
It speaks, but, and again, because your question is a good one, I don't,
Yeah.
I've hypothetical question, we're going to approve or designate a project and exempt it from the Criminal Code of Canada. Doesn't feel like, I just don't, doesn't seem like a legitimate line of questioning.
No, and I appreciate that, but the Act actually says in 21 you can add other acts to it, which means you could, in theory, add the criminal code. I'm not saying you would, Minister. I'm saying that the possibility there too exists, and we have seen in the old Liberal government that we've seen some ethical lapses, and so I know, shocking, and so we would be looking for an amendment to make sure, and specifically, like I said, the Prime Minister, of course, worked for one of the largest infrastructure, or ran one of the largest infrastructure companies in the world, and so putting those screens in place, I think, are incredibly important. Would you have any details on how the Prime Minister screens might be put in place to make sure we don't have conflicts of interest?
The Prime Minister has answered the questions, and the Ethics Commissioner's office is able to talk about all the screens that are appropriately in place to ensure that there is, in fact, no conflict of interest or appearance thereof. I'm not sure that any of us are going to speak to those specific ethics provisions, but perhaps Sarah, can you add something?
Yes, just on the controls that are in place with relation to 21-22. So yes, on the recommendation of the designated minister, the GIC could add acts and regulations. That's needs to be done with respect to the purpose of the Act, which is to advance national interest projects, provide environmental protection, respect Indigenous rights. So it needs to be in keeping with the purpose of the Act, first of all. And then the regulations under Section 22 would need to actually be on the recommendation of the minister responsible for each of those acts. So the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, if modifications were being made to the application of the Fisheries Act. So that's another control that's in place.
Thank you.
They're also subject to Statutory Instruments Act regulatory process.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson, and thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Next line of questioning will come from MP Nguyen. The floor is yours. You have 6 minutes, please.
Thanks very much. Thank you to our colleagues for joining us today. I wanted to ask a question to Minister Freeland. We know that this is clearly a time when we need to be building for Canada, and that that is what this bill is trying to achieve in terms of our objectives, in terms of strengthening trade corridors and accelerating those nation-building projects. Can you speak to how these could improve our transportation infrastructure and investments? In my riding of Spadina Harbourfront, we've got Union Station and Toronto Island Airport. I'd love to hear more details about how this may open up opportunities for our country as we do that building.
Well, thank you very much for the question, and congratulations on your election and on joining us here in this House and in this committee. It's really great. We are neighbors geographically as MPs. I actually want to start by picking up on something that Mr. Lawrence said about the longstanding Conservative support of some of these measures. And I do want to specifically single out Mr. Albus for having, in all seriousness, for having championed this issue at a time when it wasn't so much in vogue. We all remember his spirited Free the Beer campaign, and he was absolutely right. I think it's very exciting. We all know as politicians that there can be really good ideas, but you need the political moment sometimes to make them happen. That, I think, was the case with creating a national system of early learning and childcare. For 50 years, Canadian women had been fighting for it. Policy experts all agreed it was a good thing and would make our economy more productive, would make life more affordable for families, would give women more choice. But it took a particular moment to make it happen. I believe that today, when it comes to internal trade and major nation-building projects, that moment is now. But I really do want to put on the record that Mr. Albus has been championing this for a long time, and that's great. Thank you. To your specific questions, there are two ways that this bill will help the life of every single person each one of us represents. One is the internal trade element, and truly getting rid of barriers to internal trade, getting rid of barriers to labor mobility. It's going to make our life easier. It will make it easier for each one of our constituents to move around the country and work around the country. It will make it easier for each one of our constituents who has a business to sell things from that business or provide services across the country. It will give all of us more choice. I think it's going to have a nation-building impact also that is psychological. Because we will, as we build economic networks that are truly pan-Canadian, we will truly be acting as Canadians when we do business or when we perform services, rather than as residents of a province. The second element, Chi, that you mentioned is equally important. I think every single one of us as an MP has a list of projects that we really want to get built in our riding. Every single one of us has spoken with frustrated constituents who ask us, why can't we get this project built faster? This legislation is an opportunity to build those projects. Now, I'm here as Minister for Internal Trade, but I am also Transport Minister, and I'm glad you mentioned Island Airport. I think it provides a lot of benefit for our city and the city you and I both represent and our country. This is an opportunity to support our airports, to support our trade corridors across the country. And I do really hope that every single MP who's a member of this committee will be actively working with proponents, working with premiers, working with Indigenous people in your communities to put forward great nation-building projects that could be facilitated by this legislation.
Thanks very much. So I have another question. I know we have in the preamble and in the language of the legislation, we point to both Section 35 and UNDRIP. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm hoping that you can help me understand how these sit with the legislation and, you know, is there one that's more powerful? If you could help me understand as a layperson, that would be really great. Either Minister Alty or Minister LeBlanc, please.
Thank you. Yes, the Constitution ultimately. And so there's a number of not only clauses in this legislation, but there's pieces of legislation out. So, for example, the Constitution. The other one I mentioned is the Interpretation Act. That's Bill S13, which is about all legislation has to be interpreted in a way that upholds and does not diminish Aboriginal and treaty rights recognized and affirmed in Section 35. In the Act itself, I would touch on not only in the preamble but also in the body of the legislation. It requires the government to consult with Section 35 rights holders in the selection of projects, as well as the process of approving, as well as the process of actually removing a project if it's deemed necessary. So that's Section 5.7, Section 7.2, Section 8.3. Again, we're also committed to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And outside of the legislation, there's a number of things that we're looking to do, setting up a major projects office with an Indigenous Advisory Council, having funding for capacity so that Indigenous governments can meaningfully participate from start to finish, as well as the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program. We want to see projects that are advancing Indigenous interests. Thank
you very much, Minister. Prochainement, nous avons Monsieur Barcelou Duval. À vous la parole.
Next, Mr. Barcelou Duval for 6 minutes. Thank you, Chair. I thank the ministers for joining us today. This bill is incredibly important. I think it's really a shame that we don't have the opportunity to properly, thoroughly study the bill. There are countless people who would have liked to testify today, but who will not be able to. And we will not give this bill the fulsome study that it warrants. The government is acting with a sense of urgency, I believe. Otherwise, the government wouldn't be proceeding quite so quickly. First question, is this not a disguised version of the Emergency Measures Act? That's what a constitutionalist wondered yesterday, and wondering what your thoughts are on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I thank the Bloc Québécois member for his question. I don't share that interpretation of the situation. The Emergency Act is only applied when there are specific legal conditions met. I participated in deciding to invoke the Emergency Act the last time, and I'm proud of the decision we made. It was the right one. It all depends on the context. Now, during the campaign, this was discussed, and we also discussed it in Kananaskis. Thank you very much, Minister. Yes, but I was going to describe the situation of emergency or urgence. You said that this is not akin to the Emergency Measures Act. Next question, then. There's a sunset clause that says that in 5 years we will no longer be able to apply it. So you're granting that power, and you're allowing people to flout basically any existing legislation. So if things are not urgent, then why are we granting such extraordinary powers? Answer, you interrupted me when I was trying to explain why this is urgent. This is urgent from an economic standpoint. There is a great deal of threat from the United States. During the campaign, we often discussed how important it is to build nation-building projects which are deemed to be in the national interest. We discussed that with provincial and territorial premiers at our recent meeting in Saskatoon. We need to move to take action to diversify international trade. We also need to expand clean energy, and the government of Quebec, that's the context. That's why it's urgent. Question, but are you not taking this notion of urgent or emergency situation a bit too far? This is being seen in other countries. People are going too far. We don't want the Emergency Measures Act to be invoked left, right, and center. We don't want that to be the new trend. Is that what you're doing? Answer, no, that's not what we're doing. We cannot compare this legislation to a White House presidential order. That's an inaccurate comparison. You can see things however you see fit, but I disagree. Question. Now, you are granting people the authority to approve projects based on consultations. They might be phony or sham consultations. There won't be any criteria for you to use to approve projects because the criteria will just be suggestions. They won't be mandatory. And you will be the ones to choose the conditions that projects will be submitted to. Answer. I won't correct you necessarily, but you said there are no criteria for the selection of national interest projects. Well, my colleague did enumerate the SANC criteria contained in the bill. As my colleague explained, we might some say that we might hypothetically be able to sidestep any and every existing law. That is inaccurate. If the bill passes, this will be a process. It will go through the Governor and Council. You are exaggerating. You're really exaggerating. Question. But you will not be bound to respect sections 5 and 6 of the bill. Next, the Prime Minister, your party leader, promised that there would not be any projects without Quebec's explicit agreement. Your party leader promised us that during the election campaign, yet we don't see any trace of that in the bill. Do you intend to uphold that promise? Answer. I stood beside the Prime Minister at a press conference. The press conference when he said that we won't impose projects on provinces. but that's not in the bill. Would you state this explicitly, this promise, this commitment in the bill? Answer. I'm not a member of this committee. I'm happy to be here with you for 2 hours, not 6 hours, but I won't be here for clause by clause. Yes, but this is your government's legislation. This is really just crying wolf. You're saying, well, things are very urgent and we're going to act in your best interest, but we don't know that you will act in our best interest. You don't often participate in federal, provincial, territorial meetings, but I was there in Saskatoon meeting with the 13 provincial and territorial premiers who were elected to represent their jurisdictions. They all decided that we needed to move in this direction. You are describing some hypothetical case which could maybe happen. Yes, hypothetical though, hypothetical. That means it could happen by government order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have 5 minutes, please.
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate it. Thanks you, ministers, for being here. And just to follow up, to conclude on what my colleague Phil Lawrence was asking, so just is it safe to say that neither of the three ministers here are responsible for the bill, and no accusation towards you in general, but neither of you are aware of or have seen or know about a concrete ethical screen in place for the Prime Minister? Okay, I'll just take that as a no. So let's now. So
these things are properly done by the Ethics Commissioner and the Deputy Clerk.
For the bill.
Ms. Fox, did you want to respond to that?
I just wanted to state quite clearly that at the Privy Council office, we are working very closely with the Prime Minister's office to manage all of the conflicts that he's declared, and that is operationalized within the communications between the Privy Council office and the Prime Minister's office, and that would be linked to anything, including this bill.
Thank you. So you may be aware, but that it is clear then that the ministers responsible aren't, but so Canadians will trust you on that. So given that this whole concept, this whole bill started in the election campaign with meetings with the premiers and the territorial leaders, there's been weeks since those meetings, weeks since parliaments have started. Is it possible, since there seems to be mixed messages about politicians sending listen and not, is it possible for either of the ministers to identify a single energy project, for example, that will be approved and ready for shovels in the ground in June 2027 if this law passes by this week?
So, Mr. Chair, through you, Ms. Tubbs, a very good question. Obviously, we don't want to prejudge whether Parliament will adopt this legislation. We're hopeful. And then we're also hopeful based on, I sat Monday night and had dinner at a table with the Premier of Alberta and had a long conversation with the Premier of Saskatchewan. They are very enthusiastic about putting quickly before the Government of Canada projects that, in their view, and probably in our view, would meet the national interest test. So I think we're going to be very fortunate by the volume of projects that will come together quickly. But, and I think this is instructive, this isn't a federal infrastructure program as much as it's a way to expedite projects that provinces and territories, Indigenous partners, private sector proponents will want us to work on in an expedited, effective way that encourages investment decisions. So I think we'll have well more than one within the first 2 years, but you can imagine, I don't want to prejudge what will be submitted.
Yes, and certainly we Conservatives will join you in your hopes and prayers, but obviously would have hoped for something a little more concrete. Because, of course, as you know, and I might suggest this is a first place for you all to stop, there are dozens of projects with real proponents spending real money, losing real time, stuck in the federal regulatory process, stuck in front of all of these various pieces of legislation and regulations that now you yourselves are identifying are barriers to getting built. That's why you're bringing in C5 to fast track these projects. I just would suggest maybe you want to start there with the real proponents of real projects stuck in front of your regulatory mess right now and give them some certainty. But to that end, can I ask you, how is it that the lack of the 2-year timeline embedded right in the legislation, including criteria and conditions that will be made behind closed doors, and then where projects will be adjudicated on an ad hoc, case-by-case basis. How do those two embedded uncertainty, not yet addressed in the bill, but we hope you'll accept some amendments in that regard, possibly give private sector investors or proponents that want to get these big, major nation-building projects to the benefit of all of us built? How does that lack of certainty in this bill give them certainty?
If I may, Ms. Stubbs, I want to start where Mr. Lawrence began, that a lot of us here are in violent agreement about the objective and that we do need to get big things built faster in Canada.
Certainly, and because you yourself announced that in 2022, and of course now.
And what I would just say is that there is a contradiction between the notion that specific projects should be named right now and the path we need to take to actually get things done. This legislation, quite intentionally, is about setting a framework which is clear, which is transparent, which gives transparency to provinces, to Indigenous organizations, to business leaders. And we need to sort of go step by step. We need to have the framework, have the transparency, hopefully get the legislation passed. As my colleague has said, there are a lot of projects waiting for this. We were together in Saskatoon, we heard from the premiers, they are very, very keen, but it would be inappropriate to actually specify the projects in the legislation. The right way to do it is create a framework, be having the conversations, and then let me tell you, as soon as this is passed, we're going to be moving with alacrity.
So what would you have to say to all the projects who will not be fast-tracked or make the cut?
Sorry, Ms. Stubbs. We'll move on now to Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Kellaway, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the ministers for being here and your testimony. I'm going to try to get questions to the three of you, so I have limited time. I'm going to start with Minister Freeland. I think you did a really good job of explaining the why this legislation in terms of eliminating federal internal trade barriers. And you talked about the what. It's impressive in terms of the potential. We could reduce costs by 15%, increase productivity by 7%, and GDP by 4%. But I think it's really important for Canadians to kind of, have a mental image of what that truly means. So hypothetically, there's a company in Cape Breton. It sells beer, really good beer. How would that impact them going forward in terms of the elimination of federal trade barriers?
So thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway, Mike, and thank you for agreeing to serve as my parliamentary secretary. It's great to be working together. As Mr. Albus identified presciently, the beer examples have a way of seizing the imagination of Canadians, so it's a good one. And what this legislation alone is not going to remove barriers to interprovincial trade, and it is not alone going to create free labor mobility. Most of the barriers are at a provincial level, and our government respects the jurisdiction of the provinces. What we have seen is, as part of this wave of patriotism across Canada, provinces stepping up. Your own province of Nova Scotia really is a leader, if not the leader, of this effort with the mutual recognition legislation. But when we talk to the provinces and territories, we know that in order to really be facilitating and encouraging true free trade in goods and services and true labor mobility, the federal government has to do its part. This legislation is about that. It's about removing the federal barriers that exist to trade in goods between provinces and territories and the federal barriers that exist to labor mobility. But I made a point in my opening remarks to be clear that the federal government is not the jurisdiction principally responsible. So this legislation is not going to do it on its own when it comes to free internal trade and movement and labor mobility. But it's a big part of it. And I hope everyone here will help us keep up the momentum after I hope the legislation is passed on Friday. There's a meeting, as you know very well, on July 8th of the Committee on Internal Trade of the provinces and territories to keep going. On July 15th and 16th, the Deputy Minister of Transport is hosting a hackathon of transport officials to finally get movement on trucking. So there is a lot of work still to do, but this is an important step.
Thank you, Minister Freeland. Minister Alty, does this act supersede Section 35 of the Constitution and or UNDRIP?
No, it doesn't. And if I can just take a moment to elaborate, because I do think there's talk of accelerate and there's talk of fast tracking, and so folks think that that'll impact the consultation. And one of the things I'd point to is over the last year, the department has held Crown Indigenous Relations engagement sessions with Indigenous peoples across Canada through our existing forums and tables. And it was about a proposed Crown consultation coordination. And these sessions, the concerns we heard is consultation there's insufficient coordination, it's difficulty navigating the system, it's growing consultation fatigue where people are having that overlap duplicative process. And so with this bill, what we're really looking to do as well is having that major projects office. And without a new coordinated mechanism to navigate these problems, we are running into those issues of consultation inadequacy, into delays on projects. And so being able to streamline the process means, in one hand, I think of my territory, and if one impacted Indigenous rights holder is left out of the consultation, we've got to go back and redo it all. And so being able to have this one organization in the federal government, being able to organize it, will produce those better results. So it's not impacting the quality, but it is impacting the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Alty, and thank you, Mr. Kellaway. Prochainement, nous avons Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. À vous la parole.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval, 2.5 minutes, if you please. Thank you, Chair. I will continue with Monsieur Leblanc. When we have small bills at the provincial and municipal level, these bills have to respect current statutes. Sometimes they don't necessarily require consultations, but here we're going to have big projects that will have big impacts that will often require society-level discussions because it will engage generations. And this would be subject to fewer acts than small projects that are being done by SMEs. So what we have at the end of the day is a series of decisions that will be made behind closed doors where there will be a politicization of decisions, and nothing guarantees that you won't transform yourself into the Minister of Cronyism. The Association of New Brunswick Acadians contacted us to say that they were worried because the Act would allow to ignore all other acts like the Official Languages Act. They could not have to take into account the Labour Code for these projects. So to me, that's a problem. You already have all the powers to ignore environmental projects through the projects that will be submitted. Why do you want even more powers that you don't need for these projects to move forwards? Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Barcelou-Duval has asked about 10 questions in one, so I'm going to do my best. First of all, I would like to encourage you to not continue under the idea that we can exempt a project from the Criminal Code or the Official Languages Act. Privy Council experts have told us, and there will be no doubt legal experts appearing here, the decision must be made pursuant to statutes and pursuant to conditions in C5. So if we want an entrepreneur who doesn't want French or any French signage, it'll be the objectives of the bill that will be targeted. If someone doesn't want to pay bills, they could be targeted. If they don't want to pay a tax bill, they could be targeted. It's so broad that you could almost do anything. what acts, not in the 7 regulations, 13 acts in Schedule 1, will also be exempted from projects? Why not say it now? Am I talking about anything? Oh, you sound distracted because you're using completely ridiculous examples to try and make a point that makes no sense. You also mentioned that these national interest projects will be subjected to less oversight. Please allow the Minister to answer, and then we'll move on to our next questioner. The Minister says that what I say is ridiculous, but if I look at the document, it exempts projects from any act. Any act. I'd like to ask the Minister to answer. We can move on to someone else. It would be better.
Mr. Albus, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, ministers, for your service to the country and for being here. Hopefully we'll get some accountability. Minister Freeland, there was some reference to freeing the beer, going between provinces. Really, under this act, there is nothing because if a province like BC and Alberta come up with a bilateral between the two, all it does is, this bill says that you'll just acknowledge it, recognize it, but it doesn't add any value. Is that the case?
I was very careful, Mr. Albus, in my comments, not to overstate the specific contribution this legislation will make to internal trade and labor mobility. As you know very well, the federal government's role in that space is limited. What this is about doing is the federal government doing everything appropriately within our power to contribute to the larger goal of free movement of goods, services, and people across the country. And we need to do this because it's very hard for the federal government to play the appropriate role of convener of provinces and territories if we're not doing our part.
Interprovincial shipping is actually a federal power, Minister. The Canada Post Act, for example, I had a bill C-260 that would actually give Canada Post the authorization to send beer, wine, and spirits. Right now, it's something that can be prohibited by an individual province. That is a federal power. Moving on, it's in the Act here, it also says that you will recognize a designation or a credential from a provincial. At the technical briefing, the bureaucrats that were there, good people, mentioned that surveying, land surveyor, for example, might be. Are there any other jobs that this would apply to, or is this just so niche that it really doesn't do very much?
I've been very clear not to overstate the extent to which the federal government is our problem when it comes to barriers to interprovincial trade, movement of goods, services, and people. The fact is, this is principally a provincial matter. This law is about the federal government doing our part. There are a few specific areas that this legislation removes unilaterally because what we're saying to the provinces and territories is this is a national effort. And I made a point in my remarks to highlight the excellent work that is being done by provinces and territories right now because they are leading the charge. We need to salute their work. We as federal MPs collectively have a responsibility to support what they're doing, for the federal government to do our part. And I also want to be very clear. This legislation is very important when it comes to internal trade and labor mobility. It is not the end of the process, and we all have a responsibility to keep going, to support the provinces, to have truly free internal trade.
A previous Liberal Prime Minister used to say the dangers about being the head waiters to the provinces, and it seems that that's all you guys want to talk about is provinces, territories, but national interest, by its definition, has to reign over provincial interest. So, for example, the Prime Minister has said publicly that that premiers have a veto, like David Eby has said he will not support a pipeline to the Pacific, even though it would be in our national interest to get our energy to other markets. Minister, is there a national interest here, or are you only serving up for the provinces?
I am so happy that right now this is a moment of a degree of national unity and consensus around this effort of a kind I have never seen before. That meeting in Saskatoon, a province, as we know, which has a conservative government, was a meeting with more unity around free interprovincial trade and getting major projects built than any meeting of provinces, territories, and the federal government I have been present at. And so, Mr. Albus, I see no benefit and a great deal of harm at this moment when the provinces are all stepping up in the federal government somehow saying, we're going to push you guys around. The fact is, we don't need to. The
Minister,
provinces are doing a great job.
This is why we have a prime minister and a federal cabinet, is to decide what the national interest is. That actually is your job. But besides that, I would just go back. I'd like just to go to
our
Minister
job in the
LeBlanc.
national interest, in fact, is to work collaboratively with provinces and territories where we can. You get
It's either a crisis or it's not, Minister. It's either an emergency
honey
or
can be
it's
better
not.
than vinegar sometimes in building consensus.
I would like to
and
see
right
a list.
now, that's what's happening.
I would like to see a
believe
list,
even
Minister,
the
of
Conservatives are
federal
voting for this
initiatives
legislation.
coming from my federal
and I'm
government.
happy about
Thank
that
you.
too.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albus, and thank you, Minister. Prochainement, nous avons Monsieur Lauzon. Monsieur Lauzon, la parole est à vous. Vous avez 5 minutes.
Mr. Lauzon, you have 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Chair, thank you to all the witnesses today for Bill C5, which is very important. My first question has to do with the Major Projects Office. Minister Alty mentioned a certain element of this office that would be the consultation of the population so that work is done well. Could you give us some other examples of how the Major Projects Office could be useful in the context of working on major projects, and what will its role be exactly? It could be Monsieur Leblanc, Madame Freeland as well.
Vous, Monsieur le Président.
Through you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Stéphane, for the question. And yes, you're right. The idea of having within the Privy Council this office, the idea is to receive ideas of projects that will then be put forward as ones of national interest. Now, the reason for this is to avoid the following. It is to make sure that whoever puts forward these projects, be they public, private, indigenous, provincial, municipal, don't have to go through an evaluation and approvals process that could take 5, 6, or 7 years. We want there to be an almost concierge service where we can directly assist and help the project be sent to the right minister, the right department, so that we can carry out these evaluations all at the same time. So it's not just one department that then sends it off to someone else who then sends it off to another. All this so that we can work with those who will put forward projects, who will receive the designation, so that in at least, so that in under 2 years, we can approve projects. And so the idea is to be more coherent, more efficient and effective, to avoid what has become a disincentive over the years, disincentives for investors or provinces or territories. But the idea isn't to create an extra layer of bureaucracy. We'll have a small group of experts, infrastructure in the Arctic experts, scientists, experts in supply chains, and the way to have the involvement of Indigenous people so they can benefit economically. The idea is to have a committee of experts in the Privy Council. We will have the opportunity to have extra resources if need be, but the idea is to be effective, efficient, and coherent. So instead of starting an evaluation, Mr. Lauzon, by asking ourselves, will we do the project? The project has been deemed in the national interest in this case, so we will move forward. So now we have to figure out how we're going to do it in an appropriate way, in a way that respects our environmental standards and the Constitution, but that does so rapidly, and that will incentivize projects to be built more rapidly. The Minister said that on top of this, we could add that for Indigenous consultations, we could reassure them that not everything will be negotiated before the adoption of the Act. You've all said that there's a lot of work to do after the tabling of the bill, after the bill has been accepted. Now, for the good of this committee, could you explain to us how we will respect the processes of collaboration with Indigenous peoples so that these projects can be approved?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for the question. I will answer in English to make sure I don't say anything wrong.
Important, the Indigenous Advisory Council that will be providing guidance to the Major Projects Office. That terms of reference would be drafted over the summer with the council getting up and running in the fall. That's providing guidance and advice to the Major Projects Office, but the consultation on which projects to add to Schedule 1, and then once they get added, the conditions for each project would actually be done with the Indigenous rights holders who would be or may be impacted by the project. And so I know I got a question yesterday where somebody said the Indigenous Advisory Council would be doing would be the ones consulted on whether to add a project to Schedule 1. And I just want to be clear that it is with the Indigenous rights holders who may be impacted by the project. So it's a two-step consultation with the potential third consultation about if we were to remove a project from the law. Again, the Indigenous rights holders would be involved in that consultation and accommodations.
Merci, Monsieur Lauzon. No, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lauzon.
Colleagues, before we jump into the second hour of testimony, I want to bring to everyone's attention that the CPAC numbers for today's meeting are off the charts. I've heard that Canadians are tuning in record numbers. Among them, according to my wife, are my two children, Anderson and Ellie. So I want to say hi from Papa.
That's child abuse to make them watch.
For reasons unbeknownst to me, they're watching
evening political shows, Mr. Chair. I'll be very jealous.
So hi to my two children, and thank you for allowing me to do that. We'll begin our next round of questioning with Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis, you have 6 minutes. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Chair. Ministers, thank you for being here today, and thank you to all of the other members on the panel for being here today. Section 21, 22, and 23 operates to allow any project to be exempt from this legislation. Mr. Bassam-Duval suggested that this legislation was similar to the Emergencies Act. I'm seeking some clarity on your answer, Minister LeBlanc, regarding because notwithstanding the validity of a law, Section 21, 22, and 23 of Bill C-5 allows a project to be exempt from the legislation. And we have seen sweeping powers in the notwithstanding clause in Section 33 of the Constitution that allows the suspension of liberties, but there is a provision that protects citizens under Section 1, which is the reasonable limits. Where's the reasonable limits of this legislation? Where's the breaks in this legislation so that federal governments don't become bullies and sweep into municipal and provincial jurisdiction like they did with Bill C-69?
So, Mr. Chair, through you, Dr. Lewis, thank you for the question. I think it's important. The reason the government has put this bill before Parliament is precisely to enable large projects in the national interest to be built. I think that the context and the purpose of the legislation, there's part one, which speaks about free trade within Canada. The part with respect to major projects focuses on enabling. And this is enabling legislation that creates a framework for these projects to be advanced. So, people often refer to the clauses, Dr. Lewis, that you properly raised. Any exercise of authority in that context has to be done with respect to the purpose of the legislation. So if the purpose of the legislation is to enable these large projects to be built, you can imagine a series of statutes that may form part of that evaluation, and then it's exercised by the governor and council, which is not an unusual process.
My question specifically, though, doesn't deal with the enabling aspect of the legislation. We know what the legislation is about, but my question is specifically, what do you, minister, see as reasonable limits on these sweeping powers that allow the invalidation of laws pursuant to Section 21, 22, and 23 of Bill C-5? Where are the reasonable limits? What do you see as reasonable limits? And why aren't they contained in this bill?
Well, so again, the reasonable, I think it's important, first of all, to put it in context. These decisions will be exercised in consultation with provincial and territorial leaders. The proponents of the projects, I'm encouraged by premiers working together to create, for example, energy corridors. The proponents in many cases may be sovereign provincial and territorial governments with Indigenous partners. So that is a limitation. That is a limitation in and of itself. We'll be designating projects that have gone through the scrutiny of other orders of government, for example.
But, Minister, yesterday we heard concerns from a number of stakeholders and constitutional experts who confirmed that this bill is vague, has been hastily written, and leaves much uncertainty with respect to projects of national interest. In fact, that determination, it was concluded that that determination would be solely a political decision, which, given these provisions in Section 21 and 22, leaves room for political abuse. And my question, I'm turning back to the question, is where are the breaks in this legislation, and why are there no reasonable limits put in this legislation so that this government can evoke the confidence of the people?
Dr. Lewis, if I may, seeking to understand the roots of your concern, I guess I'd like to understand whether you are concerned that as a result of this legislation, we will build too much. Whether as a result of this legislation, we will get too many major projects built.
Excuse me, I think that is actually a very pejorative way of characterizing my concern. And Canadians are concerned, and I don't want you to minimize Canadians' concern about building too much. That's very facetious, and it's unnecessary. We're trying to help, and we had witnesses yesterday that were very concerned about the about the liberties that will be suspended in this legislation, and you're making a joke out of it. It's not funny.
No,
it is not funny.
No, truly, I was in no way making a joke. I was being entirely serious. This legislation is being proposed by us, and I believe it is being supported by the Conservatives, because there is a national consensus, which I believe many Conservative MPs agree with, that we have come to a place in Canada where we have such a thicket of processes and rules and regulations at all levels of government that we are unable to build with the alacrity that this moment in time requires. This legislation addresses precisely that realization, and that's why it creates a clear framework to consider and put forward projects of national interest. There is going to be great transparency in terms of which are the projects being put forward. There is a specified list of the areas where the legislation may need to move with more alacrity. And I'm very sympathetic, as I believe my colleagues are, to concerns around protecting due process, protecting the rights of Canadians. Absolutely.
Thank you.
But I'm very confident this legislation will in no way infringe on rights and will do something that Canadians have a right to, which is to build Canada.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chair,
much, Minister.
I'd like the record to show that my question was not answered.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you.
Next, we'll turn the floor over to Ms. Gazan for 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thanks to the committee for letting me ask questions. My first question is for you, Minister Alty. Article 19 of UNDRIP provides that states need to seek and obtain free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples before adopting every legislative measure. Has the federal government upheld this obligation with Bill C-5? Yes or no? Just because I have very limited time, I'm an independent now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. So this process has been an accelerated process for the legislation.
So
however,
just because
the key
I have
is,
5 minutes, so the answer is no. It's accelerated, so no, it hasn't. I'm going to answer for you because
the key is though that for the legislation, the consultation is happening on projects to be added to Schedule 1.
So I'm talking
as well
about
as
this,
in
sorry,
the projects.
Minister. I'm talking about this legislation specifically because I'm sure you're aware that nations that have signed modern treaty agreements should have been consulted before the bill was tabled. That did not happen. Do you believe the advisory circle fulfills the constitutional requirement to consult and accommodate and contain full consent of Indigenous peoples, yes or no?
As mentioned before, the Indigenous Advisory Council is providing guidance to the Major National Projects Office. However, the consultation on projects to add to Schedule 1, as well as if a project's added, the consultation on conditions has to be done with the Indigenous rights holders,
right,
which isn't the Indigenous
So
Advisory
you agree
Council.
with me that the advisory circle is not an Indigenous rights holder?
Correct.
Okay, well, that's very good. So I have a question. If Quebec says no to a pipeline, I think this would be for you, Minister. If Quebec says no to a pipeline, would you respect that? Yes or no?
The Prime Minister has been clear that he does not see us using this legislation to impose a project over the objection of a province.
Great. Thank you, Minister. Moving to you, Minister Attlee. If Indigenous peoples say no to a pipeline, will that same principle apply? Yes or no?
Yeah, and I think the key thing for this bill is really looking at, the bill is about looking for projects that are urgent.
So just because I have questions follow up. So I just want to be clear. So if Indigenous people say no, I don't want a pipeline,
that's
the
part
same
of,
principle would apply. Yes or no?
Yes, and so what I was gonna explain for this bill is that we're looking for projects with urgency.
And you've explained that,
as
and that's
well as
already on
advancing-
record. So I just because
I haven't explained that part though.
So what is your
What
understanding?
I'll do
we
is
do
I'll
wanna
promise to give you an
find-
extra 30 seconds.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Just to make sure
I
that
have
the
5
minister can
minutes.
respond to your
Okay.
question.
Yeah, because I do think
Rebecca
it's important that you take a look at the legislation, and it is about evaluating projects that have a high likelihood of successful execution and advancing the interest of Indigenous peoples.
Yes.
And so if projects are being brought forward that don't meet those conditions, we're not going to be able to move with urgency as a federal government.
Sure.
And so we're looking for the high likelihood. We're not looking for Schedule 1 to have 500
Sure.
projects, because the more projects we have, we want that white glove service.
Can I move on now? So you said, you gave 5 criteria, and I want to read this. It says, in deciding whether to make an order under subsection 1 or 4 in respect of a project, the governor and council may consider any factor, the governor and council, the words are very important, that the governor and council considers relevant, and D, I want to speak specifically to D, advance the interests of Indigenous peoples. Do you think it's appropriate that the governor and council make the decision on behalf of Indigenous people of what's advancing their interests, or do you think Indigenous people should be making those decisions themselves? Because it's very clear in here, and this is a concern that's been brought up by many Indigenous groups.
Yeah, and the key is the consultation would involve the Indigenous rights holders who may be impacted. So the consultation and accommodation would be with the Indigenous rights holders.
So would you agree that this probably needs some amendment?
It's actually section 5.7 that's got, is it 5.7 that has...
So just while we're waiting,
Ms. Kazan, the time is up. I'm going to let the minister look to respond.
Sure.
Just want to make sure she has a moment to look that up and respond to your question.
The 5.7, the consultation, page 10. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you for joining us today, Ms. Kazan. Next, we will go to Mr. Greaves. Mr. Greaves, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir. 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the ministers for joining us today. I'd like to pick up on a similar theme as my colleague related to the 5 factors that are identified in the bill that would guide the decisions around projects in the national interest. Probably for Minister LeBlanc, but I would welcome any of your comments in terms of specifically Clause 5.6e, which specifies as a factor, quote, projects that would contribute to clean growth and to meeting Canada's objectives with respect to climate change. Could you speak, Minister, to how this factor would be considered in the identification of projects of national interest, and whether it means that projects that were low carbon or clean energy projects or projects that help to reduce emissions would be prioritized in the determination of projects under Schedule 1?
So, Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Greaves, very, very good question. And that particular section of the legislation which you read, E, is deliberately there because in a lot of the conversations that we had with potential Indigenous proponents or provinces and territories, there is a great deal of enthusiasm to put forward for designation and hopefully approval, for example, wind energy projects, hydro electric projects, that the Conservative Premier of Nova Scotia is extremely excited about a massive offshore wind project and the corresponding interprovincial ties that could take that clean, green energy to markets in Canada and to our neighbors to the south, that the government of Quebec talked to us about a historic agreement that they came to with the province of Newfoundland and Labrador to further develop the Churchill River in Labrador. It's a project known as Gull Island. Massive, massive green energy project similar to the Churchill River projects that Hydro-Quebec and the province of Newfoundland and Labrador have operated for decades. So those are just 2 examples. The Premier's Premier Kinew, for example, the Premier of Manitoba talked to us about, again, renewable energy projects and Arctic infrastructure that would help defend the sovereignty of the Canadian Arctic while bringing much needed energy resources, hydroelectric links between his province and Nunavut, for example. So you can see the potential. Your question is a good one. One of the things that's a bit distressing is often in public conversation, this legislation, people go to one particular sector of the economy or one particular type of project, when the premiers themselves, including the territorial premiers, brought a myriad of projects from clean energy to conventional energy projects, of course, to infrastructure to diversify ports, many of them under Christia's responsibility. If you think of port projects in Port of Prince Rupert in British Columbia, a massive piece of infrastructure necessary for the effective diversification of the Canadian economy. So you're absolutely right. Those are examples. I would think if the legislation is adopted, Canadians will be extremely reassured by the kind of inspiring projects that proponents bring forward, and including some, and if there's time, Mr. Chair, the Deputy Clerk said she has examples of projects that Indigenous proponents are enthusiastic about submitting for the designation. So you can see the myriad of projects, Mr. Graves, in that regard.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. Keeping in a similar vein about how this legislation would interact with environmental regulations and with environmental review processes, my colleagues opposite are sometimes a little forgetful about the number of projects that have been built in BC in recent years. We've seen a lot of change, a lot of investment in economic development, while maintaining a commitment towards environmental protection and rigorous environmental review for the projects that have gone ahead in our province in recent years. In that spirit, can you describe a little bit, Minister, how the new major federal project Office would interact with the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada and the environmental review process, please?
Mr. Chair, that's a great question. It's technical. I want to make sure the committee benefits from the precise answer. The Deputy Clerk has done more work on this than we have, and perhaps she can offer a very specific answer to Mr. Graves' question.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that the most important principle here and what we're trying to achieve is really trying to bring multiple decision points of several sort of government departments in a streamlined way for proponents so we could advance projects. But that still means that there will be interaction with Environment Canada, with fisheries, with transport. But the Major Projects Office would not recreate the good work that is happening in the departments. It would bring together that service to proponents, working with the Indigenous Advisory Committee, working with the Minister and Indigenous peoples across the country on the consultation element. So really it is about, our system can be difficult to navigate. So through the Major Federal Projects Office, when a project is designated of national interest, we will work with all of the components of the system to bring people together in a streamlined way. And that will allow for projects to meet a quicker sort of time frame, and it gives certainty to a proponent at the front end of a project, which can help in a lot of ways. Minister LeBlanc referenced the fact that we've been approached by Indigenous proponents who say, if we are listed under this legislation, we may attract more investment. It may allow our project to proceed. So for us to meet that, there's been a lot of questions around meeting that test of national interest. If a project is supported by an Indigenous community or an Indigenous proponent or with equity stake, if it is supported by a land claims organization and a territorial government, then you can start seeing how it would start hitting the mark of national interest, Arctic sovereignty, trade diversification through potentially Grays Bay Port. So these are examples of how we will assess, and the Major Federal Projects Office will look at those project descriptions that come in and will assess the value of that and then make recommendations to the minister, who will then consult his cabinet colleagues, provincial and territorial governments. And I would echo Minister Freeland's comments that there is a lot of unity around the types of projects that come in. And that may mean that provincial and territorial governments may need to work together in proposing projects. But I think the Major Federal Projects Office's objective is to streamline the system and give good advice to government on projects of national interest.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Fox, and thank you very much, Mr. Greaves. Prochainement, nous avons Mr. Barcelou-Duval. À vous la parole.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval, 6 minutes. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to come back to what the Minister said, saying that I was just talking rubbish, but I would ask him to read the communiqué published by the Acadian Association of New Brunswick that have concerns about this bill and their rights, and go tell them that their preoccupations are absolute rubbish. What is rubbish are the extreme powers that you want to grant yourself through this bill that need to be controlled, that need to be studied, because this bill is not ready to be adopted in its current form. The question I have for you, Minister, I talked about emergency measures. You said it's not a hidden emergency measures act, but there is a sunset clause, and there's also another characteristic. You want to adopt it rapidly, and you give power to the executive that used to be regulated by legislation. Why a sunset clause? Will there be no emergencies in 5 years? We tabled the bill in a context of economic emergency. My colleagues described our concerns with regards to the diversification of the Canadian economy and with national interest projects that could increase Canada's GNP. We are faced with global uncertainty. Economically speaking, there are tariffs from the States. These are all tied together. And that's why we are in an emergency. During the election campaign, Prime Minister Carney was very clear. He said that he would work with our government and provinces so that everyone has to work together. Thank you. It seems that you're giving yourself emergency powers far excessive of what would be reasonable. So I believe this is going to end up in front of the courts. I believe that your bill will be contested in the future. Your bill also allows you to tailor acts that do not apply for a project. So you can negotiate with an entrepreneur what acts will actually be what they will actually be subject to. So what are the guarantees that there won't be any corruption under this? I'm not saying that you're corrupted, of course. I'm not saying that you're corrupt. I'm not saying that you're going to cancel the Official Languages Act for big projects. What I'm saying is that this bill allows that to be picked and chosen in the future. Of course, Mr. Barceló-Duval, I do not agree that this bill opens the door to corruption. I would not want to be associated with such a sentiment. Nevertheless, you are right in so much as we've identified an economic emergency that was shared by premiers of the provinces and territories, and we now offer a new way to move forward for a limited period of time so that we can be more coherent in our way to move forward when projects are deemed to be in the national interest. Designated projects, and the other thing that we don't have to, or the other myth that we have to dispel, is that this will be done without transparency. The designated projects will be designated in a transparent way. The conditions attached to the approval process will also be published through Order in Council. You have no obligation to be transparent. There's almost no countermeasure. The only measure of transparency that you mention is what will be in Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. To me, that's not very transparent. We'll use these powers when Parliament isn't sitting. There is a provision for this transparency, Mr. Barceló-Duval, and in the preamble to your question, you said that normally this is a power that is designated upon the legislative authority. What we are saying in this case is that the Environmental Assessment Act, the Fisheries Act, all these analyses will happen, but will happen in a more coherent way, in an expedited way. And at the end of the day, the Governor and Council will make a decision whether to move forward with a project or not. It's no different than another End of answer inaudible. We've been told that this gives more certainty. It gives more certainty to entrepreneurs for projects under Schedule 1. I'm saying it's full trust and full confidence because projects are being almost pre-approved. We know that entrepreneurs know that they won't need certain authorization. Usually there are rules and regulations to be studied and followed. What will be the case for public servants who will have to study all these, knowing that projects are, in fact, pre-authorized under this bill? If a project is designated as pre-authorized, do you think public servants will be motivated in their work in analyzing these projects? I believe yes, and perhaps the second highest ranking member of the public service could answer. Projects with Transport Canada, Natural Resources and current departments. Now, it'll just be a front door. They'll work with Transport Canada, that they meet after the front door, and then they'll study the project, and then there'll be an analysis done by experts in market diversification. Then it will move to the Major Projects Office. So what I'm saying is that when analysis is already done before research, then there's no point doing the research, is there? Work will be done by scientists with the departments for the conditions that we've identified by the department. Thank you very much, Barceló-Duval.
Next, we will go with Mr. Morin. Mr. Morin, I believe the floor is yours. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, Ms. Stubbs is to go first.
Cede your time to Ms. Stubbs. So, Ms. Stubbs, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. I do just want to mention, Mr. Freeland, of course, we Conservatives, because we've been calling for fast-tracking clarity and certainty on all of these pieces of legislation and regulations that C5 allows to be circumvented, we would agree with your comments here today that there is a thicket of legislation and regulations that means big projects can't be built. But that is why we as Conservatives are saying those are your fundamentals to fix those laws instead of doing this work around. But I just, and further to the point that one of my colleagues was making earlier, Canadians have yet to hear from any of you how it is that you are going to enforce federal jurisdiction on interprovincial pipelines, which are federal jurisdiction, which of course you've failed to do before. But as a person who comes from Treaty 6 and is proud to represent and work with 5 First Nations and 4 Métis settlements in my area, all of whom are involved in both traditional and clean energy, and who are the service suppliers and contractors to the oil sands, and also as a descendant of the Broken Head Ojibwe First Nation from Manitoba, I too am concerned about this government's ability to fulfill its duty to consult so far through this legislation. What's concerning, Minister, is you talked about 3 different levels and layers of approval, which is obviously uncertain in itself. And I'm glad to hear that C5 is promising capacity funding for the meaningful participation of Indigenous communities through this process. I would note that was also promised through C69. And every time I ask the Indigenous leaders and workers and proponents and private sector owners and operators who, as you know, in Alberta for decades upon decades have been earning their own source revenue for energy development, they say none of that funding ever flowed. So I sure hope that you guys will keep your word this time. But I think that it really is incumbent upon you to clarify exactly how that duty to consult will be deployed by the actual decision makers, since the court are clear that's what required is the two-way dynamic to address the to mitigate adverse impacts on affected communities. And I particularly ask you this question in the context of yesterday's AFN National Chief saying C5 will be an open invitation to court challenges and go all the way to the Supreme Court. So for all of us who want to get to yes in a good way, how will you actually make clear to Canadians that for the first time you will actually fulfill the duty to consult fully and completely, and make that be able to happen given the differences in views among the 600 plus Indigenous communities in Canada?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. So one of the challenges is having a single definition for Indigenous consultation, because like you mentioned, there's 600 different First Nations, there's Inuit, there's Métis, and so we want to make sure it's meaningful and adequate, and so having that single definition doesn't work. It's also important, it's very fact and situation specific. So for the projects contemplated under this bill, it would depend on the nature of the project, which Section 35 rights holders may be impacted and to what degree, the nature of the Section 35 rights that may be adversely affected, and there's a number of other variables.
Thank you, Minister.
And these ones are affirmed by the Constitution.
Yes.
We've got the Supreme Court. And then this legislation in particular references in the preamble, Section 5.7, Section 7.2, Section 8.3. Those are all required to have to consult with Section 35 rights holders.
Right, and Minister, which has not been done to date, we learned yesterday, but also the bill does set up the cabinet ministers as the decision makers. So will cabinet ministers be at the table on those projects as you go through this specific project by project ad hoc, obviously inherent uncertain consultation? And also, Minister, you yourself mentioned the removal of projects from the national interest list, which you can imagine is deeply concerning, certainly also to Indigenous proponents of, for example, pipelines that got vetoed in the past that they were relying on, or LNG projects that got killed in the past that they were relying on, and had spent years negotiating with big companies in a good way to get benefits for their communities. How can Canadians and Indigenous people who all want to get to yes in a good way on these big projects trust the claims here?
Yeah, thank you. So for that one, that's Section 8.3, so page 12 of the legislation. So if a project is going to be removed, again, there's the requirement, the consultation, and the duty to consult with Indigenous rights holders who may be impacted. So,
but then
Thank
you
you
can
very much,
imagine a
Ms.
project
Stubbs.
proponent
Thank
getting
you,
all
Ms.
the way
Stubbs.
through and then being told no. And also, then why don't we just start with all the Indigenous
you,
projects
Ms.
in front of the
Stubbs.
regulators right now and fast track them?
And thank you very much, Minister. Next, we'll go with Ms. Wien. Ms. Wien, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, please.
Thanks very much. Round two. So I want to ask a little bit about labor mobility, because this is a huge part of why, this is part of the economic growth piece, et cetera. we want to make sure that we're addressing the critical labor gaps, and we know that as we get nation-building projects built more quickly, there are going to be cascading benefits in terms of job creation. There was a recent study by the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses that shows that interprovincial barriers hold back productivity and limit access to qualified workers, especially in skills-dependent sectors. Could you speak to the potential workforce and productivity impact that comes with strengthening labor mobility?
I sure can. And I want to get, before doing that, I just want to get 2 points quickly on the record. One is that when it comes to pipelines, it is important to be very clear that it was a Liberal government and not a Conservative government that got TMX built. That pipeline is up and running, and it is up and running at a time when we really need it, when we need to have a way to get our oil to market that does not just go through the United States. And that pipeline is going to deliver $1.25 billion in revenue directly to the federal government. So let's be clear, that is a reality. Let's also be clear that we are on the brink of some huge LNG projects coming online. Kitimat, Cedar, wood fiber, including major Indigenous participation. Okay, I just had to say that. And when it comes to Indigenous consultation, the team here, particularly our public servants, have been doing a great job. In the development of this legislation, 66 Indigenous groups were consulted or worked with, and now they are up to 80. So that is real work that has been done and is being done. Okay, labor mobility, which I love. This is tremendously important. It is it's going to be one of the big contributors to those huge productivity gains, to those huge gains in bringing down prices, to the huge overall GDP gains. As I said in my comments, I think to Mr. Albus, the principal impediments to labor mobility are not at a federal level. They are at a provincial level. But I am hugely encouraged by the work the provinces are doing. And this legislation is about the federal government doing our share so that we can say to our provincial colleagues, let's get this done. I want to emphasize 2 aspects. One is the idea of mutual recognition. It is incredibly powerful. This is how Australia created free trade within Australia. The principle that we should trust each other. If someone has a credential in one province, other provinces should say, you know what? I trust the great people of Ontario, where you and I are MPs, to do a good job in deciding who can be a dental hygienist. And that dental hygienist should be good enough to work in Nova Scotia. That is the core principle. And I want to add one other thing that is connected to labor mobility, and that is foreign credential recognition. If we can get to a space, and we are moving there, where we have mutual recognition of credentials across Canada, that will be very helpful in foreign credential recognition. Both those things will make our economy stronger and also make life better for people. I know all of us have constituents who are frustrated that they're not able to work. It takes too long when you move around Canada.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to ask one more question. I know we've started to talk a lot about the examples and opportunities around energy corridors and clean growth. My kids are very worried about the transition to our future and talk to me all the time about how we're mitigating against this. Can you tell me a little bit more about how we can use this bill to advance those really important nation-building goals?
Absolutely, and Minister LeBlanc has already detailed some of them. In the 5 conditions, one of them is contribute to clean growth and meeting Canada's objectives with respect to climate change. And we have heard already in the meetings we've been in a lot of enthusiasm around major clean energy projects. Wind energy in the east, this is Premier Houston's passion project, and it will make a huge difference. It could make a huge difference to Canada. I'm going to mention also critical minerals. Hugely important. We need them to build a clean economy, but we need to get the projects built to get those critical minerals and to process them. We haven't really talked about nuclear and about SMRs. That is another set of projects that can be advanced through this legislation.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you, Ms. Wien. Next, prochainement, nous avons M. Barcelou-Duval. À vous la parole. 2 minutes et demie, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval for 2.5 minutes. Go ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yesterday in committee, we heard a constitutional expert, David Robitaille, who insisted very strongly that the definition of in the national interest does not at all match the Supreme Court's definition of in the national interest in its rulings, especially with regard to the carbon tax. When something is designated as being in the national interest, does that mean that it's in the general interest of Canada? But how is it that you've set totally arbitrary criteria which don't match the Supreme Court's criteria and definitions? Answer. Thank you for your question, Mr. Barcelou-Duval. I don't feel that our criteria are arbitrary, given that they are part of a bill before Parliament that will be voted on by parliamentarians both here and at the Senate. Now, there is a case at the Supreme Court on another matter, so there's not a one-to-one equivalency with this legislation before Parliament. In the majority of cases, if not in all cases, this determination will be made based on the result of consultations with provinces and territories. I feel strongly that premiers of provinces and territories, were they to come to us with a project that would affect many provinces and territories, I would approve it because it would be in the interest of many provinces, for instance. Sure, I understand the example you bring up, but what I'm saying is that there is no definition of in the national interest in this bill. The definition you do have is very arbitrary. The only thing we find is at 5.6, where it says the minister can consider, can meaning it's not mandatory, unless you're willing to amend this, and that's one of the amendments the Bloc has tabled today. Well, I'm in no position to speak to the amendments moved here in committee. I leave that to you and your colleagues in this committee. As for the criteria we will use to deem that a project is in the national interest, our criteria are clearly set out in the bill. As my colleague said, you're very lucky because you've had the criteria read to you no fewer than 2 times. Yes, thank you, Minister. I know where to find the criteria.
You have 5 minutes, please, sir.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to congratulate the Minister on her appointment to Mr. Alty. Many First Nations often rights get kind of it's hard to understand for First Nations when it comes to Section 35, treaty rights, the umbrellas under that when it comes to how provinces have jurisdictions in certain areas. First Nations traditional inherent rights are mixed into Canadian law. Treaty First Nations have long held that Natural Resource Transfer Act violates treaty rights, particularly Treaties 1 to 11. I'm wondering if the Minister agrees with First Nations rights holders in this regard.
I'd have to look into that further.
Does the Minister agree that resource revenue sharing, when it comes to major projects and natural resource extraction, is a model to agree with that model of resource revenue sharing from the federal government?
I know in the Northwest Territories that's an element, but I'd have to look into it further. As you mentioned, I'm new to the portfolio, so look forward to discussing with you further.
The government has cited $40 million in consultation engagement for First Nations. Typically, we've seen a lot of spending on third-party consultants, $20 billion plus in consultants from the Liberals planning to spend $1,400 per family For this particular instance, can the minister guarantee that the $40 million will go directly to rights holders, Indigenous communities, rather than third-party consultants?
Thanks for the question. So it is for Indigenous rights holders. I know in my jurisdiction that, or in my territory, that some rights holders then go to hire consultants, and I wouldn't be in the position to say rights holders have to hire somebody full-time on their team. If they are going to hire a consultant to lead their work, that would be up to the rights holder.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to pass the rest of the time to the member, Jamie Schmale.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to my colleague Billy Morin for the time, and congratulations, Minister, on your appointment. Look forward to working with you. Minister, we've had a number of nations here in the capital raising awareness of the fact that they were not consulted on Bill C-5. In particular, the Anishinaabe Nation First Nations, the Grand Council Chief, has said she has not been consulted. We have a number of others that are saying the same thing. First of all, did you have any involvement in the consultation? I believe some are saying they've been given 7 days notice on this. Were you involved in any of the consultation, especially with this nation? And is that the plan going forward, that 7 days notice is adequate consultation?
Thanks for the question. So the project was led by another department, and there was a number of organizations, not only Indigenous rights holders, but also national Indigenous organizations that were engaged on the legislation. Moving forward, the legislation has a two-part, I guess three-part, if a project was to be removed on the consultation. So listing a project in Schedule 1 involves consultation with impacted Indigenous rights holders. The second part, if a project would be
Maybe if I could just cut in there, because in your answer to Ms. Stubbs there, you talked about meaningful consultation has to be adequate, but there were no definitions to that. And we're seeing nations here say 7 days. Is that the definition of meaningful and adequate?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the meaningful and adequate consultation is fact and situation specific. So some of the work that our department has been doing over the past year has been working with Indigenous rights holders as well as national organizations on developing protocol guidelines for the federal government. Outside of that, I do know First Nations, Inuit, Métis also have protocols and consultation guidelines, so we'd be looking to engage with the impacted Indigenous rights holders to make sure that we are...
So what about those that are in favor of projects? We have a number of Indigenous communities that are in favor.
Exactly. So when we're consulting on whether to include a project in Schedule 1, as well as the consultation once a project's added and the conditions, we'd be working with those Indigenous rights holders. And we have Indigenous proponents that want to bring forward projects under this bill.
Okay, so that's good if they want to bring that forward. But how do you still deal with the fact that C-69 is still in place? I know this bill gives extraordinary powers to the government, but at the same time, you still have some pretty powerful impediments to development in place right now.
Very short response, please, Minister.
Yeah, so the legislation for the One Economy is listing a project in Schedule 1 as well as putting the conditions. We engage with Indigenous rights holders, consultation and accommodation. So it would also, if we were removing a project, again, the consultation and accommodation would occur.
Thank you very much, Minister. And concluding our line of questioning for the panel of ministers and officials today is Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Kellaway, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for Minister LeBlanc, the first question. The Prime Minister has been very clear that this legislation will get us to one project, one assessment. So I'm wondering if you can explain to the committee what that means. And for instance, if we have an agreement for one project, one assessment with, say, the province of Quebec, would they be still required to do, for example, an environmental assessment under their own processes?
Mr. Chair, I think our colleague raises a good question. If we conclude on this, I think it's an instructive moment. One of the things that we've heard about projects, big and small. So this comes back to Mr. Barcelou-Duval's question around smaller projects that may have provincial or municipal approvals. The ability for the government to say that we've signed cooperation agreements with provinces and territories to have one project and one review, it's not about lowering everybody's standards to the lowest common denominator. It's about eliminating duplication and overlap and making because nothing in this legislation affects the jurisdiction of provinces, of course, but it would allow proponents to benefit, again, from a basic principle that makes economic sense. We think it can make environmental sense as well in terms of allowing them to have the certainty that when a project is submitted, there is a coherent, non-duplicative review process. So the Prime Minister's instructions to us have been clear. Within 6 months, he wants us to come to cooperation agreements with all the provinces and territories. And frankly, to build on many of the best practices, provinces and territories have been doing great work in this regard for a long time. If there's a way to ensure that there are comparable federal standards to a province doing the work or vice versa, what an opportunity to assist proponents in arriving at a more coherent and cost-effective process. And what's interesting is this improving of that system will apply to projects big and small. So it's not only about a designated project in the national interest. Done properly, this will assist, we hope, a lot of much smaller projects going through the appropriate scrutiny and review, but in a way that's much more cost-effective and much more effective in terms of time.
Can I offer one concluding thought?
There's 2 minutes left.
Okay, I'm going to be
If you'd like
super
to add some
quick.
thoughts.
So,
Yes, please do.
Dom and I both know what it's like to be on the opposition side of the House. We know the job of the opposition is to oppose, and that's how our democracy works. But in concluding this, I would just like to offer a hope and a suggestion that this is actually legislation all of us can be proud to support. I haven't heard a single person oppose free internal trade in Canada, lifting barriers to labor mobility, lifting barriers to trade in goods and services. We can all get behind that. And on the major projects, I truly believe this is a piece of legislation that brings together everything we as Canadians want. I think we all want to get big projects built. We know we have to do it. I think we all know that we need to respect the rights of Indigenous people and Indigenous rights holders, including their right to build major projects and participate in that prosperity. I think we all recognize and believe we need to respect environmental rights. Je sais qu'on est tous d'accord qu'on doit respecter les champs de compétences.
I know that we must respect provincial jurisdiction.
We can feel good about doing a good thing together for Canada.
Thank you. Just point of
Thank you,
order,
Minister.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Kellaway still has 1 minute, 50 seconds.
I would just maybe just really quickly, if we could just have Ms. Kazan add, if the minister would be willing to stay for 1 more minute. I was going to ask for 4 hours more, but just 1 more minute so Ms. Kazan could ask 1 or 2 more questions.
Any objection from committee members? Seeing none, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Kellaway, who still had 52 seconds left.
Okay. Minister Alty, one of the acts of Parliament listed in Schedule 2 of the bill is the Indian Act. Can you explain the reasoning behind including the Indian Act as one of the pieces of legislation that may need parts of it to be suspended for a specific project?
Thank you, and thanks for the question. When moving forward with projects, some communities are subject to archaic provisions under the Indian Act, and so we will engage with First Nations partners on projects, and if we need to suspend some provisions of the Act, like financial clause, leases we've heard about, we will do so in a way that allows for development while respecting cultural practices and environmental standards. But we want to retain this option for where it makes sense to advance a project, but it's after consultation with First Nation communities. So using this legislation on sections of the Indian Act may be beneficial, which is why it's included, but it would only be done in consultation with First Nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kellaway, and thank you, Minister. And we'll turn the floor over to Ms. Gazan for one last question of the day. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everybody that has come, all the ministers that have come here today. I just wanted to, Minister Alty, you spoke about the FPIC and it being confusion. Because we've signed on to international law, I just want to point to the UN expert mechanism on the rights of Indigenous peoples that we've agreed to uphold as FPIC, so we shouldn't be confused at all. But I just wanted to ask, are you aware that the federal government spends between $500 to $1 billion a year annually fighting Indigenous peoples in court, and that ITK, AFN, and NAN have indicated that Bill C-5 is an ungracious invitation to the Supreme Court, meaning that the goal of this bill to be nation-building projects will actually be an economy-killing, job-killing bill, because any projects going forward, it's becoming very clear from constitutional experts are going to end up in court. Are you aware of this? Any one of you can answer the question.
Thank you. So I would emphasize the purpose of this bill is to get approval of good projects, and we know that failing to meaningfully consult with impacted rights holders will not speed up the approvals and will actually lead to the further delays in the courts, which is again why the preamble, Section 5.7, Section 7.2, Section 8.3 all require the government to consult with Section 35 rights holders in both the selection of projects as well as the process of approving them and adding conditions, as well as if it came to the case, the projects would have to be removed.
Thank you very much.
Indicated that they haven't been properly consulted, and this will be in the courts.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gazan, for your question.
Thank you for the time.
Well, it is exactly 5:30, and here at Transport Infrastructure, we pride ourselves on running a tight ship. I'd like to thank
Metaphor,
Minister
you get extra
Alty.
points for that.
Thank you, Minister LeBlanc, Minister Freeland, and of course the officials. Thank you for your time today. We will suspend for 5 minutes to allow the clerk to transition over to the next round of witnesses. The meeting is suspended. like to make a few comments for the benefit of our new witnesses and welcome them here. First, please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, please click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you're not speaking. For those on Zoom, at the bottom of your screen, you can select the appropriate channel for interpretation, either floor, English, or French. For those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select the desired channel. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. Colleagues, I'd now like to welcome our witnesses for the next hour. From the Canadian Cancer Society, we have Ms. Helena Sonea, Director Advocacy. Welcome to you. And Mr. Rob Cunningham, Senior Policy Analyst. Welcome, sir. From the David Suzuki Foundation, we have Saba Ahmad Khan, Director General, Quebec and Atlantic Canada by video conference. Welcome to you. From the Manitoba Métis Federation, we have David Chartrand, President, National Government of the Red River Métis, joining us by video conference. Welcome. And from Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta, we have Grand Chief Trevor Mercredi. Welcome to you, Grand Chief. We'll begin with opening remarks, and with that, I'll turn it over to the Canadian Cancer Society for 3 minutes, please.
Chair, committee members, on behalf of the Canadian Cancer Society, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Helena Sonea, Director of Advocacy, and with me today is Rob Cunningham, lawyer and senior policy analyst. At the Canadian Cancer Society, we're proud to be the largest national charitable funder of cancer research in Canada. We also advocate to governments for policies that protect and improve the health of everyone in Canada. We've been at the forefront of historic advocacy wins like tobacco and asbestos, and the extension of Canada's EI sickness benefit. We also provide practical and compassionate support like lodging, transportation, and more. Regarding Bill C-5, our testimony will focus on Part 1 regarding internal trade. While we understand the importance of strengthening the economy, our concern is that the health and environment standards will unintentionally be weakened. I will turn things over to Rob.
Thank you, Helena. In terms of internal trade, the Bill C-5 provisions in Part 1, Sections 7 to 9 are of tremendous concern. This part of Bill C-5 would override all other federal laws. Bill C-5 would allow a company to comply with a weaker provincial territorial standard instead of a more stringent federal standard. In the government's June 6th backgrounder, it gave an example of how a weaker provincial energy efficiency standard for washing machines would prevail over the federal standard. A few examples from us. The first is asbestos, where the federal government bans asbestos in products, while provinces have weaker restrictions allowing asbestos up to a certain percent. Bill C-5 would allow these weaker provincial restrictions to prevail. In another example, tobacco, federal regulations ban all menthol and flavor ingredients in cigarettes, whereas provinces have a less restrictive requirement allowing some flavors. Health and environment exceptions are standard in international trade agreements. And several agreements also have an explicit exemption for tobacco control measures, given the long history of abuse by tobacco companies seeking to use trade agreements to block or invalidate tobacco measures. And that's also in the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. Thus, Bill C-5 has unintended consequences. The good news, from our perspective, is that there are ways to fix the problem. First, we recommend an amendment to include a general health and environment exception for the internal trade part of the bill, Section 7 to 9 and Part 1. We have provided proposed text for this to the committee. Alternatively, we urge the government to commit for regulations under the bill to an exception for health and environment for these Sections 7 to 9 in Part 1, and there should also be a specific regulatory exception for tobacco. If other free trade agreements can include exceptions for health and the environment, and also specifically for tobacco, then so can Bill C-5 for internal trade within Canada. We welcome your questions. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to Saba Ahmad Khan from the David Suzuki Foundation. The floor is yours. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Members of the committee, at a time of global disruption, Canada's sovereignty and resilience must be protected and strengthened. This includes investments in nation-building efforts that reinforce our ability to act in the public interest. In this effort, environmental and health sovereignty cannot be dissociated from Canadian public values. The committee has heard conflicting views over the last days on if and how these values are reflected in Bill C-5. This in itself reinforces the highly problematic nature of the rapid-fire study of a bill that has profound implications for Canadians and for the democratic right of Indigenous and provincial governments to protect public and environmental health. Government representatives have stated that Bill C-5 is not intended to lower health, safety, or environmental standards. But intentions are not law. In a country governed by the rule of law, public policy must be defined by clear statutory language, not verbal assurances. If the goal is truly to maintain or raise standards across jurisdictions, that commitment must be explicitly written into the bill through critical amendments to both Parts 1 and 2. The David Suzuki Foundation shares concerns raised by Ecojustice and West Coast Environmental Law on Part 2 of the bill in their Senate testimonies. Part 2 of the bill is an unprecedented threat to Indigenous sovereignty and the constitutional balance between federal and provincial authority, and we have jointly submitted to the committee a list of priority amendments to the Building Canada Act. Part 1 of the bill, the Trade and Mobility Act, aims to facilitate internal trade by codifying automatic mutual recognition of goods, services, and occupational credentials across provinces and territories. It is also problematic. While Bill C-5's goal of administrative efficiency is understandable, it must not come at the sacrifice of public and environmental health. This is exactly the essence of both Parts 1 and 2 of the bill. Currently, both parts not only undermine the implementation of national and provincial law and standards, they threaten the ability of Indigenous nations, provinces, and territories to uphold measures tailored to their unique public interest concerns. Without amendments, the bill jeopardizes federal, provincial, and territorial authority to regulate in the public interest, especially on matters of environmental protection and health. Canada already has an internal trade regime under the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. Chapter 2 of that agreement allows governments to maintain regulatory measures that pursue legitimate objectives, including health and environmental protection. However, those measures are subject to strict conditions. They must not be more trade restrictive than necessary and must not create disguised barriers to trade. These standards can already be challenging for provinces to meet. Bill C-5 adds a new layer of risk. For example, by turning mutual recognition into a statutory obligation, the bill potentially elevates interprovincial trade access into a de facto right, one that companies could use to bypass or even challenge legitimate, democratically adopted local, provincial, and federal protections. While Part 1 includes a commitment to protecting health, safety, and the environment while removing federal barriers to trade, the reliance on undefined comparable requirements between jurisdictions sets a weaker standard than equivalency. This vague, overly broad benchmark risks sidelining stronger federal, provincial, and territorial protections in the name of trade facilitation. Rather than mimic the United States approach to ruling by decree, diminishing the rule of law, and suppressing public debate, Bill C-5 should confront threats to Canadian sovereignty by reinforcing Indigenous nations' inherent and treaty rights, constitutional provincial authority, democratic processes, and the environmental rule of law, all of which underpin our federation. The Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union provides a strong example of how high environmental protection can be a central component of removing barriers to trade and fostering a single market. Bill C-5 should be amended to explicitly exclude environmental health and safety standards from the mutual recognition framework. The bill should be amended to explicitly uphold the most protective requirements and only allow for federal recognition of equivalent provincial and territorial requirements. Canada's federal model is built on shared sovereignty and regulatory pluralism. Bill C-5 in its current form threatens to override both. Economic mobility and interprovincial cooperation are worthy goals, but they must not come at the cost of environmental degradation, weakened public health safeguards, or diminished Indigenous jurisdiction. Thank you. I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to Mr. Chartrand online. The floor is yours. You have 3 minutes, please. Oh, sir, you're on mute. Just want to make sure that you.
No. Okay, is that good? Is that good?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the committee is burning the midnight oil, and I think, of course, I thank you for all this late hours of work you're doing. Thank you to the committee members for the invitation to present to the Transportation, Infrastructure, and Communities Committee on Bill C-5 today. On Monday, I spoke to the Senate Committee of the Whole alongside leadership from the AFN and ITK on this important legislation. Today, my presentation will focus on the importance of consultation and the role of legitimate rights holders. The MMF is the national government of Red River Métis and represents our citizens' rights, claims, and interests no matter where they live, inside and outside of Manitoba. The Red River Métis is Canada's negotiating partner and confederation and founders of Manitoba. We're the only Indigenous people to bring a province into Canada. The Red River Métis are Section 35 rights holders. The MF is the only Métis government with a modern-day treaty. In 1870, in establishing Manitoba, the Red River Métis negotiated a unique treaty that included land for our families and children. Subsequently, we are not recognized by Canada as a people or nation, nor did we receive the land. In its ruling on the unfulfilled Métis land grant section of Manitoba Act 1870, the Supreme Court of Canada held, and I quote, the following, that the ongoing rift in the national fabric that Section 31 was adopted to cure remains unremedied. And further, unfinished business of reconciliation of the Métis people with Canadian sovereignty is a matter of national and constitutional import. End of quote. In 2004, Canada, the Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty is an important step towards reconciliation. However, the treaty will not come into force until implementation legislation is passed, and we hope it'll be soon. As Canada seeks to strengthen the Federation, part of that effort should be devoted to remedy the rift in the national fabric and the unfinished business of reconciliation with our citizens by moving to settle our land claim and immediately passing our treaty's implementation legislation. As Canada's partner in Confederation, we have a unique relationship with Canada and a special interest in the ongoing success of integrity of our country. We understand the importance of this legislation and support its intent and strengthen the economy and diversify markets. While this bill is not perfect, we see the opportunity this moment presents to build on the recent success of Canada's policy of forming a distinct-based government-to-government, nation-to-nation relationship with the Red River Métis. The MMF is the sole representative of the constitutionally recognized Red River Métis collectivity. It is through our government that early participation and meaningful consultation must begin and end. In the past, the Crown has tried to work around our duly elected government by turning to individuals and NIOs to fulfill their duty to consult. I want to emphasize, neither of these options will fulfill Canada's duty to consult with the Red River Métis. Our relationship with Canada is direct and cannot be ignored or worked around. In acting on this bill, Canada must work with legitimate Indigenous rights holders and their governments. This also means that our governments must be respected. We must not be held in lower regard than provinces or municipalities. We are no less than any other governments in this country, and we must be respected as such. In our case, the MMF must be where Canada focuses its efforts. We expect the following: to be consulted early and often on projects to ensure that we have an opportunity to meaningfully partner, to work with us to identify national interest projects and co-develop project criteria, to be included via procurement, equity, participation, and workforce participation. Further, we must be involved in the establishment of the Indigenous Advisory Council. There should be a commitment from the government that they will work with legitimate Indigenous governments in establishing this important council. In closing, I want to clarify and state that we are ready to support this bill with the understanding it will be implemented properly. To us, this means working with legitimate rights holders, governments, during all the phases of the project, from identification to selection to delivery. This time, the implementation of this legislation is imperative. We face a great economic threat from the South, and a recession would disproportionately impact our people. In this in mind, that the MF is prepared to stand with the Government of Canada in the timely passing and the implementation of Bill C5. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Chartrand. Next, we have Grand Chief Trevor Mercredi. Monsieur Mercredi, la parole est à vous. The floor is yours. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Trevor Mercredi, Grand Chief of the Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta. I speak today on behalf of the sovereign Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta. Although I am here speaking, each sovereign nation has its own leadership, governance, priorities, and retains their inherent right to speak for themselves. We reject Bill C5 as tabled. Its process is unconstitutional and its content is unacceptable. This bill is a clear attempt to fast-track infrastructure and resource projects by overriding rights holders under the banner of national interest. Canada gave us less than a week to respond to a non-substantive information sheet and did not share the full text of the bill before tabling it. It's a violation of the Crown's constitutional and treaty obligations. Treaty number 8 was entered into in 1899 with the Imperial Crown, not Canada. It is not a domestic policy. It is a legally binding international agreement that remains in full legal force. Our inherent rights pre-exist treaty. They are not granted or defined by it. Treaty affirms our jurisdiction over our land's decision-making and governance. The Supreme Court of Canada has confirmed governments must consult with the First Nations before passing legislation which affects our inherent and treaty rights. Canada has ignored this direction with Bill C-5. Canada did not consult with Treaty 8 First Nations in the drafting of Bill C-5, not before, not during, not after. The bill effectively seeks First Nations consent before any impact assessment is conducted and before we understand how our treaty rights will be affected. This violates the principle of free, prior, and informed consent as outlined in Article 32.2 under the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, UNDRIP. Instead of a nation-to-nation approach, Canada opted for speed and secrecy and inclusion by marginalizing our nations. We understand that the Government of Canada has consulted with Indigenous organizations like the Assembly of First Nations and the First Nations Major Project Coalition. I would like to inform this committee that the Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta are not represented by the AFN, the Assembly of First Nations, or the First Nations Major Project Coalition. Bill C-5 gives sweeping power to the federal officials to designate projects of national interest, bypassing our rights and institutions. There is no enforceable framework for assessing the cumulative impacts on our peoples and lands before authorizing such projects. This omission is a direct failure to uphold the Crown's duty to consult, accommodate, and places our communities at further risk of irreversible harm. The bill facilitates the development on our lands without our consent and without benefits for our communities. While Canada, the provinces and industry heavily profit from resource extraction, First Nations do not see any profits. It erodes our rightful role as stewards and beneficiaries of our land and violates our fundamental and treaty-protected rights. No project should proceed without free, prior, and informed consent. We call on the Government of Canada to commit a full rights-based consultation with the First Nations of Treaty 8. Amend the bill to include the following provisions. Include explicit recognition of treaty and inherent rights. Guarantee revenue sharing from appropriate projects under C-5. Include FPIC and UNDRIP explicitly. Establish a shared decision-making process with First Nations. We entered into treaty to live in a peaceful coexistence, not to be legislated into silence while our lands are being developed without us. The rise in rare and serious illnesses linked to industrial activity cannot be dismissed. No project should proceed without fully understanding and addressing the long-term cumulative impacts on the health of our people. If Canada wishes to be a global leader on Indigenous rights, it must first uphold its legal and treaty commitments at home. It has a duty to uphold the honor of the Crown. We stand by, ready to partner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grand Chief. We'll begin our line of questioning today with Mr. Morin. Mr. Morin, the floor is yours. You have 6 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Katamsa Tinanao Nuwaku Maganak, just greetings, all my relations to all the witnesses that came here today, and it's nice to see witnesses from different backgrounds, whether they be in cancer or environmental protection or Métis or First Nations leadership. Thank you again for being here. To Grand Chief Mercredi, you mentioned First Nations entered into treaties for peace and friendship. Ultimately, that would be peace and friendship across economic aspects, across social aspects, across just living in harmony as human being aspects. You also mentioned FPIC. We heard in the throne speech a specific reference to the free, prior, informed consent during the throne speech. But in this legislation, you also mentioned that there was no specific mention of that. And so, I get concerned sometimes when things are said from the government and then walked back. And again, like we've also heard from third-party organizations, a quote being something similar to the speed of trust when working with First Nations. And throughout the last couple of weeks since C5's been introduced, I've heard nothing but First Nations raising the concern about the speed, and there is no trust in this process. You've referenced that also in your questions. So I'm wondering if you can elaborate even more on whether this process undertaken by the current government is continuing to erode trust. Do you feel as though FPIC has been flaunted out there for just words, and has it been, or is it being uplifted as some aspects of the government have claimed in the recent past?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you. Yes. When we received the letter from the PMO's office, it raised many alarms. First of all, when the letter was sent to our organization, it was not sent to all of the chiefs. It was sent just to our organization. And that was very concerning, as we know that the nations are the right holders, and they were very concerned that this letter was shared with AFN and other PTOs, such as the Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta. We relayed the information immediately. It really set the course for the rest of the discussions around C5. We really feel like we've been pushed to the side, and the chiefs have really dug their heels in when it comes to this bill. It's a very concerning bill. It's very open-ended. Our rights are mentioned, but they're not reinforced. There has been projects in the past that have been deemed national interest projects, and those national interest projects have been a severe detriment to our communities like BC Hydro, and they totally bypass the rights of our people. So when we see legislation like this, which removes a lot of the legislation in the past, or bypasses the legislation in the past that set these protections in place, we would say that we're very concerned. We are here for treaty issues, but we understand that this is much bigger than a treaty issue. We understand that the government would like to move in a direction. They use this term economic reconciliation. And, us as First Nations people, we have to understand that when we talk about reconciliation, there is no such word in our vocabulary when it comes to what the federal government pushes forward. How can we reconcile something that was never there in the first place? So it's really a play on words. We have an issue with the word reconciliation. How do we move forward from this? We really need to sit with the Prime Minister. We need to sit with the ministers. We need for them to understand our issues. Right now at home, and there's many treaty chiefs that are waiting to see the outcome of this legislation. How are we going to react? How are we going to move forward with the federal government in these projects and industry? It's not, I'd say that the trust isn't there. That's why we're asking for these certain amendments to be made in this bill. We simply cannot trust the people that are introducing this bill. We've seen it time and time again where people have been pushed aside. So we need to see some substantive amendments in this bill for us to support it in a way that our nations can grow alongside Canada. It's a very troubling issue right now that we're facing, and we're looking for rectification of our issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. My question is next for Mr. TRAN. I too share the notion of finding balance and also getting a stronger economy, as I'm sure everybody around the table, no matter what their partisan stripe is, has said for the ultimate good of the country and of the regions. Mr. TRAN, you mentioned you would be looking to look at the positive aspects of this bill. Your organization is headquartered in Manitoba, and I'm wondering if you can elaborate on the specific projects you would like to see, natural resource-based projects around the region of Manitoba, and maybe some of the cross-provincial aspects of those. As you mentioned, your organization represents beyond just the Manitoba borders. Can you elaborate on the specific projects you would like to see in the best interests of the nation?
There you go. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for the question. Let me say this. Firstly, I'm not an organization, I'm a government. There's two different philosophies of thinking on that issue. But let me be clear. I am pro Bill 5 right now. I do agree there's some clarity that needs to be further enhanced, further developed to make it very clear. Because a lot is being asked of us to trust. You know, in the past, trust is Indigenous people are very trustworthy people. We always trust. And the sad part about it, sometimes we get burned because we're so honest and we trust. And however, this particular time, we look at our government, the Red River government has no more boundaries. We removed those boundaries when we signed our treaty. Those boundaries no longer exist. We have thousands upon thousands and thousands of citizens that have got their citizenship card from Western Canada. Now, when we look at what are some of the projects that couldn't possibly happen, in particular, you said Manitoba. Well, Western and the Arctic Gateway, Churchill. We look at that. We already know pipelines potentially would be blocked in British Columbia by the Premier of British Columbia said clearly they're not coming through there. We don't know what the full position of the First Nations will be when it hits that territory. Quebec has always said pipelines are not going that way either, unless you go maybe around to the James Bay Cree and ask them permission. But if you start looking in Manitoba, Hudson Bay, of course, is still a future output that could really be a game changer. So we see there's a massive opportunity, and also for the defense. This is not just about national project. There's also going to be a massive investment when it comes to defense. In the past, Churchill was a main port of large contingency of the defense, and it potentially could be again. So Manitoba could be definitely one that'll find great opportunity, but the opportunity for individuals and Indigenous people to come from all over Canada to come and work. I made reference in my... Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, President Chartrand. Prochainement, nous avons Monsieur Lauzon. À vous la parole.
Next, Mr. Lauzon for 6 minutes. Thank you, Chair. I thank all witnesses for joining us today for an evening meeting. For my first question, I have a question for Chief Chartrand. Mr. Chartrand, we just heard from government representatives, ministers. Sorry, Mr. Lauzon. President Chartrand doesn't seem to be hearing interpretation. I get the impression by looking at his face that he's not following.
I don't have it right now. Appreciate. I do have, of course, one of my colleagues beside me does speak French, but I don't. I speak Soto.
So what we can do maybe is I'll have the clerk work with you
because
to
you
figure
have
out
an
how to use
option.
the translation feature.
Okay.
J'en profite pour mentionner que de mon côté, ça semble apparaître.
On my end, though, I'm not getting interpretation either. But others do seem to be hearing interpretation.
We have proper translation for President Chartrand and for Mr. Barcelou-Duval. The meeting is suspended. This meeting back to order. We'll pick up where we left off avec Monsieur Lauzon. Monsieur Lauzon, la parole est à vous. Vous avez 6 minutes encore.
Mr. Lauzon, over to you for 6 full minutes. Thank you. My first question is for Mr. David Chartrand, Chief David Chartrand. First, I'd like to thank all witnesses who are here with us for joining us for this evening meeting. Mr. Chartrand, we just heard from ministers and government officials and representatives. People are telling us that some more work needs to be done. That's what you've said. You've said that the bill is not perfect, but warrants further study for improvement. We have criteria for approval. Should protecting Indigenous rights be included as a criteria? Would that help us better uphold Indigenous rights in moving forward with our projects?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Lauzon. I'm president, not chief, just in case there's a mix-up. Thank you very much. But again, recognizing that Indigenous right exists, First Nations, Métis and Inuit rights, there's a purpose and a reason why Section 35 was created in the Constitution of Canada. And it clearly makes it clear that these rights will be protected by the Constitution of this country. So I think it shouldn't be hard to attach a particular reference to ensuring that Section 35 rights will be adhered to and respected. So, and followed. I think that would be important. The clarity that we're seeking more on was in the consultation section. I know that there's consultations. I read today, Dominic LeBlanc was referencing there'll be consultations throughout, I think, the summer and into the fall. So that's a process. It's going to be an extra few months, and hopefully. But who's going to be consulted? That's going to be the key. We're governments, and I'm a government, and I speak on behalf of all my people. I'm elected democratically by my people, and so my government is also elected by my people. So clearly, at the end of the day, we need to make sure that the inclusionary of our relevant government is at the table. There's going to be Indigenous Advisory Council. We don't know the role and authority of that advisory council. Is it there just for advice? Is it there to have authorities? Does it have any type of powers? So that's the key things we are looking at. Because here's the pressing point for me. As a leader, I don't just look at the problems my people face. I also look at the country of Canada. You know, we were there at World War I, we were there at World War II, we were there at Korean War. We were asked to come in massive numbers, and we came. We came to fight a country that didn't respect our rights. We still came to fight for it. And so at the end of the day, we're going to fight for this country. There's an economic war happening, and we're taking it very seriously. I do not take Trump lightly. I tell you that right now. He can cause so much damage. And my fear right now, and this is what I look at in my cabinet discussions when we're talking, we look at right now we're in a deficit in this country. We're trying to overcome a deficit. Imagine a recession is to kick in. You know, what's it going to look like? And I tell you this, Mr. Lauzon, if there's a recession and cuts are going to start drastically happening in large percentages of dollars, I guarantee you my people will be the first hit. I guarantee you it's the poor and the lower middle class will be hit the hardest. So we've got to defend and fight vigorously to make sure we prevent a recession. That's why I'm supporting Bill 5, because we're at a point of an economic war. And we got to come together. And I know, as I said in my speech yesterday to the Senate, you're asking Indigenous people, you're asking the Métis and Red River to trust the government of Canada, to trust the politicians of Canada, that they will make sure Section 35 rights will be protected and that it will be included. That's a big ask. Now, are you going to give us something in return to make sure that we can trust you, to make sure that it's going to be real, make sure that somebody's not going to burn us at the end of the day and say, sorry, we made a mistake, and your people will suffer again for another 10 years? So again, that's the issue, but we believe strongly in moving forward. I know this agenda, the Prime Minister wants to pass this by July 1st, and he will get my support. Not just because he's the new Prime Minister. If it was Poilievre doing it, I'd give him the same support. Because at the end of the day, I think we're in a position right now, we got to fight for our country, Canada. And that's what's driving me right now to stand behind this bill.
Merci, Monsieur Chartrand. Question rapide.
Thank you, Mr. Chartrand. And now over to Mr. Cunningham for a quick question. Now, I understand your concerns. you shared your concerns about lowering the levels between provinces. And if we lower standards, well, we understand your concerns about that. And any health and safety matters are relevant to all Canadians. C5 does not apply to tobacco because there are no provincial regulations as compared with the federal regulations. If you could add to that, please. Could you speak to our relations with provinces, territories, and Indigenous groups? How would that make us lower safety and security levels to advance projects? Answer. First, with regard to tobacco, Chrystia Freeland spoke in the Senate the other day.
For example, which is a really legitimate area of concern, federal regulations that apply to tobacco apply to the manufacturing, sale, and promotion. There are no provincial regulations on these aspects of tobacco, and that's why this legislation would have no impact on it. C'est pas correct. Les provinces ont des...
That's not okay. Provinces do have laws regarding sales and regulations. In Quebec, in the Tobacco Act, there are 48 mentions of manufacturers and manufacturing, at least in the English version. These laws will be directly in conflict with each other in this regard. Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Do I have time for... I have 30 seconds. All right. I would like to give Sabah Ahmad Khan the chance to speak. The Davy Suzuki Foundation is much respected in Canada. They offer nature-based solutions. Would this help promote projects that are good for nature? For instance, green energy projects, clean energy projects, which might be in line with your foundation's recommendations. Answer. Yes, absolutely. There is some potential in C5. The problem, though, is that the legislation might limit regulation and future regulations. The legislative framework is very vague currently. Unfortunately, we might end up with inconsistent, difficult to understand, politicized versions of the rules. We need to gather together all regulators so that they can be on the same page regarding how they interpret and apply the Act. An example, currently there are factors which will be used to determine whether a project is in the national interest. There's a reference to climate change in 5.1 would contribute, for instance, to clean growth and to meeting Canada's clean growth goals. That's very vague. It would be more specific if we reference Canada's environmental obligations and climate change goals. Thank you very much.
Nous avons M. Barcelo-Duval. À vous la parole.
Next, Mr. Barcelo-Duval. Oh, no. In fact, it will be Mr. Bonnet. Over to you for 6 minutes. Thank you, Chair. I thank the witnesses for joining us this evening. My first question is for Ms. Khan. Ms. Khan, you've spoke about criteria for designating projects as approved. You say that they won't be mandatory, that the government will not have to follow the criteria, and that you would like them to be mandatory. Have I understood you well? Answer, yes, we would like them to be mandatory, and we would like there to be a test to determine whether something is truly in the national interest. There are no mandatory public consultations either, as the legislation currently stands. That's what we would like to see included in Section 5.7. Before recommending that an order be made through subsections 3 or 4, we would like there to be significant consultation of relevant federal ministers, Indigenous groups, members of the public, including Canadians, provinces themselves, NGOs. Consultation is essential to our democracy. The way that the bill is currently drafted shows that there's not enough responsibility. there aren't enough responsibilities, and this could lead to legal challenges. Courts might have trouble determining whether projects do really meet the intention of the legislation. And we can see this everywhere throughout the bill, especially in parts 1 and 2.
You have mentioned that power is being concentrated in the executive branch, thereby weakening Parliament. Could you give us a bit more information about what you may propose? That it be perhaps Parliament rather than decree that designate projects and its conditions? First of all, we believe that this process has been expedited a bit too quickly. It's impossible to consult in 2 years because it should take about 5 years. In amongst the recommendations that we made, our main priority is to remove Articles 21, 22, and 23, 23A and B. Our second priority would be to make sure that the authorizing document respect current departmental regulations and rules when it comes to approving projects and excluding 73, 74, and 75. For the Species at Risk Act guarantees that the project would not compromise the survival of at-risk species. Our third priority is the introduction of requirements when it comes to public consultations, that is adding an Article 8.1, pursuant to which a minister would have to ensure that the public has the opportunity to usefully take part in any decision made pursuant to Section 5, 5.1, 3, 7, paragraph 1, 8.1 and 8.2. The minister also has to provide publicly all pertinent information, including clear descriptions of the project, information received by an entrepreneur or by any other federal department, or any information received by a regulator under 9, 10, 11, and 15, as well as all public information, all information received by Indigenous peoples, if the information is not confidential. All of our amendments can be found in the submission we sent with Eco-Justice on sections 1 and 2. You've also mentioned the tariff crisis, which is currently being instrumentalized by the government to justify this bill. We know that an agreement is currently being negotiated and that should be finalized, a free trade agreement that should be finalized by the end of 2026, it would seem. Do you believe that the current 5-year period is too long, given the fact that in the next 2 years we will have a new free trade agreement and there will no longer be a tariff risk? Should we bring that sunset from 5 years to 2 years, for example? I believe that the risk is real, but as I said in my comments, we should not jeopardize the health of the population and the environment. Not only would it be more strategic to not hedge on renegotiating our agreement with the States and Mexico, I believe that we should rather diversify our trade relations with other countries. In that sense, we note that the European Union has been an ally of Canada for many years. We have a free trade agreement with them already. We see that there's also a market within the EU. They are an example of wariness. Protecting the environment is a pillar of their values, which is closer to Canadian values. Sorry, my apologies, Mrs. Khan. Just my question, to be a bit more specific. Thank you for your explanation, but just to go back to the current 5-year designation for a project. Given that the tariff crisis should be rectified by an agreement with the States, you believe that it should go from 5 to 2 years for the designated period of a project? Our analysis of this bill notes that an authorization process that should take 5 years will take 2 years, but there are many associated risks. And so the issue we have right now is that there's not enough consultation. we've heard from many different perspectives. People that don't agree about this bill, which clearly means that we need to consult. We can't just adopt this rapidly. Thank you very much, Mrs. Khan.
Mr. Albus, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank all of our witnesses for coming and sharing your testimony here tonight. I'm not going to have time to ask everyone all the questions that I would have, but I do appreciate your presence. I'll start with the Canadian Cancer Society. Obviously, quick, just need to remind everyone, we do have an all-party cancer caucus where we talk a lot about these issues. So if people would like to know more about that, I'd be happy to share about that. But going to the Canadian Cancer Society, thanks for being here. Now, when you're talking about the changes in C5 that would allow for a provincial standard to be recognized in an area of federal. So, for example, on a Canadian Armed Forces base or a First Nations Indigenous community or a national park, if a building was to be constructed and it had the use of, under the federal rules, no asbestos, for example, in the use of certain materials, what you're saying here is that if this law was to pass, then if a province allows a certain amount of asbestos in that building material, that could be used instead? Do I have that right?
Yeah, so I think it doesn't apply just to places in federal jurisdiction, such as armed forces bases or a national park or RCMP or federal government property, as you've, and so on. It applies generally the way the bill is currently drafted. So that's of concern to us. And the example directly given by the government is that, washing machines, to energy efficiency standards. It's not just on places that are under federal responsibility, such as federal government property or military bases and so on, forces bases. It would apply in general, provided there's interprovincial trade. And in a lot of product categories, there's a lot of interprovincial trade. So that's where our concern arises.
Okay. Can you give me a tangible product? So what would be the difference, though, in a washing machine and under a lesser standard, in your opinion, versus a higher one being held by the federal government?
Well, one example would be asbestos, where the federal government bans asbestos in products, in building materials, whereas provinces allow a certain percentage. Now, it's still a low percentage, but it's asbestos.
Could you name which provinces have these standards?
Well, Ontario would be one. There are many provinces.
Well, but let's. Yeah,
I can get back to the committee.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind writing that, because I do think that's important for people to know.
Yeah, but there are multiple provinces in this context, and they have different percentage standards. And the way the bill is currently written, the spirit is if you comply with this provincial standard, if it's interprovincial trade, then the federal standard does not have to be complied with. It would be considered to be sufficient, to deal with the federal standard. And
so it's much wider than just a federal building that could be built with a provincial standard of materials.
Absolutely. And another example, is tobacco products, where there's both federal and provincial regulation. The federal government bans menthol and flavors in cigarettes. Provinces and territories, a good number of them, more than half of them, have their own provisions with respect to flavors in
term of sale. I think it's what it's called. They get to set the terms of sale, what can be sold, what packaging, how it can be advertised, etc. within the store.
Yeah, in terms of the flavors in cigarettes, the provincial restrictions are less than the federal. And so the way the bill is written, if there's interprovincial trade, which for cigarettes there's only a couple of factories in the country, then you could comply with the provincial standard and not the federal standard.
So what are the provinces that have a lesser standard than the federal one?
Well, you would have the 4 Atlantic provinces, you would have Ontario, Quebec, you would have several of the territories that would be among those.
Okay, so really only Western Canada, by the sounds, is not, they seem to have at least a same standard as the federal government, is that correct?
Well, they don't have any standards necessarily.
Oh.
So the federal one would prevail, unless there's interprovincial trade. But it does say that, if you are an Ontario company and you want to ship to BC, which has no standard, then you could comply with the Ontario standard, the way the bill's written.
So I'm not a
in
lawyer,
BC.
but I do know the Comeau case the Supreme Court heard, and they did say that provinces, for example, if they had a legitimate health and safety factor, but not as a primary deterrent to stop interprovincial trade, but had those legitimate health and safety issues. So if this law does pass unamended, does that, again, it might be unfair because you may not have legal counsel to advise on this, but to me it sounds like the federal government would have the same ability just to say we're not accepting that lower standard. But then enforceability, I think, is the challenge here.
Yeah,
15-second response, please, sir.
Sure. So I'm a lawyer, and I specialize, done a lot of work in this area, especially because of the number of legal challenges to tobacco legislation. And it's been recognized that health and tobacco are concurrent federal responsibilities. So provinces, when they've had legal challenges, they've been upheld. But this bill would change things when there's a stronger federal standard. And depending on the facts, very often, compliance with the weaker provincial standard would be sufficient. And that, from our perspective, that's a problem.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albus, and thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Next, we'll go to Mr. Greaves. Mr. Greaves, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is for Grand Chief Mercredi. Thank you for being with us today, sir. Before this group of witnesses, the committee heard from several of the cabinet ministers responsible for the implementation of this bill, including the Minister of Indigenous Services. And the question around consultation with First Nations and other Indigenous communities, the question around free, prior, and informed consent, and UNDRIP and Section 35 were all raised and posed to the minister. And she reassured the committee that those considerations remain fundamental to the government's approach to this legislation, but also more broadly to the projects that would subsequently be introduced under this legislation. I'm wondering if you could respond, sir, to the suggestion that because this bill doesn't actually authorize any projects, it creates a framework by which projects would be assessed, that the consultation that is required of the federal government under its treaty obligations, under its constitutional obligations to First Nations and other Indigenous peoples would be met at the next stage once specific projects were put forward, and then the appropriate rights holders, the affected nations and communities, would be identified, obviously, based on that project, and it's at that stage that consultation and consent would be achieved with those nations. If you could respond to that, please.
Thank you for the question. Well, it'd be fair to say from our perspective that there's a very severe lack of trust with the federal government, the government of Canada, when it comes to treaties and implementation of our rights. Right now, with the bill, it doesn't reinforce our rights. And if it's not in there, we'd have to make sure that it's in the bill to reinforce our rights, FPIC and also UNDRIP. The reason we ask for that is because we don't have that trust within. We don't have that trust built between ourselves and the federal government. So that's one of the main reasons I'm here, is to voice that opinion that we need to have some substantive amendments in this bill to have our First Nations and our First People accept it. As mentioned before, the last thing we want to do is hold up industry and projects with court cases, and this is exactly where it's headed. When we're not at the table at the beginning of the projects, it really undermines our responsibility to our people and to our nation. That's why, to move forward, we need the federal government to work with the Indigenous nations, with the rights holders, with the treaty nations. Treaty is what allows Canada to exist. Treaty is what allows Alberta to exist. It's what allows you to be here. And in saying that, each and every person here in Canada is a treaty person, because it's what allows them to be here. It's what allows you to be here. We have to understand that, resource in industries and, economic reconciliation are very important to us. We have to understand that a lot of times our nations are feeling the repercussions of industry in our area, but we receive no benefit. So what would make this any different than any other piece of legislation that's been passed down in history when it comes to our people. How does the Government of Canada expect us to trust them when in the past it's been shown that we have no reason to trust the federal government? So we will come in here and we will put recommendations forward for the amendments, and that way there's placeholders that we can use to say that we've been here and we've sat here and we've explained our issues. And if it ends up in courts, a lot of times these types of discussions would be used. So we're here to put you on notice that these are serious issues that have to be rectified before we can move forward in a reasonable way. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chief. Building on the same general theme, one of the discussions that's come up a great deal is how, for the reasons that you just outlined, the very clear failures of Canada to meet its treaty obligations to First Nations over many, many years, many decades, and the need to ensure that Indigenous peoples benefit from economic development and growth going forward, that one of the potential benefits of this legislation would be allowing a greater role for Indigenous peoples to benefit from projects that they might put forward and might be accelerated under this project of national interest framework. I understand there's at least one nation in northern Alberta, the Fort McKay Nation, that's actually submitted a proposal to this committee that includes kind of a project that they would like to see put forward. I'm wondering if you could speak to whether meaningful Indigenous consultation, of course, but also meaningful Indigenous participation and benefit in those economic projects would be a step towards building the trust and building towards reconciliation, as you were describing.
Yes, on the point of Fort McKay First Nation, they have a very robust environmental policy built for their nation that's recognized, and they've done a lot for their community. They feel like they can move forward with this type of legislation because they're protected in certain ways. They've built themselves up to be very responsible within their nation and also within their traditional territory. When we talk about the economics regarding our people and this new bill, so they're talking about billions, possibly trillions of dollars coming out of the natural resources of our territories. Well, today there's billions and trillions of dollars coming out of our territories when we talk about resources, and we don't receive a share of it. We don't receive a cent. Thank you. Why would that change today? What line item in this legislation protects our rights? It's why we're here. We understand what the federal government is looking for. We understand what Canada needs. It's time that Canada looks at us and asks us what we need and come to the table. They can't keep pushing us aside. There's many grievances that our people have. Industry, politicians, cities reap benefits from our resources. We don't receive any benefits. And that's today, 2025. The treaty's been in place over 125 years. Canada has benefited, the provinces have benefited, industry have benefited, yet we're in poverty. How is it today that we can sit here today and talk about economic reconciliation and economic ability of our nations when there is really no economic relationship between the federal government and the nations? We have to, it's why our nations are starting to protect themselves. And when we have nations like Fort McKay that do have a project they would like to move forward, we support it because it's on their terms. We support Fort McKay. We support all these nations that would like to have industry within their areas. We're not adverse to industry. What we're adverse to is not being treated respectfully and responsibly within our own territories.
Thank you, Grand Chief. Thank you very much, Mr. Greaves. Prochainement, nous avons Monsieur Bonin. À vous la parole, 2 minutes.
Mr. Bonin, 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Khan, do you share your colleagues from Eco-Justice's position saying that this bill would allow the government to have superpowers and that this is unprecedented in environmental law? I completely agree. This creates a centralized process only one authorization from the federal level would be required to replace all the other ones under current statutes, regulations that were democratically adopted. This level of discretion is unprecedented. Not only that, but the bill was also very silent when it comes to timelines. Timelines with regards to provincial regulations. For us, this is a quasi-unconstitutional act because it does not respect the division of powers between various levels of government. It also violates the inherent rights, treaty rights for Indigenous peoples, which has already been mentioned. Are you concerned by the fact that a minister can, through decree, pre-approve projects before we are even aware of the impacts of these projects, like in the environmental impacts? Do you think that gives too much power to the minister? Absolutely. I referred to this earlier in my comments on the vague wording of the bill. All it does is it sweeps aside health and environmental protection statutes. We are in a humanitarian crisis, a biodiversity crisis, and we see that a lot of progress has been made with regards to our commitments towards the environment, towards species at risk, and that's part of our survival. With what we see through this bill under its current wording is a complete sweeping aside of what has been done up to now.
Mr. Muse, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for taking time out to be here with us today. Let me pick up a little bit with Mr. Cunningham and Ms. Sonia, because you talked about one of the flaws in C5 being overriding various pieces of federal legislation. And obviously, there was some discussion about provincial legislation and which one trumps that. Are there any specific provincial acts that you would suggest should be flagged as
Mr. Albus and the chair for your work and leadership as co-chairs of the Cancer Caucus. So thank you. The government, I think it would be very helpful if the government provided a list as to which federal laws, would be affected. There's quite a lot of federal and provincial laws that do have some effects in the same area. We don't have that list. We've identified certain areas, that we have worked on, with respect to cancer, in terms of tobacco and asbestos. But undoubtedly, there's quite a lot. There's quite a substantial list, and I think it'd be helpful if that was provided, so that would support further examination.
You mentioned that you had a suggestion for an amendment. Could you
Yes.
elaborate on that?
So many international free trade agreements contain exceptions for health and environment, whether it's the WTO, Trans-Pacific Partnership, the Canada-U.S.-Mexican Agreement, and there could be one there. And it's in the Canadian Free Trade Agreement as well. And if we had, a very simple amendment to add in Section 7, a C, a Clause C, pertains to a matter other than health and the environment, that would deal with the problem. It wouldn't affect other parts of the bill, but it's simply with respect to this issue of when there are, internal trade and federal and provincial laws.
And thank you. And I will echo your thanks to Mr. Albus and Mr. Schiffke and their chairmanship of the Cancer Caucus, which is all party, and so we've all had a chance to benefit from that. I'm going to turn now to President Chartrand, and you indicated that the bill's not perfect, but you perhaps saw opportunity in it if implemented well. So what would it take for this bill to be improved to the point of the certainty you would need for your nation to invest in projects?
Thank you for the question. But first, let me say this. I echo my statements again. I am worried about Canada right now. I'm worried as a leader as a founder of Manitoba, or people who bought Manitoba and Western Canada into Confederation. We paid an ultimate price for that, and we still suffer over that. But my issue here, when you look at it, is that we need to come together. I understand there are conservatives and liberals who be supporting this. I commend both of you, because at the end of the day, we're in trouble in this country. And so when I look at the bill, of course, I am like no one. If you want to know what the worst treated anywhere would be the Métis. We never are invited anywhere. We're rights bearing. We're in the Constitution of this country, and we're looking through the windows all the time and to see everybody else negotiate. So we're at a stage now to finalize our treaty, which hopefully will change the 154 years in the waiting. But when you look at it, consultation is going to be a fundamental one. And I'll give you a good one. And I know conservatives are in the economic engine world. And when you look at the procurement system you have right now in Canada, there's a 5% set aside that's already set in place. Now, when you talk multi-billions, it does make a massive impact with employment, jobs, opportunity, businesses. So if you could expand that even better in the context of this agreement, how big industry is going to come in there. When industry comes, let's understand, let's be frank with each other here. When industry comes, there are shareholders behind this. There are a lot of people putting a lot of their money into these businesses that come to invest in the multi-billions. And so there's a risk factor for all of them. And if they see something that's going to be potentially at risk, they're not going to want to put their money in there. So they need the trust and responsibility as for us to give up our possession, that we will support it to the end to make sure it's viable and workable, and it's profit making for everyone, including our country, Canada. So when we look at it in the long run, the consultation issue needs clarity. The advisory council, who are they going to speak to? Who are they going to invite to sit in the table? And what powers does it have? Is this for show? Will it have some authority? And when we sit down with private industry, are we going to assure there's going to be set aside? Are we going to assure that private industry does not look at the bottom purse only, actually looks at what part of the Indigenous relationship will there be in there? Who will be in there? And how much of that will be shared with them? So if we get clarity, well, I support this country with all my heart. I want to make it very clear. I will support Bill C-5 on the premise I have to make sure this country overcomes this economic war. And yes, 5 years is a long time. I know 2 years that we're trying to get a green light to go ahead with the project. And this is a 5-year opportunity that exists for Canada as a government to do something right or wrong and hurt us or not hurt us or really make us grow. So I thank you for that question, but there's areas in there that can be easily fixed. The Prime Minister can call a meeting so quickly like he did with all the premiers and territorial leaders in this country. He can do the same for us. And we can have probably in 2 days have this thing debated, screamed out, yelled at, come to a conclusion, what we all believe would make us comfortable.
Thank you very much, President Chartrand. And finally, for this round of testimony, we have Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Kellaway, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to say thank you to all the witnesses here for providing some very important information and insight. In particular, I'll start with the Cancer Society. So got a special place in my heart for you folks because my mom used to volunteer back in the 70s and 80s, and she took a little Mike Kellaway with her door to door every April, and she passed away last year to cancer, so I have a special place for the work you do. I'm wondering if we could do it this way, because we've heard a lot of great testimony from everyone here. And your testimony up top, your opening statements, if there are 3 things that you want us to leave with today or after the session, what are they? Because I want to capture it because it's fresh in our minds. So I'm going to come to you in a second. And my second question is for President Chartrand. Appreciate and respect the importance of consultation. It's sacrosanct in going forward. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about what your nation envisions in terms of potential projects, but I want to go deeper than that, Mr. Chartrand. I want to talk about how that impacts your nation in terms of jobs, economic development opportunity, and moving forward united. So we'll start with the Cancer Society, and then we'll go to Mr. Chartrand, President Chartrand. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Kellaway, and thank you for all of your family's contribution and sharing what you did. I'm going to gave us the opportunity to have 3 takeaways. I'm going to offer one. And I think it's just that the bill has an unintended consequence. And Minister LeBlanc before the Senate yesterday was asked about asbestos and whether there could be lesser standards for asbestos. And his response was, that would be an outcome that's absolutely unacceptable to us. So I think there's a bit of a disconnect in terms of the current drafting of the bill and what is not expected. That's not the intent. So I think that's an opportunity to fix it, either through an amendment to the bill or through regulations that are still to be adopted. And I think that's a nonpartisan thing, and that'd be our one takeaway to leave with this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Chantran, in terms of my questions with respect to the opportunities, yes, in terms of projects for your nation, in your region, but also the impacts that you would want to see in terms of projects. For example, in my neck of the woods in Atlantic Canada, the focus right now is on the electrification of the grid and through offshore wind and hydro. But I want to see absolutes, the strongest connections economically or otherwise to the Mi'kmaq. So I'm pretty much asking the same type of question or the premise. If you can provide us some insight on that, I appreciate it.
Thank you for the question, and let me continue with your message there. In Manitoba, I want to commend my Premier Wapkanu, the NDP here in Manitoba. What they envisioned is now an inclusionary process of Indigenous governments coming to play a role on the future of energy. In Manitoba, right now, there's 600 megawatts that's been put out for tender, but it's only for Indigenous governments to bid on, and they must be and always maintain 51% ownership. So we are actually bidding right now to our government on 200 to 300 megawatt. And that's going to light up Ottawa. If you want to ask how much power that is, it's a lot of power. So when you start looking at it, that's a good example of how it can be done. We're also looking at the future of Port of Churchill. Again, there'll be a very big role for Indigenous governments to be owners and participants. Now, industry it reversed the ideology of actually us knocking on the door and begging industry if we can come in and get a job. The wraparound now, the change is that industry is knocking on our door now because we have 100% control, and this is only we can tender for this, and only we can own this. So it's a different change maker, a big one. Enbridge is another example. We have a very good partnership with Enbridge. And the president and I had a good relationship. And you know what happens in the danger of it? That's why the question of what type of security should we have? What kind of protection should we have if we allow national interests and national companies, maybe not even from Canada, are going to come bid on making pipelines or making mines or natural resources. They're going to be after us. So when you look at it, Enbridge, for example, we had a bid from an American company. We partnered with an American company and we won the bid. Right after he won the bid, the American company came back to us and said, okay, now we're going to renegotiate your percentage. He said, whoa, wait a second. You won the bid based on our numbers and your numbers. You can't come back and change it. He said, yes, we can. So I met the president of Enbridge. He contacted them, said, if you do not honor that bid, you're out. You're gone. Trust me, they honored the bid immediately. So, but it takes a good relationship for the president to take it seriously and call the component that was bidding on this, trying to, I will say, cheat us at the end of the day. So we have to be careful with big company because they're, as I said, shareholders are their bosses, and that's what they report to. But at the end of the day, we need to make sure that there's going to be guaranteed set-asides. There's going to be a guaranteed assurances that industry must and shall, all the proper legal jargon you want to use, have no choice but to have us at the table, inclusionary, and the environmental side. But what does worry me is that if it's not government to government, nation to nation, and that's what your government has been proposing now for quite a number of years, it's essential it stays that way. Like, I no disrespect to Dave Suzuki. I'm a very big fan of his. But when they keep on talking about Indigenous people, they never ask me what my views are. But they speak on us, speak about us. So I'm not criticizing them, but I just don't like when somebody speaks about what my issues are and what's concerning me.
Thank you, Mr. Chartrand. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. On behalf of all committee members, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Grand Chief Mercredi, President Chartrand, Ms. Khan, and as well as representatives from the Canadian Cancer Society, Ms. Sonea, as well as Mr. Cunningham. Thank you for being so flexible and for coming here on such short notice. I wish you a safe return home. The meeting will suspend for a couple of minutes to allow the clerk to welcome the next round of witnesses. With that, this meeting is suspended. I'd like to begin by welcoming our witnesses for the next hour and sharing a few comments for their benefit. Firstly, please wait until I recognize you as the chair by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you're not speaking. For those on Zoom, at the bottom of your screen, you can select the appropriate channel for interpretation, either floor, English, or French. For those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select the desired channel. I'd now like to welcome our witnesses colleagues. From the Carpenters Regional Council, we have Finn Johnson, Director of Government Relations and Communications. Welcome to you, sir. From the International Union of Operating Engineers, we have Stephen Schumann, Canadian Government Affairs Director. Welcome to you, sir. And from the Raven Indigenous Outcomes Fund, we have Jeffrey Cyr, Managing Partner. Welcome to you. And from Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation, we have Chief Sheldon Sunshine joining us by video conference. Sir, I welcome you to our committee today as well. We're going to begin with our opening remarks, and for that, I will turn it over to Mr. Johnson. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members of the committee for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Finn Johnson, and I'm the Director of Government Relations and Communications for the Carpenters Regional Council, an affiliate of the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America. The UBC represents nearly 75,000 members of the Carpenters Union in Canada, working across a wide range of sectors within the skilled trades, including carpenters, drywallers, millwrights, scaffolders, concrete formworkers, pile drivers, and many more professions within the construction industry. Our members are at the forefront of building and maintaining the critical infrastructure Canada relies on, including energy projects, hospitals, schools, mining projects, homes, and more. Our union also prides itself on delivering industry-leading training at our 42 training centres across Canada. Canada is at a critical juncture in our country's development. To meet our economic potential, we need to build. This is an area our members know more about than most. By fast-tracking these projects, we will be creating good jobs for working people. When unnecessary red tape holds up construction projects, our world-class workforce is underutilized, sitting on the out-of-work list with the inability to contribute their skills to what Canada needs: infrastructure development and housing. Beyond existing tradespeople, nation-building projects have the potential to be mobilized to grow Canada's workforce, leading to career opportunities for workers that didn't exist previously in regions where these projects are happening, including in rural and Indigenous communities. As new projects begin, our union engages in targeted outreach within the communities where the work will take place, ensuring that the benefits of these developments are directly felt by local workers and apprentices. We have a proven track record of this, including partnering with Saugeen Ojibwe Nation on our Building Futures program for work in Ontario's nuclear sector, and with many other programs like it. Canada is anticipated to face a severe labor shortage in construction over the next decade, with 20% of the existing workforce retiring. Tackling this issue will require us to break down barriers for out-of-province workers to access this work. We're called journey persons for a reason. Careers in our industry require us to travel for work. Many people don't believe there is a labor mobility problem in construction, given the nationally recognized Red Steel standard. However, that only applies to those that have completed their apprenticeship and passed their Red Steel exam. This does not encompass those that are still completing their apprenticeship or aren't within a registered apprenticeship program. Our union has already broken down interprovincial barriers for all the technical training we deliver at our 42 training centers. So if you're doing a scaffolding course, no matter where you are, it's the same curriculum. However, for safety training, each province still requires workers to meet their respective standards prior to beginning work after moving from another province, even when that individual has an up-to-date certification for the exact same training. This means lost wages while waiting for courses, paying third-party training fees, and repetition of existing knowledge. One of our members, Craig, is a journeyperson carpenter from Ontario that moved to Fort McMurray for a project. Although he was fully certified to work in Ontario when he moved, and Ontario's safety certification standards are among the highest in the country, he was still required to complete 4 8-hour courses before starting work in Alberta. These courses cost him hundreds of dollars in addition to the lost wages he incurred while waiting for certification over that 1-week period. The solution isn't simply adopting the lowest common denominator for safety training across provinces. This would create a race to the bottom, as some provinces don't actually mandate safety certifications to work on job sites. The requirements are entirely employer-driven. We want a race to the top, with the national safety standard being the gold standard. A harmonized national health and safety framework will create a mobile, efficient, and safe construction workforce. We are in support of Bill C-5, and we look forward to continuing to be part of the conversation as Canada reduces barriers to labor mobility for construction workers and accelerates timelines for shovel-ready projects, which will create good jobs for our skilled trades workforce. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Next, we'll go to Mr. Schuman. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. On behalf of the International Union of Operating Engineers, I'm pleased to be speaking on Bill C-5. Our members build and maintain Canada's infrastructure. They help construct our nation's hydro dams, mines, nuclear plants, solar farms, wind turbines, pipelines. In short, we build it all. Recently, our members have worked on TMX, LNG Canada, Line 3, Churchill Falls, Bruce, Darlington SMR, Site C, Coastal GasLink. Labor mobility is an essential part of building a stronger and more integrated economy, but must not come at the cost of safety, quality, or the value of skilled trades. Recognizing credentials across jurisdictions only works if standards are aligned and enforced. If we begin to recognize training and certifications that do not meet the same high standards, we risk a race to the bottom. So we must expand and promote the Red Seals trades. The credentials of a worker in one jurisdiction should only be transferable to another if training and testing are equivalent in both scope and quality. Bill C-5 must ensure that only the highest standards of skills and training are recognized when workers travel between provinces and territories. We support Bill C-5's goal of speeding up project delivery, but let's be clear, faster is good only if the benefit flows to Canadians. If these changes make it easier for companies to bring in foreign labor or bypass Canadian suppliers, the result will be fewer good jobs and lost opportunities for the people who live here. This is not the way to build a stronger economy. Bill C-5 should be amended to include protection for Canadian jobs, safety, and standards. There's also a potential, if amended, for Bill C-5 to open the door to meaningful careers in the skilled trades. There's a real opportunity for engaged youth, women, Indigenous people, and other unrepresented communities who are often overlooked or discouraged from entering the trades. That needs to change. With the right investment and supports, this legislation can help a new generation of workers access stable, well-paying careers in the skilled trades. To try to build an inclusive workforce, the federal government needs to include a requirement that all projects in national interest, as outlined in Bill C-5, be subject to community benefit agreements or a project labor agreement, especially funded with federal dollars. British Columbia has already shown how this can work. The BC Infrastructure Benefit Model ensured that large-scale public projects prioritize local hiring, provide apprenticeship opportunities, and include equity targets for Indigenous people, women, and others who are often left out of major builds. While the percentage of Indigenous and female participants in construction in BC were at 6% and 5% respectively, under the BCIB model of community benefit agreements, the BC government was able to increase these participation levels to 14% and 8%. They also guarantee fair wages, benefits, safe working conditions for all workers on the project. These agreements also provide certainty, accountability, and help strengthen Canada's workforce by making apprenticeship and training an integral part of every major project. Over the $14.7 billion in projects covered by these agreements, 92% of the workers were BC residents, and 31% were trainees and apprentices. And 14% of these apprentices obtained their journey person status while working on these projects. So we ask the community to recognize the importance of protecting labor standards, supporting Canadian workers, and opening the door wider for those who have historically been underrepresented in the trades through project labor agreements or community benefit agreements. Bill C-5 can be a powerful tool in building an economy that works for everyone, but only if it is backed by clear requirements and a strong commitment to Canadian workers. Thank you for this opportunity, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schuman. Next, we'll have Mr. Cyr. À vous la parole. 3 minutes, s'il vous plaît. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss Bill C-5. My name is Jeff Cyr. I'm the founder, managing partner of Raven Outcomes, an Indigenous-led fund manager, private capital investor, focused on investing in the well-being of Indigenous communities by transforming how capital flows into meaningful initiatives and projects. We finance outcomes, not just programs, ensuring every dollar is tied to measurable results in areas such as housing, clean energy, health, and employment. Our model is grounded in accountability and self-determination. Indigenous communities lead every stage of the process, defining the problem, co-designing the solution, implementing the project. Funding is provided upfront by private and philanthropic capital. Governments only pay once independently verified results are achieved, like lower energy bills, better housing, and improved employment. In essence, outcomes finance is a results-based investment strategy that empowers Indigenous leadership and community-driven solutions. Raven Outcomes was created in response to a clear message from communities. We know what works, We just need funding to respect our ways, and you've heard a bit of that today and in the previous panel. As Canada's first and the world's only Indigenous-led outcomes fund, we were built to address this need and are committed to consultation, partnership, and the inherent right of self-determination. In considering Bill C-5, I echo the words of National Chief Woodhouse, who stated yesterday before the Senate Committee of the Whole, deep consultation involves a two-way exchange of information sharing accompanied by substantive dialogue. Through our work at Raven Outcomes, we have seen firsthand how consultation and partnership with individual Indigenous communities leads not only to better outcomes for these communities, like jobs and economic development, but also can ensure the government achieves its own goals, such as accelerating the development of major national projects. The government's duty to consult is essential. We firmly believe that better outcomes will be achieved when governments and project proponents engage with Indigenous communities early in the process. By partnering from the outset and collaboratively developing community-driven outcomes, projects can align both local priorities and national goals. Meaningful engagement and community input into agreed-upon outcomes are absolutely critical. Early involvement also enables work to begin at the community level while broader approvals are underway. Ensuring time is used efficiently. We're not waiting for 2 years or 5 years. We are starting work now. And demonstrating that government's immediate commitment to fulfilling its duty to consult. This approach can lead to the government meeting its goal to expedite national projects, a goal that we fully support. But this can only be done with deep and meaningful dialogue with impacted communities and agreed upon outcomes to benefit each community. The Carney government has stated that it is committed to advancing economic reconciliation through reforms that enable Indigenous-led initiatives and address the long-standing inequities. Appropriate consultation and partnership, as in the outcomes finance model that we use, can ensure that Indigenous communities see real economic and social benefits at the local level while being part of national efforts. Through our work with Indigenous nations such as Peguis First Nation, Broken Head First Nation, others, where we have done direct investments this year, we have seen that when communities are empowered to identify and address their priority issues and see real benefits, it creates positive ripple effects for all Canadians by driving greater investment in both the Indigenous and broader Canadian economies. That's why we're working to scale a new model of investing through a proposed National Indigenous Outcomes Fund, a smarter, more accountable way to deliver on national priorities in true partnership with Indigenous communities. Thank you for your time. Happy to respond to questions.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Mr. Cyr. And next, we'll go with Chief Sunshine. You have the floor, sir. 3 minutes, please. Sir, I'm going to ask you please to unmute your microphone before you begin, and then I'll restart the clock so you have your 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Tansi, my name is Sheldon Sunshine. I'm Chief of the Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation, Treaty 8 Territory, in what is now northwestern Alberta. I'll limit my comments to Part 2 of Bill 5, the Building Canada Act. Our ancestors entered into the treaty with the Imperial Crown in 1899 before Alberta existed. The Crown guaranteed our ability to continue our way of life if we agreed to allow you into our territories and to share our lands. Our ancestors would never imagine these new levels of governments and the impacts of on our people and how Canada has implemented its side of this relationship. The rate that this legislation has gone through Parliament is unprecedented. There are no House studies. The House has no studies, has not heard from experts, has not weighed evidence. Now we're in fast-track committee. Crown obligations to First Nation can't be fast-tracked. This is why, as drafted, this legislation will only cause delay on regulatory uncertainty and litigation. The first issue with this bill is absence of consultation. Canada is legally bound by the principle of free, prior, and informed consent, FPIC. FPIC is more than an FYI. But we have not even received an FYI with this legislation. We received a notice from a corporate entity while the Prime Minister met with premiers and industry executives. Now we learn in a newspaper that there is a plan for an advisory committee to manufacture consent and to again exclude the rights holding First Nations. And when you then say economic reconciliation, if the government wanted to work with First Nations, they would have handled this legislation rolled out better. We are afterthoughts. We still have not been informed which projects are on the wish list. We suspect for us it's more oil and gas, pipelines, data centers, coal, and nuclear projects. All have devastating impacts on our rights. The second issue with this legislation is it will cause federal Crown to breach its obligation to us in 3 important ways.
First, the federal government will unlawfully delegate power to exempt projects from federal laws, including the Indian Act. This usurps the House of Commons and the Senate and breaches the federal crown's obligation to us. Second, this bill will create a situation where federal requirements are deemed to be met regardless of impacts. This is unconstitutional. The mention of consultation in this bill does not fix that. The consultation provisions give a minister discretion to decide if we must be consulted, and only if they decide we will be adversely affected. The bill does not mention corresponding duty to accommodate, and FPIC is MIA. Third, the federal crown is breaching its obligations by abandoning us defenseless against Alberta impotent regulators. Our land has already been heavily impacted by provincial green-lighted development and the consequent climate change, to the point we were almost wiped out by catastrophic fire in 2023 when we lost 39 buildings. We still have members that have yet to return home. Our territory is more than 90% taken up by conventional oil and gas, forestry, agriculture, urban expansion, and crown land sales, all rammed through with little, if any, consultation from the province. In Alberta, we're forced to deal with industry proponents when the province obligation to consult with us. The entire consultation regime is unconstitutional. It's unworkable. We received hundreds of requests to consult on new projects every year. Alberta gives us $110,000 for this work. This is deliberately inadequate to respond. We can't keep up. Following this empty consultations, authorizations are already fast-tracked through Alberta regulators. We have a saying that Alberta has not seen a permit it doesn't like. The Alberta Energy Regulators is fully funded by the same industry it regulates. Industry in turn monitors itself. For this reason, it is called a captured regulator. For example, CST Coal spilled over 1.1 million liters of toxic tailings into the Smoky River upstream from us and received a $22,000 fine. Further north, Imperial Oil spilled 5.3 million liters of tailings into the Athabasca River Basin and received a $50,000 fine. These grossly inadequate sanctions are just one form of environmental racism we face. The breach of federal duties cannot be rectified through loan guarantees for us to buy into projects that will ultimately destroy our land and people. This is your view of economic reconciliation, meaning we must abide by Canada's economic project as willing investors instead of participating as treaty partners. It's the same troubling language that the Alberta Premier uses. We expected more from this government. To be clear, we reject this legislation in its entirety and the process that it has been concocted to get us here. Simple amendments cannot solve the deep treaty and rights violations contained in this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Sunshine. We'll begin our line of questioning today with Ms. Stubbs. Ms. Stubbs, the floor is yours. You have 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of the witnesses for being here today and for your testimony. Mr. Sear, I thought maybe I would just start with some questions related to your business. I thought you might want to expand on the model that you do deploy to get through full consultation. Especially, I noticed your comments of the importance of defining terms up front, defining your goals up front, and then early and ongoing engagement to ensure that objectives are met. I wonder if you might expand on your own model and apply it to C5 for people who want to see successful outcomes and the construction of big major projects done in a good way.
Okay, so I'll just start a little bit on who we are. So I'm one of the founders of Raven Indigenous Capital Partners, private capital, did venture capital, 2 or 3 funds investing in businesses. What I discovered in that process is that we weren't really addressing community need. Okay, it's a good model, does certain things, certain economic activity comes out of it, but we were getting calls, particularly from communities, as we have problems to address, and the capital's not showing up in the right way. Meaning, A, it's either government programs or grants, and it's usually limited, puts you in a box, doesn't really do the thing that you need it to do. Or it's private capital, which is pretty extractive on especially natural resource projects. So you need a different way of approaching it. So what Raven Outcomes does is we pool private capital, some philanthropic as well if we need to do pre-development work. But we go into community and we build a relationship. Frankly, it's all about relationship at the end of the day. And in building the relationship, we hear about what the community's priorities are, what their needs are. We bring disparate actors together. We often have Indigenous Solutions Lab where we can problem solve it. You also get to know what the community's assets and strengths are. and where the real capacities need to be built. You're not guessing from an outside looking in. The community is telling you. And then when you understand what their priorities are, you can understand how to construct projects around that, which at the end of the day, you actually want them to lead. Because when a community owns a project, has the ownership of it, like the deep personal ownership of it, the successful execution is nearly guaranteed. Because when you run across problems like once in a century floods, which happened to us in we were doing geothermal on reserve residential housing, it happened, we were able to adjust with them to actually help them because we had existing stock and supplies that we had purchased and put aside to put into other homes. So we could be helpful. It was a relationship and it was deep engagement. So my comment on, in the context of C5, major national projects are great, but relationships start today, frankly. And you need to build them from the ground up, like the chief indicated, have deep conversations and actually build the path, the roadmap, where then you have, you know, multi-billion-dollar projects that can be executed on with local willing partners. And they actually help you adjust projects. Because, you know, project planners are great, engineers are great. But when you get into the reality of being inside the community, you might need to adjust how these things get executed on. Our model is predicated on relationship first, money second.
Thank you. And so thank you for mapping that out. And then it seems completely understandable to me then that Canadians are raising concerns that there wasn't early consultation either in the construction of this bill or to the objective that it seeks to achieve, particularly with rights and title holders. So, and you have spoken about trust, and so have you, Chief Sunshine, and thank you for being here today. So I wonder, given the many points that you have made, are you also concerned about the fact that there is no clear definitions of national interest? There are no definitions of criteria for either projects or communities. And, you know, we have been told by the AFN National Chief that so far rights and title holders and treaty people, which the people in the Treaty 6 that I represent remind me all the time, we are all treaty people. Do you have, can you extend on your concerns on the lack of consultation with rights and title holders and how the government can actually do that to get to the objective they say they want to achieve?
Thank you for that question. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine, Chief Sunshine.
Thank you. You know, I haven't been in this position for very long. It's been 3 years, and from what I've witnessed over the last 3 years and been watching from afar over my lifetime, you know, we have this understanding of what treaty is as First Nation people. And I think that's where the disconnect is with the governments. They have a written text that they'd like to follow and not what was promised to us at the beginning of the treaty. So when we take a look at some of these discussions that are happening nationally, whether it's provincially or nationally, some of these major projects, and they're talking about the amount of revenue or the amount of resources that these projects are going to utilize. When we're listening to this stuff, it's coming from a place where we're ownership. We should be included in some of these discussions, and I think that's a missing piece here. Whether it's provincial government or federal government, we have to get back to that understanding. You know, like who was here when contact was made? Our people were here. So I think we have to get back to the discussion on ownership and having a real partnership. And I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
And so when you observe this bill that has massive sweeping federal powers for the federal government and for all kinds of legitimate reasons, Indigenous people in Canada are right to be skeptical and to question sweeping authoritarian decision-making powers by politicians. Do you, at this point in terms of C5, have trust that the government is going to be able to accomplish what it is telling Canadians it wants to do with consultation and consent among Indigenous people so that these major projects can be built in a good way?
Thank you. I think the key word there is trust. And over the since 125 years, or even before contact, we've always been trusting people. But I think it's time that we don't have. We're losing that trust. You know, I think the Grand Chief. I was on earlier listening to Grand Chief, and he mentioned that the loss of trust. And when we see this legislation come in the manner that it did, then it starts actually eroding that trust. We thought we had something going, having discussions in different tables, and then now we have this being pushed through. You know, and in the legislation they said they're going to work with First Nations, and yet you have this legislation being pushed through without working with First Nations. You know, I got this notification from our Grand Chief, and to respond within 7 days, and actually got it a couple days late because there was some issue with the email. So, you know, when we see those type of things, we don't see that trust. You know, we're willing partners. We're not against business development as long as we're including it. You know, we see. You know, we see prosperity in our province. We see our prosperity in our territory, yet we're not participating. Why is that? Because things like this are getting pushed through. The consultation process in Alberta is the same way. We're just there as a check mark to make sure that our hunting and treaty rights, our hunting and trapping rights are protected, but yet they're missing that piece of who owns the land. Who is the original inhabitants of this land? So that's when I see these things. That's what.
Thank you.
Where I come from. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chief Sunshine, and thank you, Ms. Stubbs. Next, we'll go with Ms. Wien. Is it?
Okay.
I don't. Not in this round.
I think it's me.
It is Ms. Wien. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. You're good. Oh, okay.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the witnesses for joining us on this evening. I know it was short notice to be here, and of course it's a really important conversation. It's a really important opportunity to build forward for the country, and of course your perspectives are really helpful in us reflecting this evening. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Cyr, you talked, would recognize the innovation and leadership work that has come through your approach. You talked about the role that the consultation and partnership plays for those positive outcomes. Can you expand a little bit further in terms of, the community benefits, all the other pieces that are at play when it's not just money on the table, and that relationship piece is at the core of how you're approaching community challenges?
Sure, I'll do my best to describe. I can probably provide a hard example, maybe that would be helpful. We recently moved forward to do an investment in Broken Head Ojibwe Nation, central Manitoba area, close to the lake, to do 100 geothermal installations in residential homes and retrofit the homes at the same time. It is probably the most complicated area to work in on-reserve residential housing, which is community owned. What happened as we started to engage with the community and unpack what they want to do represents about $7.5 million investment on our part. And the community stepped forward and said, with this, we would actually like to build a social enterprise where we can be a clean energy installer, hire our own people, build the company, and they have a very good development core, so they have some experience with it. And we would provide our expertise to help them build a social enterprise along with the capital to do the actual work. So they are marketing their services not only to their own nation, but to other nations. And so, the other thing that's happening is you're hiring your own people, you're taking them off social assistance. There's all kinds of government savings in the long run, to be honest. You're also creating a velocity in the local economy, which is what happens underneath major projects. There's this big, thick middle of where economic activity really happens with SMEs. And so, it's a way to generate change. The other thing that's happening is the community is prioritizing their elders' homes. Okay? So they're making a cultural choice, which is spectacular. They're also making a choice about homes or multi-residential dwellings that they own, Because if they own it and they get the long-term energy savings, then they're saving on their block funding from government. They're turning around and putting that into healthcare, training, education, you name it. So the community-wide benefits, when you can unpack and work with them about the things that they want to do, not only the long-term resiliency of the housing stock, which we're all very concerned about in Canada. So there's a way when you deeply embed with communities that you can find different angles. And what we are able to do is actually bring in more province of Manitoba funding on doing business startup, because that's a new business as well. And then struck a deal with Efficiency Manitoba to do 1,000 more units across the province, which represents $80 to $100 million, somewhere in there. So it kind of, it creates this financial momentum, the investment momentum behind it. So it's exciting in that way. Hope that helps.
It sounds like there's both capacity building in community that you're able to catalyze. Would something like this be something that Indigenous proponents might want to be interested in doing as nation building work in the future? How do we scale this so that we get more of these community benefits?
So I've probably talked to 50 or 60 nations over the last 12 months about different projects. They're all interested in that. They're all interested in helping their people. You know, better jobs, keeping the jobs in the community, so there's some stickiness to the labor, and taking that expertise and bringing it to other nations. And when they look at larger projects, they exactly want to do that with us. They don't just want, I think ownership is great, but there's a flurry of economic activity that happens under an IBA or under an ownership agreement where you can really catalyze economic activity that you don't want to be missed in the process of national projects. It's good to look deeper, engage the community. What does that mean to look deeper into it?
Thanks. Time for, okay, great. I wanted to ask our union friends, if this bill is able to be passed, could you talk a little bit about measures you'd like to see taken to protect Canadian unions and labour to maximize the benefit to Canadian workers, and of course in the context of your membership as well?
I'll quickly start and put the pin. I think a couple things. Promotion and expansion of the Red Seals. That will help facilitate labor mobility. It's a joint agreement sort of between the provinces and the feds. It's a national standard, but it's regulated by the provinces. But not all provinces are part of it. For example, one of our trades, heavy equipment operators, is a Red Seal, but it's only recognized in Eastern Canada. It's not recognized in Western Canada. So if a heavy equipment operator from Alberta wanted to come to Ontario, they would not meet the Ontario standards because they're not a Red Seal. I think the other thing, too, is if you want to make sure that Canadians are working on these projects, have Indigenous people working on the projects and women and youth, is project labor agreements or community benefit agreements that, especially on anything that's federally funded, make sure the government will get a bang for its buck. And with those things, there's also sort of an outcomes-based results, so you see it. And I'll throw it this if anybody wants to add anything.
I think these projects present an incredible opportunity for the federal government to take leadership as far as building the workforce of our future. We know that the labor shortage is going to cause an acute strain on our industry in the next 10 years as the baby boom generation ages out of the workforce. This is a great opportunity for the federal government to embed apprenticeship minimum requirements into these nation-building projects so that we can establish a strong pipeline for the next generation to enter the workforce. You know, when employers call the hiring hall at the union and say, we want 5 workers for our project, they're asking for journey persons, because journey persons are the ones that have completed their apprenticeship, they have the training, they have the experience, they have the expertise. But if you have apprentices that are sitting at home not able to get that experience, when those journey persons retire, the next generation is not ready to work on those projects. They don't have the skills they need, and we need to invest in them. So to build in 10 to 15% apprenticeship minimum requirements on these nation-building projects, just as the Biden administration did in the United States under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the CHIPS and Science Act, is a step in the right direction, I think, for the federal government on these projects. And of course, I think it goes off of my friend Mr. Schuman's point here on working in partnership with the unions, potentially through memorandums of understanding or even just building in prevailing wage provisions into these agreements. It's something the federal government did in 2024 under the Clean Energy Investment Tax Credits, and I think that model should be replicated here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson, and thank you to our witnesses for responding to that question. Next, prochainement, nous avons Monsieur Lemire. À vous la parole. Vous avez 5
Now,
minutes.
Mr. Lemire, you have 6 minutes. Thank you, Chair. My question is for you. What First Nations community do you belong to, sir? Chief.
Manitoba, where David Chartrand is actually my president. So my home territory is in southern Manitoba, but I live in Mont-Tremblant, Quebec.
Parfait, parce qu'il y a quelque chose qui est important pour moi dans les fonds d'investissement autochtones.
Well, what's important for me in Indigenous investment funds, be they Métis, Inuit, or Indigenous of any kind, I think it seems that people might be. Do you feel that there are sufficient guarantees given to First Nations with respect to the respect of their rights and their most fundamental values?
In English, I think just to, I think that's an ongoing question for the country of Canada, whether you've got rights, sufficient right protection, as you call it, inside different pieces of legislation. I'm probably not best placed to judge actually whether that is the case. I think the way that I would put it is, if you want to make Canada work effectively and you want investors like us to invest in Indigenous areas, and you need Indigenous partners most of the time on almost all national projects, then you need to engage thoughtfully, and you need to engage early, and you need to have real dialogue and conversations. There's a phrase that's often used that, a lot of the times consultation is, I'm pushing information at you. It's unidirectional. That's not really engagement. There has to be a bi-directional and a back and forth. And I would say there's a learning journey. So I'm positive on Bill C-5, mostly because I think there's an economic imperative for Canada to look at how its economy is structured and what needs to happen. And we need to reframe economic institutions in Canada, which I think, frankly, are based on colonial ideas that are 400, 500 years old, the economic structures that most of the Western world is working with. But in there, if you really want to get work done, you need a climate, a business climate, where people feel confident that they're going to move projects forward. In order to do that, they want to know that you've engaged. And that doesn't really mean just in Canada with Indigenous people. That's anywhere. If you want to do work in a municipality, you better engage the municipality and dialogue and act. So I can't speak to the rights protection, but I can speak about getting business done well and investing well. And that requires talking to people frequently and deeply. And by the way, you get better, more resilient investments out of it as a result.
Tout à fait. Le projet de loi a, si vous me permettez...
Well, the bill, if you'll allow the expression, it really botched things when it comes to First Nations consultation. This has been mentioned by several Indigenous leaders. There were some Indigenous leaders who spoke quite clearly about this in Ontario. Do you think that an investment fund such as yours can work in the context of C5 when it comes to projects of national interest? Because the government has talked about taking its responsibilities under the Indian Act. Do you think they would be complying with these? What risks do you see, or what benefits do you see in allowing First Nations having a responsibility for their economy? Well, they're saying we don't want 13 economies, we want one, but this one economy doesn't factor in the fact that there are also Indigenous agents, First Nations economy. For example, the Métis economy, or the Inuit economy, or the economies of other First Nations. So do you think there is a greater danger with C5, given that the government can usurp the rights of First Nations when it comes to major investments?
I'm not a rights lawyer, so I wouldn't pretend to comment on that part of the Act and how rights are protected, and I think the Chief who's on the line can speak to it from his perspective. I think the bill actually represents perhaps an opportunity to really engage, hear from Indigenous peoples, my peoples, other Indigenous peoples, and engage if you want projects done. There's a follow-on opportunity to legislation, which is a framework or a frame for doing things, where I think it would be well thought through to construct a way that conversations can happen in a meaningful way on projects that are of interest. So that's what I believe that should be done and can be
Mais
done.
comme membre de la communauté métis, vous n'avez pas le sentiment.
But as a member of the Métis community, does it not seem to you that you're giving the government a blank check? Now, because there are no guarantees at the present time.
And the reason I think, and I'll take it from an economist perspective and a business person's perspective as opposed to a rights perspective on this. All projects, even national projects, happen locally. You build locally. You do things locally. You use local tradespeople. It's a local thing. And you need to get a series of approvals in place, both from those who are rights holders to the land and other businesses in the area, municipalities, provincial governments need to work together. There is opportunity in that space around national projects to look out for those things. I hear what all my, Indigenous sisters and brothers are saying, that there's things we don't see in this bill. And I think they should come forward and say, this is the thing that we want to see to make us comfortable. Or following the bill, here's the process that we need the government to put in place. But from an economics perspective, and you want some degree of certainty, you won't move projects unless you've got people on board at a local level.
Thank you.
Merci, Marzi.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go with Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for your testimony here today. Mr. Johnson, you talked about the red seal and that it only applies to those that meet the apprenticeship requirement, and you also highlighted the fact that each province requires workers to meet different standards, and you spoke about Craig and the fact that he had to take extra courses to work in Alberta. I would like to hear a little bit more about the harmonization framework. Has your organization been consulted on what could possibly be a harmonization framework by the government in this bill?
So as far as as far as working towards harmonization of safety standards across the country, it's not a new issue in our industry. This is an issue that's persisted in our industry for a very long time. It's a unique consideration because obviously we have the Red Seal, which is nationally recognized, and I think it's easy to assume that that would cover all tradespeople. Unfortunately, when you look at those, carpentry is similar to many of the construction trades in that it's a non-compulsory trade. So we, as carpenters, you do not need to be in a registered apprenticeship program to work in the trade. Other trades are different, but that is the case in carpentry. So where, in an industry where you have to be in an apprenticeship program and you would eventually end up graduating towards your Red Seal, some individuals can work in carpentry their entire career, never be in an apprenticeship program, never get their Red Seal, never become a journey person. That's just the way it is. So when we look at safety training, it's something that needs to have a larger focus than it does now, because it's really unfair to people like Greg. I know you mentioned those comments. I think it's really important that we don't put the burden of the red tape that is in existence right now in our industry and safety standards that vary between provinces on the workers, because they're the ones that have to pay the price, whether it be lost wages while they wait to have their accreditations recognized, or the price of actually paying a third-party provider for training. As this bill moves forward, we would like to see more considerations for how we actually implement this labor mobility piece across the country. The devil's in the details in that area. We can't simply adopt the lowest common denominator across provinces. We have to make sure that we, as an industry, we take pride in the fact that we have really high standards for workers and safety. As a country, we take pride in that, and we need to make sure those standards are maintained.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. A similar question to you, Mr. Schuman. The government claims that the bill will fast-track national building projects, but we've seen in the last 10 years how red tape and political interference can stall the process. Now, from your members' perspective, is there anything in the bill, in Bill C5, that actually provides certainty to your industry and guarantees or gives some assurance to that projects will actually get built quickly without political backtracking or interference?
So this is a framework. So within the frameworks, there's never a certainty. If you talk about, we don't even know what the projects are going to be yet. We know certain provinces have talked about certain projects, like we've heard BC, they're talking about Site D and Site E and Site H with Alberta. We don't know if that's going to come forward. I've also heard that Toronto wants to bring forward the subway line. It's, so we don't know how that process is going to work. If the projects come online, I will take this government to its word that they will get the process done in 2 years. And that's all our members want to know. They want to know that work's coming and that they are going to be able to work on it. Our members work ourselves out of a job. In any given year, they'll work on anywhere between 5 to 15 projects for 5 to 10 different companies, right? They move. They just want to build things. And for example, we represent the pipeline trade. My members don't care what's in the pipe. It could be oil, gas, hydrogen. It could be wires. We don't care. My members just want to build. So they want to know that there's projects down the road that they can actually build, and those projects will come online quickly. We've seen what's happened with like Canada East, how it got killed. Kitimat had issues, right? That's where the frustration is, where a project says it's going to be built and then doesn't come forward, right? And that is where the frustration is. So there's skepticism, but there's also hope. There's also hope.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis, and thank you, Mr. Schuman. Next, we'll go to Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Lauzon, à vous la parole. Vous avez 5 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Lauzon, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead. Thank you to witnesses. I listened to you, Mr. Schuman, and it was music to my ears. As a teacher by training and someone who has trained tradespeople, I've worked on pipelines. I also worked with the TransAlta Energy Corporation in Ontario, and for decades, labor mobility was a real problem in terms of the skilled trades. Now, just to help the committee, I often cite the example of the Red Seal program. Now, I know what Red Seal means. It was brought in for those trades that were in short supply. Can you explain so that everyone here can understand? Because I'm not sure that my colleagues around the table have any experience with the Red Seal system. And what will happen with the Red Seal under C5?
States labor mobility by providing a nationally recognized standard that employers can trust. In fact, if you get a Red Seal on a tower crane, you can work anywhere in the world. The Red Seal is actually recognized worldwide. That's how impressive it is. That's how high the Red Seal standards are. There is a Canadian Council of Apprenticeship Directors who are directors from every province. They sit there on the council and they talk about the Red Seals, review Red Seals. I forget how many total Red Seals there are. For our trade, there's like 3 or 4. Carpenters, I don't know if you break it down. But every province is responsible to implement a Red Seal program or support Red Seal. Where I talked to the other question, crane operators were recognized in every province, and it's Red Sealed. Heavy equipment, though, is only recognized in Eastern Canada, not Western Canada. And there are a few other trades like that. But we also have concrete pump, which is a highly sought-after career that's not recognized in other provinces, but provincially certified. So there are some challenges there. To get a Red Seal program, you need 4? Is it 4 provinces or 5? I think 4 provinces to be part of the Red Seal, so
4?
Yeah, 4. So 4 provinces agree.
You have to create your own Red Seal to share with the other provinces.
Yes, so there'll be 4, and then the council will agree and they try to expand it. So that's it in a bit of a nutshell, if that helps explain. I don't know if Finn, you've got anything else to add to it?
I don't have anything else to add to that.
Yeah, okay. Pour le bien du comité.
So for the committee, it's important to understand these steps. Now, to have one Canadian economy to eliminate these obstacles. We don't want to make the Red Seal more complicated. You talked about one part of the regulations and how we created the Red Seal, but how can this be beneficial given that it's been decades that we've been working to deal with labor shortages? So how can we compare Red Seal to C5, and how can they work together to help with these major projects?
The government said there was going to be one deal with the provinces. If it is, I would say that's where you have an opportunity to expand and promote the Red Seal and saying, if you want part of this, you all have to agree to the Red Seal, which will then solve the labor mobility because it is the higher standard. If you're a Red Seal, like crane operator, work anywhere in Canada, work anywhere in the world, right? Where heavy equipment operator, if you're Alberta heavy equipment operator, you can't work in Ontario because you're not Red Sealed, you're not going to meet the standard. So that way you force them to create the Red Seal program. And it's just beneficial. It drives more people into the industry. If you've got, I'm a Red Seal, I can work anywhere in Canada or the world because it's recognized. I think that it's as someone once said, it's the golden ticket.
Is the Red Seal can be a solution for the implementation of this legislation?
For the labor mobility part, I would say yes. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Une dernière question, Monsieur le Président, si
One
vous me
last
permettez.
question, Mr. Chair, if it's okay. So for all these trades, we need schools, we need training. This is an issue that we also have between provinces because in certain provinces there are specialties that we don't find in other provinces. And it's very difficult to get trained in one place and then go train or work rather in another province. So do you think that training centers will be able to benefit from this, and will we be able to fill our training centers where we have specializations and we have so much equipment to be able to specialize our workforce? I'd like to hear you talk to this issue.
Sure. I think we certainly will be able to fill our training centers, especially with the specialty trades. We know that, as building technology grows more complex, we do need a better, more skilled, better trained workforce. Our training centers, many of them already have waiting lists. As we need to, grow our capacity for more skilled tradespeople, our training centers have waiting lists already, and we still hear that we have this impending labor shortage over the next 10 years. So we only need to, I think, as a country, be growing our training capacity. It's not something that we can rest on our laurels and take what we have now and assume it'll work for us at the capacity it exists at over the next few years. So I think we need to expand the availability of training. I know that our training centers in Ontario, for example, have recently, many of them have been granted the ability to offer the full apprenticeships program for carpentry, drywall, and floor covering in-house. We would love to see that expanded to all of our 42 training centers across the country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Sorry to cut you off, going a little bit over and trying to... Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Lauzon.
Thank you, Mr. Lauzon. Next, we have Mr. Lemire, once again, for 2.5 minutes. The floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Sunshine, thank you for being here. I have a question for you. In the context where the government is able to remove itself from many obligations to First Nations, when we look at a national project, once the government has this permission, who will be overseeing these projects and ensuring that, for example, this won't affect water? You talked about resource issues and that you support national level projects as long as it's not going to negatively affect your resources. Could you speak to this, please?
Chief Sunshine, once again, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah, sure.
We can hear you, sir.
Sure. Yeah, if I could just get some clarity on the question. It was, if we support these types of projects, what kind of consultation is
La
required?
question, c'est est-ce que vous sentez que
The
vous
question
avez...
is, do you feel that you have guarantees from the government to protect you, or do you feel that the risk is too high for First Nations because essentially any national level project would allow them to do whatever they like on First Nations land?
Thank you for that clarity. Yes, I don't feel comfortable with as it is today for any project, unless we get full information on the project. You know, there are a lot of things that we're facing in our communities. When I talk about the consultation piece in Alberta and some of the issues that we're facing, you know, it's affecting our lives every day. You know, we've spills and those type of things that are going to affect our life long term. There was a report here out of Alberta. The AHS had a report where life expectancy of our people are 19 years less than the average Albertan. You know, there's a lot of things that contribute to that. It's opioids, it's all those things. It's also the environment. You know, we're unable to practice our treaty every day, and yet there's impacts on our lands, whether it's oil and gas development or water getting affected by these things. So, yeah, no, I don't feel comfortable at this point to say that I'd agree with anything unless all of those items were cleared first.
Thank you very much, Chief
Merci,
Sunshine.
Miigwech.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Le Maire.
Thank you, Mr. Lemire.
You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. To the carpenters and the operating engineers, I mean, obviously the projects that your members work on are the projects we need for Canada's economic future, particularly with the challenges we're facing. And so maybe just to raise it up to the 30,000-foot level, what do you see in Bill C-5 that's going to help get major projects done?
Sure. I think it goes back to my friend Mr. Schumann's point earlier. Is our members would like to know that projects are coming down the pipeline. There's been a lot of uncertainty, as of late in the residential sector, in the GTA, for example, and in residential markets across the country as the market slowed down. And our members don't always know when the next project's coming. And we hate to see such well-trained individuals that have skills to contribute to our economy that we need sitting at home waiting for the call to get back on the project when financing comes through or the market has an upturn. So I think with this legislation, we have a clear idea of when we'll be able to see these projects come to life. And given the large size of these projects and sort of their nation-building nature, I would say, we know that the work on these projects will be able to create, millions of work hours for our members and for tradespeople across the country, and provide work opportunities for 10, 15, 20 years in many cases. You could work your entire apprenticeship and most of your career on a single project, and that's what tradespeople want to see.
The only thing I would add is it's hopeful optimism, especially for those youngers in the career. If they know the projects are going to be built within 2 years, if you're an apprentice or close to it, you're going to stick it out because you know the career, the benefit, the pensions. But if there's no work, you've got bills to pay, right? So I think in the bill is this hope for the 2 years, right? Is I think the big thing.
Certainly, one of our criticisms is that there's a lot of, symbolism. We're going to build big projects in Canada and not necessarily a lot of substance in the bill. And I think, the comment was made that the devil's in the details. And so, what would you identify as impediments in the bill and suggested amendments that you would have to bring some of that specificity that is going to create that certainty of those jobs of the future?
I think I'll throw it back to actually on the provinces with the projects. I don't want this to become political or just a giant, here's everything we want built and here's a list, right? So, not a criticism, but one thing I've heard is I think the province of Alberta is talking about schools, which is necessary, but those aren't the big projects that I think we've envisioned. Like the dams are. Opening mines up in the North Regions, right? So we work in Baffinland. There's a big project, best iron ore. So I think I want the projects to be listed, and let's not politics around the projects. Have every province list a couple. Here are the big ones. Let's get going. And if we know what's being built, we also can help plan with our training schools and get our workers to the right province, the right job at the right time, and help make sure that there is no shortage. And it's a made in Canada solution with Canadian workers, and no need to bring in foreign workers or anything like that.
I would add that as we get increased clarity on what the projects are, we're better able to create the conditions that allow the local workforce to thrive. We want to make sure that projects that are happening in your community as a tradesperson, you have the opportunity to work on them. You have the opportunity to say, in your retirement to your kids and your grandkids, I worked on that project. That's a nation building project that I built with my hands. And we want the opportunity for local workers to create jobs in their communities and see those communities thrive.
Exactly. So, I'll go down to that. And so other than the Red Seal discussion, are there any other specific amendments you would suggest?
Well, I think the one thing is we are the largest trainers out there. We if you look at, like, other than the university and colleges, we are the greatest trainers of students out there in Canada. I think that there could be more support, and not so much in this legislation, but as we mentioned, we're at capacity in a lot of our schools. Like, the government has a UTIP fund. Let's get for bricks and mortars. Like the province of Ontario, Premier Ford has got bricks and mortar support in there. Let's get more of that so we can expand our training schools to allow more people. Like, you have 42 schools, and if you can expand it, we can do more training, and we can do more remote training with technology as well. So give us more money to train, and we can go to communities of the north and other areas to train.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muse, and thank you, Mr. Schuman. And next, we'll go to Mr. Greaves. Mr. Greaves, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes to conclude the testimony today.
Standing between everybody and the end of this this round, Mr. Chair. But thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to all the witnesses, to you, Chief Sunshine, on the call. Appreciate your time this evening. I'd like to start with you, Mr. Schuman, if I may. And I noted at the outset, your opening remarks, you highlighted many of the large-scale projects that your members have worked on in my province of British Columbia as well, drawing attention to the scale of development, the scale of major projects that we've been seeing in the West over recent years. So thanks to you and your members for your hard work in bringing those projects to fruition. In that vein, the second part of Bill C-5, the Building Canada Act, identifies different factors that would be used to guide the determination of projects that would be listed in Schedule 1, one of which is contributing to clean growth and meeting Canada's objectives with respect to climate change. I wonder if, in your view, that commitment to try to support cleaner, more sustainable kinds of economic projects would be a useful way of helping to facilitate some of your members' transition into the clean energy economy and out of some of the more traditional, conventional energy projects that they may have worked on in the past.
We build it all. The example I'll give you in southern Alberta, where we're developing wind power, our crane operators were getting paid paid as much as they were working up in Fort McMurray. So there's opportunity out there. There's expansion out there. And yes, again, pipeliners, we don't care what's in the pipe. If it be hydrogen, it be copper wiring, we don't care. They like that type of work. That's what they want to do. So yes, so it is a great transition. Our members just want to work. They want to work in the trades. They want to work with their hands. They don't care if it's conventional, high carbon project or low carbon. They just want to build and construct things.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you brought up Southern Alberta in that response, and I can't help but think that some of the uncertainty around investment in the clean energy sector in Southern Alberta has come about because of decisions of the Alberta government that have actually interfered with investments that might otherwise have been flowing into that province. Would the proposed changes in this regulatory framework help to create greater investor confidence in the clean energy sector going forward in a way that might make a higher level of confidence that those jobs will be available for your members in future?
Gentleman to my left is an investor. I'm not. But what I would say is, you start building things, investments will come, right? I think I was at a conference in Alberta for the Energy Forum. There was hopeful optimism that you start building things, the money will come back, right? So, but we got to show that we can build something, build it on time within a framework, and I think you will get those investments. But I can't speak on that. I'm not an investor. Our folks just to build the things. But I will say this though, we have pension plans that invest in these projects. And we invest in a lot of these projects. So we would like to see things get built because we would like to invest in them as well.
Thank you. Well, then I'll turn to Mr. Sear, if I may, actually, just to pick up on that exact theme. In your comments, sir, you said that investors obviously have to have confidence in order to be willing to place their money on the table. And then you also indicated clearly that you support this bill. So is it fair to say that, in your view, this bill would not undermine investor confidence in these kinds of major nation-building projects in future?
Okay, Key asked it in the negative, but I'll put it in the positive. So if the government is serious and gets behind doing major projects, And I'm going to need to make a distinction in here between major projects and a whole bunch of other economic activity that can happen at the exact same time. Kind of myopically focused on major project, but there's a lot of other economic activity that can go on. Investors will come to the table, and they will bring capital to the table. And my experience right now raising capital globally is it's looking for a home on things that are of particular interest, you know, that can provide the return, but have the confidence of governments at various levels and Indigenous peoples that they're moving forward in lockstep together. Then capital is going to come forward, because I won't invest if I don't think. Like, first of all, I don't ever invest if the Indigenous community is not on board from the beginning. But, you know, fundamentally, the way that capital works, it's going to drive towards things that it like. Canada hasn't done a lot of really big, major national projects in a while, gotten behind it with a head of steam. I think C5 provides, not putting words in Steve's mouth here, but momentum in the economy to move things forward. So that's part one. So I think the short answer is yes. My long answer, the short answer is yes. The second part about it, there's a whole bunch of other projects, by the way, that aren't building like $200 billion major energy. There is the 10 million and the 5 million. They scale horizontally. And if you're doing 20 of those, you're kind of there. Those are also major projects, but there are a bunch of little ones that are put together. So I don't think we should lose sight that the government can actually, while you're looking for 2 or 3 or whatever year approvals, you can be doing a lot of work on the ground that employs trades folks at the local level, Indigenous folks, because we use those folks in our projects, and kind of builds the momentum. So I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can do big projects and medium projects at the same time as we move forward. Investors will come forward in it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. On behalf of all committee members, I would like to thank our witnesses for appearing on such short notice and for sharing their testimony with us in this very important piece of legislation. Colleagues, we're going to suspend once again for 5 minutes to allow for our current witnesses to leave and the new round of witnesses to take their place. With that, this meeting is temporarily suspended. To order. I'd like to welcome our witnesses for the next hour and make a few comments for their benefit. Witnesses, please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you're not speaking. For those on Zoom, at the bottom of your screen, you can select the appropriate channel for interpretation, either floor, English, or French. For those in the room, please use the earpiece and select the desired channel. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. I'd now like to welcome our witnesses. First, from the Canadian Credit Union Association, we have Michael Hatch, Vice President, Government Relations. Welcome to you, sir. From the Canadian Meat Council, we have Lauren Martin, Senior Director of Public Affairs and Corporate Counsel, joining us by video conference. Welcome to you. From the Quebec First Nation, we have Chief Lance Haymond joining us by video conference. Chief, welcome to you, sir. And from the Macdonald-Laurier Institute, we have Dr. Heather Exner-Pirot, Director, Energy, Natural Resources and Environment, joining us once again by video conference. Welcome to all of you. We're going to begin with our opening remarks, and for that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Hatch, for 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Canada's credit unions and Caisse Populaire manage almost $702 billion worth of assets and serve over 11 million Canadians and more than 20% of our country's small businesses. With over 2,000 credit union locations, we are the only financial institution with physical presence in around 350 communities. Credit unions and regional centrals employ over 30,000 Canadians and provide full-service financial solutions while being fully Canadian-owned. Removing barriers to interprovincial trade has been on the agenda in Ottawa and in the provinces for decades. It's encouraging to finally see concrete progress on this issue, which has been a major irritant and barrier to economic growth for so long. To the extent that the problem lies with federal policy, this bill, I would say, will address many barriers inhibiting increased trade and mobility between provinces and regions of the country. As we all know, though, much of the work will have to take place at the provincial level, where we are also seeing good progress, which we hope continues. I'd like to address an issue of concern for the credit union and broader financial sector that is not in the bill. Continued barriers facing provincially regulated financial institutions like credit unions looking to conduct business outside of their home province. As it stands, most credit unions are confined to their province of origin and are regulated by their respective provinces, not OSFI here in Ottawa. As such, they face major restrictions on growing assets, deposits, and membership outside of their provinces. The option to go federal has existed since 2012. But in those 13 years, only 3 credit unions have successfully completed the process. Another has gone through the process and is awaiting final approval from OSFI and the finance minister, which we hope happens this year. The reason so few have taken this route is due to the extreme complexity and uncertainty of the process and the amount of time and human and financial resources that it consumes. Today, it takes up to 6 to 8 years for a provincially regulated credit union to become federal and thus regulated by OSFI, during which time the credit union seeking to go federal is effectively prevented from pursuing other avenues of growth. As a result, at the moment, the option to be regulated federally is not attractive or frankly accessible to most credit unions. To make this option more accessible to credit unions seeking to operate outside of their provincial borders, we urge the government to introduce other options for federal credit union growth, including asset transactions between federal and provincially regulated credit unions, and also to ensure that OSFI's guidance for credit unions wishing to pursue the federal option, which is now over a decade old, is updated. The limitations on credit union operations beyond provincial borders represents not just a brake on the growth of our sector, but also a barrier to further trade and mobility between provinces. As provincial credit unions cannot operate outside their home province, if an individual or small business wants to move or expand operations across provincial lines, they need to go through the process of setting up a new relationship, in most cases, with a large bank. So not only is this a barrier to interprovincial trade, it also acts as a major barrier to greater competition in financial services for all Canadians and as a force for further market consolidation among the large 6 banks. In conclusion, I'll say that we have been in discussions with OSFI and the Department of Finance about this problem, and we had hoped to see some language in this bill that at least acknowledges the problem and that commits finance and OSFI to shortening the path for provincial credit unions looking to go federal. We hope this committee will consider this as it studies C5 and contemplates further legislation in this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hatch. Next, we'll go with Ms. Martin. Ms. Martin, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, and a pleasure to be with you this evening. I'm pleased to provide comments on behalf of the Canadian Meat Council, who is the voice of Canada's federally inspected meat industry, representing the entire value chain of red meat production and distribution in Canada, including all beef and pork sold internationally. We are the largest component of Canada's food processing sector, with annual sales surpassing 32 billion, 9.5 billion in exports, and employing almost 70,000 people nationwide. We applaud the spirit and intent of C5 as it pertains to the removal of inter-provincial trade barriers. However, Bill C5 purports to recognize provincially inspected meat processing facilities as equivalent to federally inspected facilities when they are not. We are concerned that the legislation in its current form would harm the meat processing sector by limiting market access, affecting consumer confidence, and more broadly, introducing greater food risk safety and exposing the federal government to liability. We recommend that the regulations intended to accompany this framework either exclude red meat interprovincial trade or ensure that provincially inspected facilities meet equivalent food safety standards as federally licensed establishments. To provide a little bit of context, I would like to briefly describe Canada's meat inspection system. It's not something everyone knows. There are two levels of inspection. The first is the provincial inspection. Provincially licensed abattoirs can only sell meat within a province. Provincially inspected facilities tend to be smaller and often serve local areas or specialty markets. Provincially inspected meat only accounts for 5% of Canada's red meat supply. Every province has different legislation, and inspection oversight varies from province to province. By contrast, only facilities that are federally licensed can export meat to other provinces and countries. Federally licensed facilities process 95% of the total volume, meaning that most of the meat processed in Canada can be traded interprovincially right now. Federal facilities are usually larger, designed for higher volumes, but there are also small and medium-sized federal facilities that supply local product. So just to reiterate, the lion's share of meat processed in Canada currently is traded interprovincially, and while Bill C5 purports to unlock the last 5%, we have concerns with the proposed wording of Section 8, which deems provincial requirements as equivalent to federal requirements. The first and chief area of concern is food safety. A 2022 report commissioned by the Canadian Agri-Food Policy Institute found sharp variances between provincial and federal standards and inspections. In 2017, the World Organization for Animal Health evaluated Canada's inspection system and also noted that same variability. Pathogens such as E. coli, Salmonella, and Listeria have different levels of protection in provincial plants, which is a major risk to consumers. The federal government could expose itself and the industry to legal liability in the event of a food safety incident traced to a provincially inspected facility that doesn't have the same level of food safety standards. The legal implications of deemed equivalency would increase liability for government and industry. In addition, there's also the control of foreign animal disease within provincial plants, which varies and which could contribute to the spread of foreign animal disease or a public health risk for consumption of products coming from sick animals. The second risk that I want to mention is to our international trade relationships. Canada's federal food inspection system is based on international standards, and it is among the top 5 inspection systems in the world. This is one of the key reasons why Canadian products are highly sought after. The federal inspection system was developed and has been evolving within the context of the international trading system, while the provincial system has not needed to. There are many instances of this, but by way of illustration, I will describe just one example. Countries who wish to import Canadian red meat will come to Canada and audit pre-selected facilities, thereby recognizing the whole of Canada as approved. This is called systems-wide approval. We jeopardize the systems approval model by deeming provincial inspection systems as equivalent to federal. The federal government, and particularly the federal regulating body, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, is aware of the risks facing industry in a multi-tiered inspection regime. and they have worked with CMC and other stakeholders on ways to remove interprovincial trade barriers without elevating the concerns of food safety, international relationships, and sector-wide competitiveness. So in conclusion, we support the spirit and intent of C5, which is to increase trade within Canada and to make goods and services more accessible to Canadians, and reiterate that for red meat as it stands, we have interprovincial trade for 95% of the supply. If the federal government wishes to go further, this must be done in a way that recognizes the integrity of Canada's federally inspected meat processing system to protect Canadians and enhance the sector overall. A regulatory approach that ensures provincial establishments meet federal standards would be most practical for provinces that already have near federal standards or inspections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martin. Next, we'll go with Chief Haymond. Chief Haymond, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. I'm coming to you from the traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat people here in Quebec City, where the chiefs of Quebec are gathered in assembly. And one of the topics we're talking about is C5. I'm here today to express my firm and unequivocal opposition to Bill C5, a bill that, under the guise of cutting red tape and building the nation, threatens the very foundations of Canada's constitutional order, the rights of First Nations, and our shared path towards reconciliation. Let me be clear. Bill C5 proposes to reduce federal regulatory burdens and accelerate major infrastructure projects, but in doing so, it casts aside essential constitutional obligations. The duty to consult and accommodate First Nations is not a procedural hurdle or a box to be checked. It is a constitutional imperative recognized and guaranteed in Section 35 of the Constitutional Act 1982, upheld time and time again by the Supreme Court, and reaffirmed in Canada's commitments under the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. The bill does not represent legislative reconciliation, it represents legislative recklessness. Prime Minister Carney says he wants to build, baby, build. But I ask, build what? And at what cost? A country that sidelines the rights of its First Peoples, a country that chooses speed over justice, discretion over duty, and litigation over dialogue. The process that led to Bill C5 is a case study in how not to engage with Indigenous nations. No draft bill, no meaningful engagement, no recognition of the complexity of our rights, titles, and interest, and no possibility of legislative co-development. Some may argue that Bill C5 reaffirms the government's obligation under Section 35 and UNDRIP. But I say words in a bill mean nothing if the process is hollow, if free, prior, and informed consent is disregarded, if discretion trumps rights in practice, no pun intended. And let me point to a recent decision that lays bare the gap between promise and reality. Earlier this year, my community, Kebawek First Nation, versus Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, the federal court ruled that the Crown failed in its constitutional duty to consult when it approved a nuclear waste facility near the Ottawa River without properly applying UNDRIP. The court found that free, prior, and informed consent, FPIC, requires more than a box-checking exercise. It demands a meaningful process that respects Indigenous laws, knowledge, and governance aimed at achieving mutual agreement. This is the risk we face with Bill C5, a future where UNDRIP becomes another hollow promise on the long road to reconciliation. Let's be honest what this bill represents. It represents a choice between two paths. The first path is legislative reconciliation. That means implementing the UNDRIP Act in good faith. It means harmonizing federal laws to respect Indigenous rights, title, and treaties. It means working with First Nations to build a sustainable and just future for us all. The second path is litigation, the path that this government seems determined to follow. But let me remind you, First Nations have defended our rights in court. For decades, we have won and we will continue to win. Governments that ignore their constitutional obligations invite legal challenges, delays, and deepen division. Bill C5 does not address climate targets and it does not protect biodiversity. It does not respect the rights of First Nations. Instead, it sets the stage for another wave of conflict, another wave of protests, court battles, and public outcry. The conditions for an Idle No More 2.0 uprising are being written into the law as we speak. This is about a country we want to build, a country where economic development is pursued at any cost, or a country where growth is balanced with justice, partnership, and respect for the land and its original stewards. We must reject Bill C-5. We must call on the government to start over, to engage First Nation as true partners, to co-develop the legislation that aligns economic ambitions with constitutional duty, environmental protection, and Indigenous sovereignty. The clock may be ticking for the government's deadline, but our rights are not on their schedule. Our future is not for sale. In closing, I urge this chamber and all Canadians to recognize that Bill C-5 is not a blueprint for progress. It is a blueprint for division at a time our country needs to be more united than ever. Let's choose a better path, one that honors our Constitution, our commitments under UNDRIP, and our shared future on this land. Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you, Chief Haymond. Next, we will go with Ms. Exner-Perrault. You have 3 minutes for your opening remarks. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to speak to you today. I join you from beautiful Inuvik, Northwest Territories, which has a midnight sun this time of year. Bill C-5 is a very imperfect bill. It's not where I would start if I was looking to unleash Canadian resources and make Canada into an energy superpower. But I won't make the perfect the enemy of the good. Bill C-5 responds to the urgency of Canada's situation. If implemented well, it could position Canada to grow our economy, diversify our trade, and improve our market access. I do not oppose this bill. Let me start with the good. I am grateful that this government has made building major projects a focus of its first sitting and a hallmark bill. It matters. It signifies a change in priorities and an enthusiasm for building instead of blocking major projects. For 10 years, much of the resource sector in this country has been in fight or flight mode. But the past few weeks, I've been hearing optimism and bullishness from prairie premiers and energy CEOs. They believe this government may actually intend to build some infrastructure and position Canada to be an energy superpower. It is refreshing and it is a relief. I'm grateful Conservatives are working with Liberals to pass this. 85% of Canadians voted for your parties with the expectation that you would meet the moment and turn our economy around and leverage our natural resources to increase Canada's power and prosperity in a time when we badly need both. I am glad Canadian politics have moved back towards the centre. But let me be clear that C-5 is a shortcut, and it cannot replace the hard work that will need to be done to fully restore investor confidence, improve regulatory processes, and get projects built in this country. C-5 lets government pick winners and losers. For a handful of projects decided on in collaboration with provinces and territories, this is tolerable, but it's no way to run an economy in the long term. There are hundreds of projects advanced by private proponents in various stages of regulatory processes. Many are languishing. If Bill C-5 gives some projects an easier ride than others, it will disadvantage competitors unfairly. If regulatory resources are concentrated on a handful of high-profile projects at the expense of the other ones already in line, it will exacerbate our reputation as a hard place to do business. And if projects are chosen based on a political calculus rather than our economic returns, we may actually get poorer, not richer, by misallocating capital and effort. The bill is rife with potential for abuse. It does do a service by highlighting in Schedule 2 many of the acts and regulations that make it too difficult to build here in Canada. They must be reformed for all projects and for all proponents, not just a select few. Many more regulations and laws, many of which are likely unconstitutional, remain on the books that will mute much of what C-5 is trying to accomplish. What good is a pipeline if the emissions cap means you can't fill it? What good is a railway if the Impact Assessment Act means you can't mine products to ship on it? The business community has not been coy about what needs to be done to really unleash our energy and resource sectors, and it goes far beyond C-5. I will include with a short comment on Indigenous rights and consultation on resource projects, a topic I care and think deeply about. The duty to consult and accommodate is very well defined in Canadian law, and Aboriginal and treaty rights are constitutionally protected. I don't see anything in C-5 that would reduce that obligation of the Crown or proponents to engage meaningfully with Indigenous rights holders on projects that impact their rights. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Exner-Perrault. We'll begin our line of questioning today with Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus, the floor is yours. You have 6 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today. I'm going to start first with Mr. Hatch at the Canadian Credit Union Association. Mr. Hatch, although C5 doesn't seem to address the issue you're talking about, maybe we can just briefly mention the transition rules that were first brought under the Harper government. Jim Flaherty introduced them. It really was looked as a potential game changer for many small credit unions that could link together, create their back office as one, and be able to have a wider footprint. But I would imagine that if they see that some credit unions, it's like flying across the country and then being asked to do a holding pattern at your destination, like over Pearson, where you're circling and circling and circling and circling. Maybe you can just explain the costs that go along with being both under the federal rules, under the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, and the provincial regulator at the same time, and why that is such a difficult issue for a credit union to do for an indefinite amount of time.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mr. Albus. I mean, it is very burdensome. And, you know, just to be clear, we're not asking for the regulatory regime at the federal or the provincial level to be lessened. You know, credit unions have existed for decades or over a century in a lot of cases, and they're, you know, well capitalized, very well regulated at the provincial level in most cases. What we're asking for is for, you know, a shorter and more reasonable path for those that are considering expanding outside of their own province. And it's never going to happen overnight. You know, there's a lot of things that have to take place. You know, and I would credit previous governments for the foresight to legislate that process. And it was at the time thought to be, as you say, a game changer. But the game hasn't changed as much as perhaps we would have hoped a decade ago because of the length of time that it takes. You know, 6 or 7 or 8 years is not something that anybody, frankly, is willing to take on. If it was closer to 12 or 24 months, then I could tell you that a lot more institutions would actively consider going down that road, which would ultimately result in more competition for consumers, more choice in financial services, because you'd have more institutions competing at the national level.
Are there any credit unions you can give us an example of right now that are going through that process that have been more than, let's say, 36 months?
Well, yeah, it is a matter of public record. There is one in your province, of course, of BC, First West Credit Union. They are going through the process. There have been 3 that have completed the process, one in BC, one in Saskatchewan, one in New Brunswick. That's 3 out of nearly 200 institutions, so a pretty small percentage of the overall market. And, you know, I don't want to comment necessarily on any individual cases. I can tell you that the case in BC right now, they are in constant contact with OSFI and with officials here in Ottawa and are doing their due diligence in order to complete that process. But, you know, that's just one example. And what we want to do is take the learnings from that and the other processes that we've seen over the last few years and just, you know, make the case that it just has to be made easier and less time-consuming, frankly.
Okay, so if a roadmap was agreed to with certain time limits and that was honored by both federal and provincial regulators, everyone would be better off, is what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. And ultimately, it's about the consumer. It's about competition. It's about having more institutions competing nationally in financial services. And it's about mobility between the provinces as well. If you're a small business and you want to expand from one province to another, you know, if you bank with a credit union, all of a sudden you have to go to a new financial institution, which is not necessarily debilitating from the business's point of view. It's certainly possible to do, but like I said in my opening comments, it serves as a vehicle for further concentration amongst the big banks.
Yeah, I guess it must be frustrating because as the big banks can capitalize by issuing more stock or by putting out bonds, credit unions are limited to how much debt they can hold by their provincial regulator, which may be different than the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions. So to kind of be holding that back and forth method while you're still waiting to see who's going to be your regulator that year, I'm sure that could be difficult. If I could just quickly go to the Meat Council. Thank you very much for raising the issue today. Have you had any conversation with either the Minister of Agriculture or the Minister of Health? Obviously, Minister of Health is the minister responsible for CFIA.
Yes, absolutely. I think both entities have been aware for quite a long time as to the differences between different inspection systems at the federal and then at various provincial levels. So certainly we keep them in our comments.
Yeah, we saw a lot of our small abattoirs close in the early 2000s because of the requirement by the province to that everyone had to be CFIA qualified so that they could send their products both interprovincially and federally, and so really saw these small markets dry up. I'm concerned, as being a local member of parliament for BC, that these small abattoirs might suddenly, under this rule, have it where they are actually starting to face competition from other provinces that may or may not have the same rules. Is that possible?
I think that's a real possibility, and appreciate you raising the awareness of it. It's a tricky balance to walk. The federal standards. So at this point in time, all provincial facilities, if they so chose, could come up to the federal standards at this point in time. It would be a business decision on their part to do so. So the fact that they haven't suggests to us and should to all of you that there's a business reason for why they choose not to be federally inspected at this point.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Last question, I think, just really briefly. Just in terms of, have you raised the concerns around C5 to either the CFIA directly or to the Minister of Health or to the Minister of Agriculture, and what was their response?
Yes, we have directly, and they are supportive. And what we also understand is that this, once Bill C5 goes through its legislative process, there will be a regulatory process that is undertaken in which we can unpack some of these exceptions potentially in greater detail.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albus. Next, we'll go with Ms. Wien. Ms. Wien, the floor is yours. You have 6 minutes, please.
Thanks very much. Thank you to all the witches. Excuse me, I'm tired. It's been some hours, folks. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this evening for the discussion of this very important piece of legislation. I want to ask about. Sorry, I totally lost my thought. I want to ask a little bit about. I'm someone who likes to give out gold stars and recognize when there are some positive things. Lauren, I'm curious, you said that there are some pieces in the legislation that you feel comfortable with or in the framing. Could you tell us a little bit more about where you think there might be some good opportunities for us to be building and growing the economy if we move forward with this legislation?
Certainly. So I would point to two examples where you as a committee and the regulators might take better learning. So the Canadian Food Inspection Agency developed a domestic comparability assessment tool, which is used by provincial establishments to self-assess their safety systems against the federal standards. That helps to identify commonalities and gaps. And then that turns into discussions as to how to elevate if they so choose. And then there was also a domestic trade journey that's been organized by Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, which identified provincial meat processors who are interested in federal licensing. So to the extent that we can support those provincial facilities that are interested in becoming federal, I think that's a space that government can play a role in and would benefit us all.
Thanks. And it sounds like you see that there might be some opening around the regulatory process to make sure that we get this right.
Yeah.
Great. Mr. Hatch, I wanted to ask you a little bit about, the opportunities you see. I mean, you talked about the challenges in terms of your particular sector around credit unions and moving into kind of a broader frame and the pieces there. But I wondered if you could frame up some of the things here that you see are potential advantages in the legislation, and especially how we could use it to make sure that we're supporting young workers and families.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I mean, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, I mean, we had hoped to see some language in the bill that addresses the issue that I brought up, which is the we feel unnecessarily burdensome process for credit unions to grow beyond their provincial borders and to operate at the national level. So again, the Department of Finance is well aware of our concerns in this area. So is OSFI, and we have been very candid with them, and we will continue to be so. And they have, to their credit, been open to this idea. And it's not necessarily a legislative fix. I think it's, although there are some technical pieces of legislation or components of legislation that I think could address some of the components that make that process so very difficult. But it's more of a cultural resource allocation question within OSFI, perhaps, and also treatment of capital. I mean, without getting too much into the weeds, credit unions are cooperatives. And there's, they're financial institutions which are organized along cooperative lines, as opposed to the large shareholder-owned, primarily for-profit, publicly traded large financial institutions who can go out and raise capital in capital markets at the drop of a hat in the billions of dollars. The way that credit unions raise capital is largely through retained earnings, so their profits year over year. Which is pretty much by definition a much slower and more difficult and time-consuming way to raise capital. So, there are ways that OSFI can change the way that it looks at things like that to make it easier. And again, they're open to it, and we hope to continue that conversation, for the duration of this Parliament and beyond.
I'm actually done for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wien. Prochainement, nous avons M. Lemire. À vous la parole, 6 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Now, Mr. Lemire, you have 5 minutes for questions. Thank you, Miigwech. Thank you for the clarity of your remarks with respect to the projects whose the consequences of which remain to be seen, or they're not clear at all. Over the past few days, we have heard from several chiefs who have opposed Bill C-5 and who have noted contradictions that can be extremely harmful to the future of First Nations and to the resources they want to respect, as well as the rights they want to respect. There seems to be a clear consensus, which was made by Ontario chiefs and others. Now, you're with the Association of First Nations of Quebec, Labrador. Do you feel, is there the same unanimity among your people as there is in the group in Quebec and Labrador?
Quite simply believe that, most First Nations, will oppose this bill because of the fact that we have not had an opportunity, to discuss the potential impacts. Because what we're talking about here, I hear, witnesses talk about, our resources and our opportunities. But, what people tend to forget is that, look, I'm Algonquin and Anishinaabe. You're sitting in Ottawa on unceded Anishinaabe territory. Unceded's definition is we did not give up the rights or make a deal with the colonial government. These territories that everybody wants and talks about developing, they belong to First Nations. And we deserve an opportunity to have a robust consultation process. That is the judgment that was rendered by Judge Blackhawk in the CN and Quebec versus CNL. We're not opposed to development, but we want a clear opportunity to make sure that we understand the impacts of the project, whether or not those impacts can be mitigated, and then be in a position to move forward. And we have two examples of, where it works and where it doesn't. In the case of the nuclear, again, the consultation process did not work. We, for 10 years, had told Canada and the Canadian nuclear laboratories that calling us and sending us letters was simply not consultation. It required, a deeper consultation, a framework, and a robust process. They disagreed. We took them to court. We won, which said that, the consultation process was inadequate. We have a second project where we have worked with PSPC and on a bridge replacement project in our traditional territory. And through this process with PSPC and the Impact Assessment Agency, we came up with a process that allowed for us to have our say in terms of the environmental impact statement. We were able to develop a process to engage our people and talk to them about the options and the impacts and the mitigation strategies that needed to take place for us to support the project. Next week, we will be meeting with the Impact Assessment Agency and PSPC, and we will be giving them our consent to our preferred option of the three that were presented to us for this bridge replacement. So there's a good way to consult us, and there's a bad way. Bill C5 is probably the worst I've ever seen.
Chef Heyman, j'entends parfaitement ce que vous dites lorsqu'on parle de réconciliation qui est si importante auprès des Premières.
When we're talking about reconciliation, which is so important for First Nations, conversation is fundamental. It seems that the government really failed with respect to C5. We should be extending a hand to First Nations and not, have to go to the courts and deal with this for decades. It seems you don't feel that some things will be respected if C5 were to be passed. For example, First Nation, the rights of First Nations, the Indian Act. This is not really something that would win over First Nations to C5. Do you think this could lead to a crisis?
Of course, it'll. When you overstep and override our rights and take away any of the fundamental protections we have, even as bad as the Indian Act is, then yes, it's going to cause a crisis. I know that, there's going to be challenges ahead, and we're already seeing it in our province in Quebec with C97. It's the forestry regime, the changes to the forest regime.
Je me permets de vous arrêter parce que le temps est limité pour moi.
I'm sorry, I have to cut you off because we don't have much time. Do you think that the Indian Act should be removed from Annex to Schedule 2 of the bill?
Mr. Lemire, thank you very much, Chief Haymond. Next, we have Ms. Stubbs. Ms. Stubbs, floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of the witnesses for being here. To the credit union, I hope that the government listens to you, because I certainly, as a rural resident in a rural community and from Alberta, credit unions are necessary for the daily lives of the people there, and all of the concerns we heard about impacts on Canadian meat processors. I hope that these get addressed, and I too, Chief, hope that the decision makers, who are the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, actually listen to what they are being told so that they can fully deploy their duty to consult and mitigate adverse impacts on impacted communities, so that everybody who wants to see big projects get built for the prosperity of all people, and especially for Indigenous Canadians, can get to yes in a good way. Dr. Exner-Perot, thank you for being here. I just wonder, I agree with you, and I find ourselves in an odd position where we have a government doing a short-term workaround, sort of baby steps and breadcrumbs, rather than a big breakthrough of the barriers that they themselves have created over the last 10 years. I wonder, in general, if you have concerns with the fact that in C5, the 2-year timeline that they keep claiming actually isn't in the bill, nor is there any timeline on which a final decision should be made. How does that give certainty to proponents or to investors?
Yeah, good question. 2 years would obviously be ideal. I could see in some cases, for example, where there's a duty to consult and it wasn't possible to achieve all that consultation and accommodation within 2 years, that it's hard to legislate strict timelines. But certainly 2 years should be the goal. At least 2 years, and proponents would like to see that. So I can see legally, especially on the Indigenous rights side, why it maybe is hard to mandate that. And the government, I had to remind everyone, a working group of cabinet members in 2024 already had some timelines that they put onto major projects. We haven't come close to achieving that. So just saying that a timeline is going to be achieved isn't good enough anyways. So I guess, it's a great aspiration. And hopefully we can get closer to it.
Yes, and I think it's safe to say that what's in the law is really what matters. What are your views on the fact that there are these vague concepts that would constitute the national interest, but one could make an argument on almost every single factor in every single way about any project that might be under consideration? And do you have any comments on the uncertainty around that sort of ad hoc, project by project, case by case, adjudication, rather than instead what I think you were probably leaning towards in your opening comments, which is actually fixing and creating attractive and competitive investment in fiscal and regulatory conditions to attract private sector investment and a government with a will to back proponents to build on the back end. Do you have any comments about that?
Yeah, so certainly the way it's been described lends itself to a boondoggle list. I've heard that 90 projects have been submitted from the provinces and territories. Many of those don't have proponents. Many of those don't have a business case, and would probably rely on extensive government funding. And which, in contrast, where you do have, like I say, probably hundreds of projects in various regulatory stages with the provinces, the territories, and the federal government that have been moved by a private proponent. And I would argue that any project that improves our productivity, that increases our GP, and that diversifies our trade is a project in the national interest. And so yes, there it is, like I say, rife for abuse to let the government pick a few. Again, there's a honeymoon period, and people are just, quite pleased that we're focusing on actually building some projects. So there's quite a lot of leeway, but there's certainly ways that you could see that this legislation could go sideways.
There are, of course, dozens of projects stuck in various forms of federal review or duplicative federal review right now, including 28 nuclear, oil and gas, mining, and LNG projects, all real projects with real proponents spending real money and losing real time trying to get approval. Does that seem like maybe a first sensible place to start? And then what the government, as you say, as a G7 country where our economy is really dependent on responsible resource development, wouldn't that be a good place to start? And shouldn't the government actually be spending all this time on removing or fixing the barriers in all those 13 pieces of legislation and 5 regulations that they clearly say are stopping things from being built?
And I think that would be the preference of proponents, is now we've identified what some of the issues are. And it's not about having a lower standard. It's about getting rid of some, frankly, Orwellian process that we have in place, permitting that has no relationship to the cost and the benefit to society, and really just adds time and money and pain and frustration. And so no one wants, everyone wants world-class standards. No one wants to get rid of that. We just want some efficiency, proficiency in the system. And like I say, this is a shortcut, C5, and I appreciate the desire to get some projects moving quickly. We do need to see that, but it's not a substitute for doing the hard work in the coming year of actually reforming some of those legislations.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. Next, we have Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Kellaway, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions will be to Ms. Exner-Pirro. First, I just want to kind of reflect on the afternoon and evening and night with respect to the testimony. It's been very important to hear every side of the equation. The one thing that I think about, and I think everyone around this table or those watching at home or here in attendance, is the real threat, the ongoing threat of these tariffs. And Trump loves tariffs. He's talked about it ad nauseum. But when Trump decides to leave, Trumpism will probably continue, and the focus on tariffs will continue. I think of energy. I think of how energy security, I think, is national security, Ms. Exner-Pirro. And when I think of new technologies like carbon capture or hydrogen or small nuclear reactors that could potentially benefit Canadian economy, also decarbonized oil that go through pipelines, whatever the projects are that are deemed important by the provinces, First Nations, the private sector. I'm wondering if you look at some of these items like electricity transmission lines, for example. The McDonald-Laurier Institute, and I've asked this question for some other people as well. Have you done any type of analysis in terms of the new energy projects that could be on the horizon and how that secures us from a energy perspective, but also a national security perspective?
We've done some work on the cost of some of the renewable goals that some of the provinces have had. As you know, electricity is generally a provincial remit, and we focus on federal policy. But I do have a paper coming out this week that does look like at the emissions intensity lowering that we've seen in the Canadian oil and gas sector, in particular in the oil sands. And so there's certainly ways that the sector has been successful, and certainly sees, there's certainly impetus from industry itself to want to lower its emissions intensity per barrel and get that decarbonized oil through, as we're talking about. And there is enthusiasm for some kind of ground bargain where we work harder towards reducing emissions to the extent we can, and that allows that social license to get more product to export away from the United States into other markets.
So to go a little deeper in terms of the work you've done or even in the paper that you're going to present later on this week or next week, do we get a sense of, if you just take an example of the projects that you've referenced, in terms of jobs, in terms of economic benefit, can you share a little bit of your paper with us? Can you give us a little foreshadowing of what might be in your paper that might give some sunlight to this?
Yeah, it's not very related to C5,
okay.
But basically the emissions cap comes at a very high cost on a carbon tax basis. And so we might want to rethink different ways, such as the Pathways Alliance, which the Prime Minister has indicated some enthusiasm for. That would certainly be a positive way working with industry, and maybe a major project that could be considered as part of C5.
Mm-hmm. Do you have major projects or that the Macdonald-Laurier Institute would highlight as important to national security vis-a-vis energy security?
Yeah, I have a list. So I would say Northern Gateway, Silesum's LNG with Prince Rupert Gas Transmission, a final investment decision on LNG Canada Phase 2, which isn't for the federal government to do, but can create some conditions for success there. Expansion of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, because it's quickly filling up. It's at 90% utilization. Those would be at the top of my list to expand our energy security, and those would probably be the biggest GDP boosters that we have available to us as well.
Okay. I'm looking to, and thank you for providing those examples. Anything on the East Coast, and when I say East Coast, for those watching, I mean Atlantic Canada, not downtown Toronto.
Absolutely. So I'm a big proponent of Atlantic oil and gas development. They had a great conference last week that showed some of the potential there. I think rather than doing an Energy East pipeline, we're better off using Atlantic oil and gas potential and Quebec potential to serve themselves. So if we want to reduce dependence on the United States on the east side of Canada, then we could use some Eastern oil and gas to actually do it. And I think in terms of supplying our allies in Europe with LNG, I think it's better to come from the East Coast as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kellaway. Prochainement, nous avons Monsieur Lemire. À vous la parole.
Next, Mr. Lemire, the floor is yours for 2.5 minutes, please. Thank you, Miigwech. Chief, I would like to hear you speak to the issue of risk. Who will be facing the risks if we suspend some of our most important acts? And if we suspend large project developers from respecting certain acts, who will be paying the price for this? Who will be responsible for the negative effects on human beings, on our waterways, for example? Could you speak to this, please?
That's a good question, and one that, fundamentally concerns us in the fact that there will be nobody responsible. We will be left with the mess if something, a project goes horribly wrong. And I think about the nuclear waste facility at Chalk River as an example. The technology they're proposing to use is supposed to protect the site for 300 years. But many of the radionuclides that they're going to be putting in there, have half-lives that are in the thousands and millions of years. And so, the technology is not going to support the long-term safety of the watershed. So, at the end of the day, there's the government, I guess, will be responsible because, they allowed for the permitting of this project to happen. I can't see a proponent, having enough liability insurance to cover off the fact that this project risks the drinking water supply of 9 million people living in the provinces of Ontario and Quebec. So it's a very good question. I think, when push comes to shove, at the end of the day, when there's nobody to be held liable, that pressure will again be put on the government of the day.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Lemire.
Kitchi Miigwech.
Thank you, Mr. Lemire.
Prochainement. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the witnesses and Dr. Exner-Pirot. I hear you that we can't let perfection be the enemy of the good. So I want to pick up on the line of questioning from my colleague, Ms. Stubbs, and our criticism of C5 is that there's a lot of good intentions, a lot of symbols and signals, but there's a lot of substance that's lacking. And so you started to talk a little bit about some of what perhaps are the shortcomings. So maybe you can continue to elaborate. I mean, what are some of the watch-outs? What are some of the potential pitfalls? As we look down the road, are there certainly milestones or measurables as to how this is being implemented, that it's being successful?
Yeah, great question. I think, again, it could be implemented well if humans were perfect and governments were perfect, and we shouldn't expect our governments to be perfect, and we should have safeguards for that. I think it's in the choosing of what are the projects of national interest. First, and that the governments are choosing that in the first place. But there is a role, certainly, for the government to, build infrastructure, provide support for nation-building infrastructure. We wouldn't have, railways and highways and those kinds of things that we have, the St. Lawrence Seaway, if we didn't have government intervening. We wouldn't have the oil sands if government hadn't provided some support and chosen a winner in that respect. But again, putting in some safeguards that, some level of proponent interest, some level of private sector interest in some of these projects, that they aren't, fully or majority funded by the federal government, that they are already at an advanced stage, that they are already in a process. They've already been submitted to a regulatory for review. So it's not starting from scratch, kind of out of a politician's dreams. So those are the ones. And then in the laws, and using the King Henry VIII clause of the laws, that they do tend to omit, that it isn't to ride roughshod over environmental protection, over rights, but it is really to just surpass some of the bottlenecking that sometimes our regulatory processes cause for us. That, again, a hummingbird is an example, of a species of least concern, doesn't stop construction somewhere for 4 months because of the Migratory Birds Act at a cost of about $100 million to the Canadian taxpayer. So allowing, I guess, to have a relief valve for some of those very difficult permitting issues, but again, not usurping, I think, the kind of rights that Canadians expect.
It's interesting that the examples you cited of what would be the biggest GDP boosters were predominantly energy infrastructure projects. So when it comes to choosing projects that are national interest that you mentioned, that's perhaps where the rubber's going to hit the road, or where the greatest risk lies. How important is it to prioritize that as our biggest economic opportunity?
Well, I think, the Prime Minister has spoken about wanting to make Canada an energy superpower in conventional and clean energy. But from a foreign policy perspective, what makes someone a superpower tends to be oil, and to a lesser extent natural gas, and sometimes critical minerals. And so in terms of the superpower that comes with it, the influence, that is obviously going to come from some of these more politically sensitive commodities, and we're seeing that in oil markets today. But on the GDP, this is, very clearly, when Trans Mountain comes online, you actually see it in the Canadian GDP. There aren't a lot of projects that you can see and measure, that the Bank of Canada can measure as a portion of GDP. Nothing like a bitumen pipeline will do that in this country. And an LNG terminal like LNG Canada comes pretty close.
Thank you. I agree. There's not much time left. So just a comment, perhaps. there was an OECD report not that long ago, a few years ago, that Canada had the lowest private sector investment in our economy in the OECD, and that was an impediment for this decade and some decades to come. Taxes and regulation, obviously, a big impact on that. So, how important is it that these nation-building projects have that emphasis on private sector potential?
Yeah, I mean a lot, and I guess that's why I'm not opposed to the bill, is because the private sector has been quite enthused about it. It is a very good signal to them that this government does intend to do some business and to build some projects. But again, it's the first step. Certainly not the last step of what we actually need to see in this country to bring that foreign investment back and to really have that investor confidence. People are willing to give the benefit of the doubt for now, but that won't last forever either.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Exner-Pirot, and thank you, Mr. Muse. And finally, for today, nous avons Monsieur Lauzon. Monsieur Lauzon, vous la parole, 5 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Merci.
Mr. Lauzon, 5 minutes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to begin with Ms. Exner-Pirot. Do you feel that this bill can increase Canada's capacity to compete with other countries that have simplified their approval process for these large-scale strategic projects? You mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I'm looking at your experience and it's looking at your profile. I can see that you worked for the Business Council of Canada and the Indigenous Resource Network, and I think you worked internationally as well. Could you talk to me more about this experience, please?
Testifying, I believe, to the Senate on this issue too. So I certainly provide advice, but don't want to pretend to speak for him today. He's got his own thoughts and position. But certainly, and I do know this to be true, many of the members of the Business Council of Canada are very supportive of this bill, and it is giving them optimism. It is giving them hope. And this is what I think many Canadians don't appreciate. It hasn't been evident in the last 10 years. When they're allocating funds, they can allocate it anywhere, and they're going to allocate it on behalf of their shareholders to the jurisdiction where they get the best return and the fastest return. And for so many of them, that has not been Canada for the last 10 years. And they are seeing some hope with this bill that there is a change in the tone, that there is a government that does want to help them build things, that does want to be a partner for them, not an adversary for them. And so there is optimism with this bill. And I think, yes, for a lot of our capital competes in the United States, and the United States has been excellent at attracting capital in the last 10 years. And this at least recalibrates when the Trump administration is making things much easier, probably too easy, probably going to be subject to some legislation or some legal action, but at least allows Canada to compete for that capital and earn a similar rate or competitive rate of return.
Merci.
Thank you. Given the current situation with the United States, do you think even during Donald Trump's first mandate, even if we go back 2 or 3 years, do you think that we would still have the same conversations that we're having today? Do you think we would have needed this type of bill?
Ways, we could have done things differently. I don't think many businesses think that the Trump administration is a model. And actually, a lot of his actions have caused turbulence and volatility and is not attractive for investment. In fact, there's a real opportunity for Canada now, including with this bill, to say we're a stable jurisdiction, but we're also open for business. So, many things have happened in the last 10 years with many different governments. And I guess going forward, all we can do is try to be the most competitive country we have, be that G7, the leader in the G7 nation that everyone wants us to be.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Martin. Vous nous avez beaucoup parlé du système.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. You talked a lot about the inspection system, and you talked about the nuance between provincial food inspection and federal food inspection. About 5% of inspections are done by provinces, and the federal government allows us to broaden our market to the provinces and elsewhere, all throughout the country. But you said that this bill could drop this obstacle, this barrier down to 5%. Can you talk to us about this 5% barrier for food inspections?
Sure. So, and I do, please redirect me if I did not understand the question, but I understood it as being to how to remove the barriers on the last 5%.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Okay. To that, I say, I think we need to look at the learnings of the journey mapping exercise of Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, and also that domestic comparability assessment tool led by CFIA. There are opportunities to unlock that last 5%. And I think the easiest starting place for the federal government would be those provincial facilities that are looking to become federal, and then determining what supports they particularly need, like perhaps in cost, to get up to the federal standard.
Merci.
Thank you. Is that all? It goes by quickly, very quickly. Good questions, though. It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Lauzon.
I want to express my sincere gratitude to each and every one of you for being so flexible, for joining us last minute, and for being here with us late into the evening, wherever you are across the country. It's greatly appreciated. You're contributing to the betterment of this piece of legislation. We greatly appreciate it. With that, colleagues, I'm going to suspend for 15 minutes. When we resume, we will begin consideration of the clause by clause. 15 minutes. This meeting is suspended. back to order. I'd like to begin by reminding committee members that pursuant to the order adopted by the House on Monday, June 16th, 2025, all amendments had to be submitted to the clerk of the committee by 12 p.m. noon today. As a result, the chair will only allow amendments submitted before that deadline to be moved and debated. In other words, only amendments contained in the distributed package of amendments will be considered. When no further members wish to intervene, the amendment will be voted on. Amendments will be considered in the order in which they appear in the package each member received from the clerk. And I just want to confirm everybody's received that package. Yes? Okay. During debate of an amendment, members are permitted to move sub-amendments. Sub-amendments must be provided in writing. These sub-amendments do not require the approval of the mover of the amendment. Only the sub-amendment may be considered. One may be considered at a time, and that sub-amendment cannot be amended. When a sub-amendment is moved to an amendment, it is voted on first. Then another sub-amendment may be moved, or committee may consider the main amendment and vote on it. Amendments have been given a number in the top right corner to indicate which party submitted them. There's no need for a seconder to move an amendment. Once moved, you will need unanimous consent to withdraw it. Finally, pursuant to standing order adopted by the House, if the committee has not completed the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill by 11:59 p.m., all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put the question forthwith and successfully without further debate on all remaining clauses and amendments submitted to the committee, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, and the committee shall not adjourn the meeting until it has disposed of the bill. Pursuant to Standing Order 75-1, consideration of Clause 1, short title, is postponed. The chair calls Clause 2, which brings us to NDP 1. And before we begin, I believe Mr. Barcel-Duval had something he wanted to move. Mr. Barcel-Duval.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense qu'il y a eu...
Thank you, Chair. I think that we had agreed around the table that we would skip the sub-amendments, or rather, that we skip the preamble, but before we begin the study as such, we have till midnight to present sub-amendments. I would like to move a sub-amendment so that it can be dealt with, because for procedural reasons, as you mentioned, we can't move them after midnight. Thank you, sir. Mr. Lauzon, Chair, I recommend that we start with 1. With all respect due to Mr. Barcel-Duval, given the advanced hour, the late hour, I think we're capable about knowing whether we can get back to something later. But I'd like to start with 1 without in any way neglecting Mr. Barcel-Duval's request. So, Mr. Barcel-Duval, I think a little before midnight you can mention it and we can deal with it. I haven't. You can trust your colleagues. Well, if my colleague says that we don't need long debates and we can vote on the sub-amendments, if we stop for 15 minutes before to present the sub-amendments, I have no problem with that.
OK, donc vous avez besoin de consentement unanime du
Yes,
comité.
you would need unanimous consent to do that now. Do we have unanimous consent to give Mr. Barcel-Duval a chance to move his sub-amendment?
So I guess we'll have to do it when the time comes. OK, so colleagues, we'll start with NDP 1. Just a note, NDP 1 is deemed moved pursuant to the order adopted by the House on Monday, June 16th. This applies to all NDP amendments, so there will be no movers. It's deemed moved. Shall NDP 1 carry? Yes, Mr. Callaway.
I'll be quick. We oppose it. Just very quick rationale, because I know it's late in the night. The preamble language refers to the efforts through the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. Since Indigenous governing bodies are not signatories to the Free Trade Agreement, are not regulators, and do not place any barriers to provincial trade, we believe that this amendment isn't applicable to the Act, so therefore we're going to oppose this amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. Any other thoughts, questions, concerns? Seeing none, shall NDP 1 carry? All those in favor? All those opposed? It is defeated. NDP 2, shall clause 2 carry? Oh, sorry. Yep.
Shall NDP 2.
Shall NDP 2?
We didn't have much time.
That's okay. We're going to work through it. There might be some issues. It was put together last minute. We appreciate all the hard work you put into this. NDP 2. All those in favor? Oh, you have something to say, Mr. Kellaway?
We just think it's just for a quick moment, the amendment is outside of the scope of the Act for our perspective, so we'll be opposing.
Thank you, Mr. Kellaway. Any other questions, comments? All those in favor of NDP 2? All those opposed? Abstentions? Okay. The motion, NDP 2 is opposed. NDP 3, Mr. Kellaway.
While I agree with the intent of the amendment, again, on this side we have some serious concerns. The subsection paraphrases sections of the UNDA, creates uncertainty by creating some inconsistent provisions, and furthermore, there is no need to add this subsection because it is already implemented under UNDRIP and covered under the interpretation of the Act, so therefore we're opposing this amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. Any other thoughts, questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of NDP 3? All those opposed? It does not carry. NDP 3 does not carry. NDP 4, Mr. Kellaway.
Yeah, I think given that NDP 1 was defeated, this amendment is not necessary. We oppose.
Thank you, Mr. Kellaway. Any other questions, comments, concerns? All those in favor of NDP 4? All those opposed? NDP 4 does not carry. And just a quick note to the legislative clerks as well as the clerk, if you need any of us to slow down to be able to count the votes properly, etc., please do let me know. NDP 5.
Hi.
Mr. Kellaway.
How are you? Good. Given the last amendments have been defeated, we just believe there's no justification for the amendments we oppose, for the same reasons we opposed the last amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor of NDP 5? All those opposed? Okay, NDP 5 does not carry. NDP 6.
We oppose the amendment based on the rationale for the last amendment, so we oppose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor of NDP 6? All those opposed? I'm just going to ask Liberal colleagues to raise your hand if you are opposed, just because we do have abstentions, so I want to make sure that it's being carried properly. All those opposed, thank you. NDP 6 does not carry. NDP 7. Okay. No other questions, comments, concerns? NDP 7, all those in favor? All those opposed? NDP 7 is defeated. NDP 8.
NDP 8, we oppose this amendment. The rationale, since exceptions because of health and safety would be made through the regulations process. The federal regulators have the experience to determine the instances where this may be the case. This is not needed, and therefore we oppose this amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor of NDP 8? All those opposed? NDP 8 is defeated. NDP 9. Mr. Kellaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We oppose this amendment because we've voted against all other related amendments and because Indigenous governing bodies, have no regulatory role when it comes to interprovincial trade. So we oppose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor of NDP 9? All All those opposed? NDP 9 is defeated. NDP 10. Yes, Mr. Kellaway.
Very briefly, we oppose this because the Act has safeguards built into it. Therefore, it doesn't add a lot to the legislation, so we are opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Kellaway. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, should NDP 10 carry? All those in favor? All those opposed? NDP 10 is defeated. NDP 11.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for staring at me. I appreciate it. While the internal trade legislation is not expected to impact the rights and interests of Indigenous people given its scope, Section 35 rights supersede all other laws. Therefore, this amendment adds nothing new to the legislation. Furthermore, Mr. Chair, there will be an opportunity for additional consultation specific to the legislation during the development of the regulatory framework through the Canada Gazette. For these reasons, we oppose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor of NDP 11, please raise your hand. All those opposed? NDP 11 is defeated. NDP 12. Mr. Kellaway.
Very briefly. While I recognize the spirit of this amendment, Mr. Chair, this is the language used in all legislative review portions of bills, and this would be included, so therefore we'll be opposing this motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor of NDP 12, please raise your hand. All those opposed? NDP 12 is defeated. Shall Clause 2 carry? All those in favor? Clause 2 of NDP 12.
I think we just voted on that. Didn't we?
It's the clause. It's the clause of the bill.
Clause of the bill.
It does not. So I'll ask that question again. Shall Clause 2 carry? All those in favor, please raise your hands for the clerks. All those opposed?
Oh, we're yes.
Yes, you're yes.
Yes, we're yes, sir.
Sorry. I thought we were back to the...
Clause 2 carries.
Okay, all right.
Going to repeat that for our...
Yeah, we'll get the smell samples first.
And no amendments can be moved?
So shall Clause 3 carry? Shall Clause 3 carry? Yep, no objection. Clause 3 carries. Clause 4 brings us to NDP 13. NDP 13 seeks to introduce a new concept that is also related to NDP 18. I wanted to read that out. It was important. Shall NDP 13 carry? Yes, Mr. Lawrence, or Ms. Stubbs.
Right, no, sorry.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yes, conservatives believe strongly in the importance of unionized jobs, and so we will be supporting NDP 13.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of NDP 13, please raise your hands. All those opposed? NDP 13 carries. NDP 14. Questions, comments, concerns for NDP 14? Seeing none, NDP 14, all those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed? NDP 14 does not carry. NDP 15. If NDP 15 is adopted, colleagues, NDP 16 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. NDP 15, questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor of NDP 15? All those opposed? NDP 15 is defeated. Okay. Shall NDP 16 carry? All those in favor? Mr. Barcelou Duval, all those opposed? NDP 16 does not carry. NDP 17. Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none. Should NDP 17 carry? All those in favor? No one. All those opposed? NDP 17 does not carry. Là, on va aller avec bloc numéro 1. Parfait. On va aller avec bloc.
Now we'll go to the block amendment number 1. Would someone like to address it? You're not obliged to, Mr. Duval. Would you like to move it? Perfect. Block 1, pass. Is everyone in favor? Those who are against? Those who are opposed? It is defeated. Block 2. It introduces a new concept that we also see in Block Amendment 40, for your information. Mr. Barcelou Duval, would you like to move it? I do. Thank you. Questions, comments? All those in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed? Pass. Adopted. Block 3. I move it. Thank you very much. If it is adopted, not NDP, then NDP 18 cannot be passed because of a conflict, of a text conflict. So all those in favor of Block 3, or rather, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed? Defeated.
Concerns, colleagues? Okay, all those in favor of NDP 18, please raise your hands. All those opposed? NDP 18 does not carry. Okay, PV1 is deemed moved, therefore NDP 19 cannot be debated as they are identical. PV1, so this is just fine, okay. PV1, should it carry? All those in favor? All those opposed? PV1 does not carry. That brings us to CPC1. First somebody's got to propose it. So, Mr. Lawrence, would you move CPC1 officially, please?
I will allow Ms. Stubbs if she wishes.
Ms. Stubbs.
Thank you, Chair. I so move to ensure transparency and fairness for proponents and to report to Parliament.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. Wow. Any other questions or comments? Oui, Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Un commentaire très rapide, simplement.
Mr. Barcelou Duval, yes, a short comment. It gives the government a great deal of leeway to decide on what's in the national interest. So this is sort of government by decree. So I would say that it is with a great disappointment that I will vote for it, because I think it's perhaps not as bad as what was before. Thank you, Mr. Barcelou Duval.
So on this side of the table, we think this is enabling legislation, and there's more to do in the implementation to address concerns like this, but we believe that this is not the right place, so we'll be voting no.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. Any other questions or comments, colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of CPC 1? All those opposed? CPC 1 carries. Let's jump to PV2, colleagues. PV2, shall PV2 carry? All those in favor of PV2? All those opposed? PV2 does not carry. We will now jump to NDP 20. Questions, comments? Seeing none, shall NDP 20 carry? All those in favor? All those opposed? NDP 20 is rejected. We will now go to PV3. Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, shall PV3 carry? All those in favor? All those opposed? PV3 carries. We will now go to Bloc 4.
Now
On va
on
aller-
to BQ4, Block 4, Mr. Barcelou-Duval. Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to move that amendment BQ4 be carried. Thank you, Mr. Barcelou-Duval. Any questions or comments? Clarifications?
Mr. Kellaway.
We'll be opposing. The conditions document will indicate the conditions, so it can't go in the schedule, so we'll be opposing it based on primarily that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. Any other questions, comments, clarifications, colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of Block 4? All those opposed?
Is there any, I have an opportunity. Excuse me, I have an opportunity to speak to my amendment, don't I?
Oh, sorry.
Don't I have an opportunity?
This isn't hers, though, right?
No.
No. Ms. May, you are 100% right. I am, however, right now we're dealing with Block 4, Ms. May.
But PV2 was called when I was here, and I wasn't given an opportunity to speak to it.
Ms. May, we're just having a quick discussion. I'll be right back with you. Ms. May, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Do you hear me now?
We hear you very well. Our apologies. You should have been given an opportunity to speak to PV2. We want to give you that opportunity to speak to PV2. And then we're very shortly, we're also going to be dealing with PV4. We just adopted PV3. So, Ms. May, the floor is yours to briefly speak to PV2, please.
Thank you. Well, you can see they are all connected right through to PV5, and they relate to increasing in this bill an actual obligation on a responsibility of the minister to meaningfully consult with the public and to create opportunities for advanced consultation in the process of the national interest projects being selected by cabinet. And that's, I think, all I have time under the rules to say, to plead to Parti Vert 2, s'il vous plaît.
To talk about Green Party 2.
With this amendment.
Thank you very much, Ms. May. And please do stick around because we have PV4 coming up. So we'll keep, or not. We'll see. Yeah, we'll figure that out.
I have interesting logistics here, but I won't wait.
Okay. Colleagues, we're now going to go to Block 4. Monsieur Barcel-Duval, avez-vous la parole pour Bloc 4?
Barcel-Duval, BQ4.
Versed in it could tell me, but I know that Janine has been here for some time, and she was here for Clause 2 only, so I think her part is done, so I would think it would be gracious if we allowed her to go if she so chooses.
It's Madame Richaud. Merci beaucoup,
Yeah.
Madame Richaud.
Ms. Richaud. Thank you very much, Ms. Richaud.
Who would?
Consent to go back. That's the big thing.
Their space-time continuum applies.
Okay.
Thank you for your support and your service today. Wish you a wonderful evening. Merci. Colleagues, are we good to jump to Block 4? Oui, Monsieur Barcel-Duval, je vous passe la parole pour...
Mr. Barcel-Duval, the floor is yours for BQ4. I would like us to carry... I move that we carry BQ4. Any questions or comments on BQ4, Mr. Callaway?
Document will indicate the conditions, and I think we did this before, did we not? Block 4?
Yeah, we already done Block 4.
Did we vote on Block 4 when she...
Yeah, I don't know if, yeah, I'm pretty
We did
confident.
not complete the vote according to the clerk.
Okay, so you already have my rationale.
Merci
So,
beaucoup. All those in favor of Block 4, colleagues, raise
go
your
ahead.
hands,
Yeah,
please. All those opposed to Block 4, please raise your hand. Opposed, yes. Block 4 does not carry. Just to clarify for the CPC, no hands raised, you're abstaining. Perfect. Do you want to make sure? I don't want to miss anything. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Albus. Bloc 5, Monsieur Barcel-Duval.
Block 5. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the goal here is that there be a publication 30 days prior to a project being deemed of national interest. Thank you, Mr. Barcel-Duval. Questions, comments, and clarifications? Yes.
Legislation would be subject to the government's obligations under Section 35 of the Constitution and the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So we view that the minister already has this responsibility in addition to consulting with the provinces and territories. So we'll be voting against.
Okay, I'm going to move the phone away so you don't get into my voicemail.
I can't.
Miss May, I think you're off mute.
Good to know, though.
I know I am, Mr. Chair. I'm so worried that I'm going to not be heard next time. I apologize for that.
No, I've asked.
I'm waiting for PV4.
Miss May, I've asked the clerk to tase me when it comes to PV4 so that I do not miss a chance to give you the opportunity to
Thank you,
speak.
Chair. I'm sorry about that. I'll stay on mute till we get to Potier Cats.
No worries. Thank you, Miss May. Donc, tout le monde, levez vos mains si vous êtes en faveur de...
Please raise your hands if you're in favor of BQ5.
All those opposed? Block 5 carries. Okay, bloc numéro 6, Monsieur Barcel-Duval.
Block 6, Mr. Barcel-Duval. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment just aims to ensure that projects be in compliance with existing provincial laws. Thank you, Mr. Barcel-Duval. Mr. Lauzon? This is already the case for the provinces, so we will be voting against. Thank you, Mr. Lauzon. Any comments, clarifications? Raise your hands if you're in favor of Block 6, please. If you are against, raise your hands, please. It is therefore defeated.
Ms. Stubbs.
Thank you, Chair. I so move. This is an effort to meet the government's claims that this bill will adhere to timelines by embedding timelines right into The bill, this would enforce a 90-day deadline for a final decision after a ministerial recommendation with mandatory reporting on delays, so that ensures timely decisions and prevents indefinite political limbo for major projects. And we do, of course, we campaigned on review processes, shooting for a maximum 1-year cap with a 6-month target. So that is what we propose in this amendment. But since the government has not even included the 2-year timeline, they keep claiming in this law, if we wouldn't have support for the 1-year timeline amendment, we certainly would accept from the Liberals a 2-year timeline to at least codify their stated goal right in the law.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. D'autres questions, commentaires?
Any other
Seeing
comments
none,
or questions?
all those opposed? CPC 2 does not carry. Before I turn the floor over to Ms. May for PV4, I just want to read that if PV4 is adopted, Block 7 and Block 9 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Also, PV4 is identical to NDP 21 and Block 8. With that, I'd like to turn the floor over to Ms. May to move the motion. Ms. May, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to address for a moment the honourable member, Mike Kellaway, and let him know I speak to him from his riding. This may explain some of the internet issues. Parti Vert 4 is widely supported, as you mentioned, Mr. to NDP 21 and Bloc Québécois 8, and is also in the testimony supported by West Coast Environmental Law, Eco-Justice, the Canadian Environmental Law Association, and numerous other organizations, and I think some other parliamentarians. This changes one line only, line 18 on page 9, which currently in Clause 4 sets that this act ceases to have effect 5 years from the date in which it enters into force. This amendment would shorten that time to 2 years, that under subsection 1 after the second anniversary of, and again, supported by a staff lawyer from West Coast Environmental Law, Anna Johnston, I think put it well, if the bill is truly about dealing with our current trade crisis, it should be constrained to a more reasonable timeline. And with that, I submit the amendment for your consideration and hope it will carry.
Thank you very much, Ms. May. Questions, commentaires? Je vais aller avec
Questions and
Monsieur.
comments, Mr. Lauzon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move a sub-amendment to PV4. I would like to replace 2nd anniversary by 4th anniversary. 4. A sub-amendment on the table. Mr. Barcel-Duval, would you like to speak to this?
Allow her to speak to Mr. Lauzon's sub-amendment. Ms. May, did you hear the sub-amendment proposed by Mr. Lauzon?
Yes, I did. I wouldn't consider it a friendly amendment. The purpose of the 2-year sunset clause is to keep the lifeline of this bill to a more reasonable time limit. 4 years is not substantially different from the existing 5 years under the bill. 2 years is more reasonable. Mais j'ai tout le respect pour le Bloc québécois
I do have much respect to the Bloc for their efforts, but in this case, I do not agree to modify my amendment to change the 2nd anniversary to the 4th anniversary. I would like to stick to the 2nd anniversary. Thank you very much, Ms. May. Mr. Barcel-Duval, would you like to speak to this? Otherwise, we will vote on the sub-amendment. Mr. Lauzon? Yes. Mr. Barcel-Duval, perfect. I just wanted to apologize to Ms. May. I do think it is a very good amendment, and even though the sub-amendment would improve the current act, unfortunately, I'm going to have to vote against this. I think that BQ7 is more likely to be carried by the committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Barcel-Duval. Mr. Lauzon? No other comments. Thank you. Perfect. We are going to vote on the sub-amendment of Mr. Lauzon.
Sub-amendment to Ms. May's amendment. All those opposed? The sub-amendment does not carry. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Lauzon. Questions or comments on
Mr. Lauzon?
PV4? Seeing none, all those in favor of PV4, please raise your hands. All those opposed? PV4 does not carry. We will now go to Block 7. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, je vous passe la parole.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval, the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The goal of Block 7 is that we not be able to use the powers under subsection 1 if the Parliament is not sitting, if it's dissolved or prorogued. I think this would allow for a better, more regulations around this power. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments?
Levez vos mains, s'il vous plaît.
Please raise your hands. Those who are against. BQ7 is carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Barcelou-Duval. Now we're going on to Block 9. Is that correct? Perfect. Block 9, Mr. Barcelou-Duval. I think that Bloc Nu was deemed out of order, and therefore I will not be moving it. Great. So you're withdrawing Block 9. Perfect. Thank you.
NDP 22.
NDP 22. Questions and comments? Any clarifications?
2, raise your hands, please. All those opposed? NDP 22 does not carry. Là, on se trouve avec Bloc 10,
Now
Monsieur.
we are on to Block 10, Mr. Barcelou-Duval. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Block 10 makes it impossible for the minister to modify the project. If there are modifications to a national interest project, he won't be able to do it. You will only be possible if these modifications do not change the nature of the project. If they're minor cosmetic changes, there's no problem. However, if they are substantive changes, then this will be not possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Barcelou-Duval. Any questions or comments or clarifications?
Bloc 10, levez vos mains, s'il vous plaît, si vous êtes en faveur.
Please raise your hands. Those who are against. Block 10 is defeated. And Block 11. Before I give you the floor, Block 11 introduces a new concept that is also found in BQ 12 and 17. If BQ 11 is carried, CPC 3 cannot be moved because of a line conflict. Mr. Barcelou-Duval, the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. Chair. BQ 11 means that if the House of Commons considers that a national interest project is no longer of national interest, it can be withdrawn. Thank you very much, Mr. Barcelou-Duval. Any questions, comments, or clarifications? I do not see any.
Levez vos mains, s'il vous plaît.
If you're in favor, please raise your hand. If you're opposed, please raise your hand. Block 11 is defeated.
To you, Mr. Lawrence, or you, Ms. Stubbs. CPC 3 is adopted. PV 5 and Block 17, Block 18, Block 19, Block 20, and PV 8 cannot be debated due to a line conflict. Also, the vote on CPC 3 applies to CPC 15 as they are consequential. So I'll turn the floor over to you, Ms. Stubbs, or you, Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. In conservative efforts to help improve this bill for certainty, transparency, clarity for all Canadians, proponents, and provinces and territories, this is another measure to attempt to give certainty on criteria and, or in addition to trying to give certainty on criteria and timelines, we think it's pretty obvious that in order to give certainty for proponents we must remove the power for the ability to eliminate projects from the national list after they've already been deemed such. That would clearly create uncertainty for investors all the way through the process. So that is the purpose of this amendment, to remove the minister's power to unilaterally delete projects from the national interest list.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. Any other questions, comments, clarifications, colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of CPC 3? All those opposed? CPC 3 does not carry. We'll now go to CPC 4. Yes, Mr. Kellaway.
So just
Actually, we need to get somebody move it and then.
by all means.
So, Mr. Lawrence or Ms.
With that.
Stubbs, CPC 4.
Thank you, Chair. I feel like Mr. Kellaway already knows what he's going to say. But in addition, as Conservatives, to helping to improve this bill with our ultimate goal of seeing decisions being made in the right way to get things built, we want to ensure that the emphasis is on encouraging private sector investment, not saddling taxpayers with big major projects. So this amendment ensures that fiscal responsibility is a key factor in designating national interest projects by requiring consideration of private sector or public-private funding, and it helps protect taxpayers by prioritizing projects with reduced financial burden on the public purse.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. Yes, Mr. Kellaway.
So this would be on a point of order, but we think that this is out of scope. This is legislation about accelerating the regulatory approvals for major projects, and nothing else in the legislation addresses the financing of projects. So would we be seeking it to be out of order? And that would be the primary objective of the point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Albus.
Simply, Mr. Chair, I think if you let her move it without informing her that it was out of order, then I think it is in order.
He's right.
I've received no guidance from the clerks, legislative clerks, who have said it is out of order, so therefore we will go to a vote on it. I'm going to go to a vote on CPC 4 if there's no other questions, comments, or clarifications. Seeing none, all those in favor of CPC 4? All those opposed? CPC 4 does not carry. PV 5, and before I turn it over to Ms. May, who's joining us by video conference, I want to read out that if PV 5 is adopted, NDP 23, NDP 24, PV 6, Block 12, Block 13, and Block 14 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Also, PV 5 introduces a concept that is also referenced in PV 8. And with that, Ms. May, I turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a critical amendment, and as I think all members of Parliament are aware, there's been extensive criticism of the claims that government has made that the various factors that are referenced in the first reading version of this bill are referenced often in press releases as if they would be requirements under the Act, as opposed to what they are as factors that might be considered and might not be considered. What this amendment does is expand those factors to be more meaningful, for instance, including explicitly free, prior, informed consent for the rights of Indigenous people to protect constitutionally protected interests and to be consistent with UNDRIP. It expands some of the other considerations that are currently listed as factors that may or may not be considered, and instead create an actual enforceable set of provisions that the governor and council may only make an order in respect of a project after considering the results of the governmental, Indigenous, and public consultations required under subsection 7, and only if the governor and council determines that carrying out the project will. And then the list of factors, as I mentioned, rather than read them all out again, you have the amendment before you. This will give the bill a legal framework that is reviewable, that will hold the cabinet to the same standard, so that as you know, the bill has been widely critiqued as creating unprecedented levels of purely political discretion in deciding what project is a project in the national interest and what isn't. This is an essential amendment to ensure that C5 doesn't go down in history as the bill that for the first time ever created an unfettered discretion in cabinet to do things that have never been contemplated by any previous government. So it's quite critical. It will go a long way towards public acceptance of the bill. Again, the purposes of the bill are I think have widespread support across Canada, but the notions of expanded political discretion and increased power in the hands of PMO and cabinet has attracted widespread concern. And it's my hope to assist C5's passage in a way that builds public support as opposed to increased, well, I have to say, outrage. This bill needs this amendment, and I urge you, I beg all of you to consider how much more good we can do here as parliamentarians by amending the bill with Parti Vert 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. May. Any other questions, comments, clarifications, colleagues? Seeing none, we will go to a vote on PV 5. All those in favor? All those opposed? PV 5 does not carry. We will now go to Bloc 12. Bloc 12 ne peut pas être proposé si PV 5...
It cannot be tabled if PV5 is adopted. So, Mr. Barcelo-Duval, we are inviting the government to respect the Constitution and the jurisdiction of provinces. That's it. Thank you. Other questions, comments?
Block 12. All those against? Block 12 is defeated. Block 13.
Block 13. And before I give you the floor, if this one is adopted, Block 14 and NDP 23 cannot be proposed because of a line conflict. Mr. Barcelo-Duval. Thank you. If I'm not mistaken, Block 13 adds that we should not only take into account the interests of Indigenous rights, but also respect them. Other questions, comments, clarifications? If you're in favor, raise your hand. If you are against. Bloc
14, Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Bloc 14, Mr. Barcelo-Duval. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Forgive me. I will invite you to vote right away on this amendment. Questions, comments, clarifications? If you are in favor, please raise your hand. If you are against, Block 14 is defeated.
NDP 23, colleagues. Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor of NDP 23? All those against? NDP 23 is defeated. Shall NDP 24 carry, colleagues? All those in favor? All those opposed? NDP 24 is rejected. PV 6, and once again, oh, no, cannot be defeated. PV adopted, okay.
You can ask the question.
Ms. May, would you like to speak to PV 6?
Yes, it's a very minor amendment, Mr. Chair. I'm very more discouraged after the last few votes on more substantive amendments, but this would improve things somewhat. It's asking in the consideration of factors simply to add to the existing line in the legislation around climate change to add biodiversity. and climate change. And then it's the explanation for party vertis, and obviously I think the reasons for it don't need to be further explained. Canada has taken international commitments in relation to climate change and biodiversity, and there's no reference to biodiversity in the existing C5. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Ms. May. Thank you, Ms. May. Questions, comments, clarifications? Seeing none, all those in favor of PV 6? All those opposed? PV 6 does not carry. Bloc 15, Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Block 15. I would like to withdraw. Okay, it is withdrawn. Block 16. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is to say that project must be consistent with the rights of the provinces and territories. Other questions, comments? No? People who are in favor of Block 16, please raise your hands. Against? Block 16 is defeated.
We still have Ms. May online with us. Oh.
Yes, you do. Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Ms. May.
And I think, I'm so sorry, I'm having trouble share with the video so you can see me as well. Not that that's necessary. You can hear me, I'm here. And parti vert set.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going through my notes to find parti vert set encore, pardonnez-moi. Again, another attempt to improve the way in which the bill has been drafted and add conditions that we believe will improve C5 overall. To the specifics of it, I'm afraid I'm deep in the amendments package, and I apologize, Mr. Chair, that I've opened up the package at the wrong tab, but I will find it in a moment just to make sure I give the best possible explanation of why I brought forward parti vert set for people who are watching and wondering if I don't know my own amendments. They get numbered after I send them in. Yeah, so again,
Chair, perhaps we could suspend for a moment while Ms. May collects her notes and have a moment to discuss.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
You just want to add...
Ms. May, I'm actually going to see if we can skip forward, if that's what we're allowed to do as far as regulate. Can we?
I just did. Oh, I tried.
Colleagues, do we have unanimous consent to move on until such time as Ms. May indicates that she's ready?
Come to it when she gives you a thumbs up.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. May. You just let us know when you're ready to go.
Yeah.
I have unanimous consent.
I'll wait and come back after the next amendments have been debated. Be right back to you. Thank you.
May we have a very quick moment to suspend?
Yes.
Just to go over some things here.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're going to suspend for 2 minutes, and it'll give Ms. May a chance to compile her thoughts. Meeting is suspended. And colleagues, I would like to turn the floor now over to Miss May to speak to PV7. Miss May, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And I now understand, of course, why the extent of my confusion was, and I apologize for that. And thank you for your indulgence. Parti Versette provides a definition to a term that was needed had one of my earlier amendments, PV5, carried. So I wasn't I sort of pulled it out of my pile when the earlier amendment didn't carry, because a Parti Versette provides a definition for the term clean growth for the criteria that I had hoped would be added by my amendment number 5. So at this point, I think, checking with the clerk, I'm not allowed, as a non-member of the committee whose motions and amendments are deemed to have been moved by others, I don't think I'm allowed to actually remove this, but it no longer would make sense because my earlier amendment was defeated. So we'd be providing a definition for a term that's currently not used. If somebody wants to add the term clean growth to the bill, I think the definition that I had prepared for Parti Versette that would be a good definition, but the term clean growth doesn't currently appear in the bill. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll just say,
yeah,
Mr. Chair, I believe nuclear power is clean energy. So,
well, thank you very much, Mr. Albus.
just thought I'd let you know.
And thank you, Miss May.
I'll let Dan know that we might disagree on that, Dan, but that will surprise you down to your toes. But yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miss May. So any questions, comments, concerns? If none, we'll go to a vote on PV7. All those in favor? All those opposed? PV7 does not carry. Colleagues, we're making great progress. Want to keep this pace up? Yes? Okay. NDP 25, colleagues. Questions, comments, clarifications? Seeing none. All those in favor of NDP 25? All those opposed? NDP 25 does not carry. CPC 5. Mr. Lawrence is very excited. I'll turn the floor over to you, sir. Or Ms. Stubbs.
I'm your luggage.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you to my colleagues. So in order, again, to, on behalf of all Canadians, help improve Bill C5, of course, there have been many concerns and very good reason to be worried about a bill that may provide exemptions to the Conflicts of Interest Act and screens, especially in this case with so many decisions being made behind closed doors, with so much of the criteria and details going to be determined through policy and regulation after the fact. It's obviously imperative for this legislation to ensure screens for conflicts of interest and to ensure that Canadians can trust this process and the decisions that are being made and have confidence and certainty in our country. So therefore, this amendment ensures that integrity by requiring that project proponents and public officials involved in decision making are free from conflicts of interest, and obviously protects the public trust by preventing politically connected or ethically compromised individuals from influencing national interest designations. So we as Conservatives believe very strongly that the application of the Conflicts of Interest Act should be embedded into C5 to screen for politically connected and politically determined decision making.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. Any questions, comments? Mr. Kellaway.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And just a point of clarification to MP May. That used to be my riding, but it's no longer my riding, but I will talk to the MP in question with respect to soil coverage. We're going to be opposed to this. The project proponents are not public office holders, Mr. Chair, and if a proponent is a public office holder, they would have already been subject, so we think it's redundant, but that's why the rationale will be opposing it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kellaway. Yes, Ms. Stubbs.
Well, of course, the amendment, though, says every reporting public office holder. as defined in Section 2 of that Act, who could be in a conflict of interest in relation to the proponent of the project, has recused themselves under the Act to avoid the conflict. So it's not just about proponents, I take the member's point on that, but it is actually quite deliberately to screen for public officials and political decision makers, especially given that that's going to be the Prime Minister and Cabinet. We believe that the Conflicts of Interest Act to importantly screen for political connections and politically motivated and determined decision making is imperative for Canadians to have confidence in this bill, and therefore to ensure that we can all reach our, what I trust is our mutual goal, that big projects can get built in this country.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. Mr. Kellaway.
I'm wondering if the Conservatives would be open to a friendly amendment on this one. Sit right there.
What? I'll just suspend for 1 minute or so, just to give them time to confer. The meeting is suspended. Back to order.
Sorry.
Sorry, with respect, we just have 36 minutes, so let's just call the vote there, Mr. Chair.
What was that?
Did you want to ask a question?
Yes.
They actually would like to go to a vote.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Just in terms of the terminology private proponents, we're just looking at, can you unpack that for us in terms of
It says
definition?
the proponent of the project, or any director, officer, significant shareholder of the proponent. And then also the second part deals with public office holders. And I dearly hope I don't need to explain that to the members of this committee, and I'm sure.
No, I got a pretty good idea who public office holders are, so.
Yeah, you're one of them.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying that, Dan.
You're one of them, and so we want to make sure
I
that
appreciate-
Canadians can trust the integrity of Bill C-5 and that their Conflict of Interest Act applies, and their screening for politically motivated and connected decision-making, which is what happens in this
I love to be educated. I'm a public office holder. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Any other questions, comments, clarification on CPC 5? If not, we will go to a vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? CPC 5 carries. Bloc 17. Si Bloc 17 est adopté,
Block 17 is adopted, then Block 20, 27, and PV8 will not be able to be called because of a conflict. So, Mr. Barcelou-Gival, you have the floor. Yes, I withdraw it. I withdraw the sub-amendment. Thank you. Block 18. If Block 18 carries, PV8, Block 20 and 26 cannot be debated because of a line conflict. You have the floor. Thank you, Chair. This amendment would see that the government, before it takes on special powers, would have to consult and would have to get the support of the province that would be affected. Any questions, comments?
Contre.
All those who are for, against, 18, Block 18 is defeated. And now we're on PV8, And I will give Ms. May the floor. PV8, you have the floor.
This is another a case where the government has said in press releases that projects won't go forward unless there's consensus. Obviously, that isn't referenced in Bill C5 anywhere, that there would be consensus, and consensus isn't defined. And the consultations, the only consultation the ministers must offer are to other federal ministers. Those are a requirement to talk to other federal ministers. My amendment would expand that to say that meaningful consultation must also occur with the public. Meaningful consultation should occur with provincial ministers and territorial ministers who are also affected by a proposed designation of a project of national interest. And specifically in subsections B and C of my proposed amendment is a very specific requirement for Indigenous peoples with rights under Section 35 and with who may be adversely affected by carrying out the project, as well as members of the public. But I think the important thing to stress here is meaningful consultation, not just sort of check a box and say we've now consulted with you and we move on. So it's a critical way of ensuring that I think the intent as expressed by numerous ministers that this is about finding a national consensus to ensure that there's been meaningful consultation with the public, with other orders of government, and specifically with Indigenous peoples and nations who have rights under Section 35, as well as under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. May. Colleagues, if PV8 is adopted, NDP 26, Block 19, and Block 20 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Any questions, comments, or clarifications regarding PV8? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hands. All those opposed? PV8 is defeated. On va aller avec Bloc 19, et avant que je passe la parole à M.
And now Block 18. And before I give Mr. Barcelou-Duval the floor, if this goes forward, two other amendments may not go forward. Mr. Barcelou-Duval, thank you, Chair. This amendment has an objective similar to the other. It is such that what the Prime Minister committed to doing, they would not force a province that didn't want something, that their refusal would be respected. Thank you, sir. All those in favor? For Block 18, opposed? Defeated. Block 20, before I give Mr. Barcelou-Duval the floor, if it is defeated, then Block 26 cannot go forward. It has the same objective. Thank you. Mr. Lauzon. Well, it's like another block amendment. A government cannot be designated a national interest without other approvals. But it leaves one with the impression that it's only one province that could stop one's going forward with a national project. Mr. Barcelou-Duval, well, before we vote, I would like to indicate for the transcript that it would give all provinces, not only Quebec, all provinces and territories the ability to accept or refuse that a project go forward on its territory, not just Quebec. Thank you, sir.
All those against? Bloc 20 est rejeté. NDP 20.
Defeated.
Line conflict with PV8, Block 19, and Block 20. That's fine. Questions, comments, clarification? NDP 26. Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed to NDP 26. NDP 26 is rejected. NDP 27. All those in favor? All those opposed? NDP 27 is rejected. We'll go now to CP. Oui.
Sur NPD 26.
Could you, what about NDP 26? No, we're on NDP 27.
Okay. Duly noted to the clerks. Yes. Okay. CPC 6, Ms. Stubbs.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Again, given the lack of transparent decision making and the wide scope and scale of political decision making that this bill allows, Conservatives are attempting, and hope the Liberals will accept, to provide transparency on the project list. So this amendment would strengthen that transparency by requiring all national interest projects to be published in an online public registry with clear details, costs, and timelines. And that, we believe, would ensure that Canadians and proponents can hold the government accountable, to understand why each project qualifies, to be confident in the process. And we propose this mainly on the principle of transparency and accountability.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. Mr. Kellaway?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a sub-amendment, so I can read it into the record. Mr. Chair, I have a sub-amendment, and I move that subparagraph 5.12C be deleted, and that the subparagraph 5.12D be renumbered as subparagraph 5.12C. Removing C because of the cost estimates could include market-moving information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. We need that in writing, sir.
Yep. I think that's being circulated or being sent, one or the other.
Okay, so that's being circulated, colleagues. Do you think we need to suspend, or do you think we're fine if it's being circulated right now?
We could, if everybody is okay with it.
Yep.
We don't need to suspend if somebody is not. Okay, they have it. Good copies.
Great. So, colleagues, the sub-amendment to CPC 6 is being distributed to all members in both official languages. Yeah. If any members need a moment to review it.
Yeah, it's just because it could include market information.
We're good to go to vote, Chair.
You're good to go to vote on it? Okay. Seems like there's no debate required for this. Looks like members want to vote, so I'm going to go to a vote on the sub-amendment proposed by Mr. Kellaway. Pardon? You're good? Okay. All those in favor of the sub-amendment proposed by Mr. Kellaway, raise your hands, please. All those opposed? Sub-amendment does not pass. We'll go back to CPC 6. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote on CPC 6. Mr. Albus.
No, I'm just voting early.
Oh. All those in favor of CPC 6? All those opposed? Okay, carried unanimously. CPC 7, we'll turn it over to you, Ms. Stubbs, once again.
Thank you. Just hang on a second. I was just having a little celebration here and a check mark that I didn't anticipate. Thank you. Yes. Look, and we're friends after all. Mr. Chair and all colleagues, this amendment again would give concrete timelines for approval, and so we think that this is particularly important for national interest projects and proponents. And of course, since the government has not included the 2-year timeline that they keep talking about within the legislation, this is why we're putting forward this amendment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. Questions, comments? Seeing none. All those in favor of CPC 7? All those opposed? CPC 7 is defeated. Now we'll turn it over to Ms. May for a brief introduction to PV 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, this is an attempt to create greater certainty and ensure that as the ministers make their decisions, they don't undermine other commitments the Government of Canada has taken. As a previously defeated motion amendment attempted to insert the concept of protecting biodiversity, this amendment at PV9 seeks to amend C5 such that the minister is required to be satisfied that the project will not undermine Canada's global biodiversity goals in putting the project under consideration in Schedule 1. They must first be satisfied that biodiversity goals undertaken internationally by Canada will not be undermined. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if it's still your writing or not, Mike, but it's still God's country. Sorry, I just got to say.
1,000%.
Thank you very much, Ms. May. Questions, comments, clarification? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote on PV9. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? PV9 is rejected.
Even with that blatant attempt to curry favor. Oh.
We all try our best, Ms. May. Well done. All right, we're going to go to Block 21. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, Bloc 21, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, l'objectif de Bloc 21
Block 21. Well, this one has an objective similar to previous block amendments, 2019 to 20, so I would encourage everyone to allow me to convince them that they respect the will of Quebec and the provinces. Thank you, sir. Any questions, any comments? All those in favor? All those opposed? Defeated.
Thank you, Chair. Given that we all now, and we're happy to see the Liberals suddenly join us in this regard, now that we all appreciate the importance of energy security and national security and that they are inextricably linked, and of course that we have to protect Canadian businesses, supply chains, value chains, and that is our duty as public representatives. What my amendment seeks to do is ensure that national security reviews for foreign or state-owned investments from adversaries or hostile countries to Canada will face an automatic national security review. And of course, that's necessary to protect Canada's national interests, to safeguard Canada's critical infrastructure and major national interest projects from foreign interference. And we do believe that that would reinforce Canadians' public and also investor confidence in national interest projects.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. Questions, comments? Seeing none. All those in favor of CPC 8? All those opposed? CPC 8 carries. NDP 28, colleagues. All those in favor? All those opposed to NDP 28? NDP 28, if you could raise your hands up, colleagues, just make sure for the clerks. I want to make sure it's clear. NDP 28 is rejected. PV 10, I will now turn it back over to Ms. May if we still have her joining us online from the riding of Jaime Batiste.
Well, and honored to be on the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq, Maliseet, and Passamaquoddy people, Walalan, and I'm now and very much in the spirit of Shannon's happy check mark, looking at ways to achieve greater transparency. So in the same spirit, this would require that the minister make available to the public all information relevant to the project so it can be publicly reviewed and disclosed, and include a detailed description, information received, and so on, so that the public can be informed, as well, of course, that Indigenous peoples know that the information knowledge is described that could be considered confidential as it is gleaned from Indigenous knowledge holders. And again, it is important that this bill have additional work in addition to the Conservative amendment on greater transparency. This would make information far more widely available to the Canadian public, and certainly that anything that can be reasonably be publicly disclosed, obviously not confidential business information, or as I mentioned earlier, Indigenous knowledge that is not to be publicly shared, but certainly the Canadian public is entitled to a lot more information than that, which is currently described as the name of the project, its location, and minimal other information. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. May. Questions, comments, colleagues? Seeing none, I'll go to a vote. All those in favor of PV 10, please raise your hand. All those opposed? PV 10 does not carry. Rendu à bloc 22, Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The objective of this amendment is to make sure that when the minister sets out conditions regarding a national interest project, that we take into consideration biodiversity, and the minister must be convinced that all efforts to protect biodiversity will be carried out. Thank you, Mr. Barcelou-Duval. Other questions or comments? For? Raise your hands. Against? Rejeté.
On va aller encore une fois avec
Block 23, Mr. Barcelou-Duval. I will have to withdraw this one. Thank you very much.
We'll now go to CPC 9, and for that, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Stubbs.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Well, it's a bit related to the amendment that the Liberals just defeated, bizarrely not wanting to ensure that there's national security review of investments in resources and major projects by potentially hostile state-owned regimes and adversaries to Canada. So maybe they'll accept this amendment. We sure do hope they are, given all of the news about foreign intervention from hostile regimes in all kinds of areas in Canada. At the very least, we hope that they will support this amendment, which would ensure that at least the minister must be satisfied that with regard to any foreign investments in the project, all necessary measures have been taken to protect national security interests. I hope that that's an amendment that the Liberals could support.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. No other questions or comments. We will go to a vote on CPC 9. All those in favor? All those opposed? Adopted unanimously. We'll now jump to NDP. We find common ground in this committee, Ms. Stubbs. NDP 29, colleagues. All those in favor of NDP 29, please raise your hands. All those opposed to NDP 29, please raise your hands. NDP 29 does not carry. We'll now go to CPC 10.
Monsieur le Président.
Oui, Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Chair, yes, Mr. Barcelou-Duval. At the beginning of the meeting, the MP for Argenteuil Petite Nation proposed that if we had some amendments, that we tell the chair 15 minutes before the end so that they can be looked at before midnight. We are now 15 minutes before the end of the meeting, so I would like to get consent to be able to present this sub-amendment that I wanted to table.
CPC 11, c'est ça? Oui. Okay.
For CPC 11?
To allow for Mr. Barcelou-Duval to submit his sub-amendment before the time expires.
Yes.
I don't see any objection. Donc, Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
It will need to be moved first.
Oh.
No objection?
Ms. Stubbs, move CPC 11, if that's okay with you, Ms. Stubbs. So we're going to jump to CPC 11. Oh, we'll turn it over to you, Mr. Lawrence.
There's also a line conflict.
And before you do that, I'm just going to read that there is a line conflict. There we are. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Yes, a line conflict.
Yep, there is a line conflict with NDP 37 and Block 31, and I just wanted to point that out before I turn the floor over to you. So, Mr. Lawrence, the floor is yours. Yes.
Thank you very much. As was apparent in my questioning of the Minister LeBlanc, the operation of sections 21, 22, 23 give the government the unfettered ability to exempt any national project from any legislation passed since 1867. Conservatives believe that there should be a restriction on that, and while we admit candidly that our solution is not perfect because this legislation is not perfect, we very much believe that this is an important limitation. And so we would ask for all members to consider supporting for this very common sense control on the ability of a minister to exempt a national project from literally any legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawrence. Et avec ça, je vais vous passer la parole, Mr. Barcelou-Duval, pour mettre de l'avant
Mr.
votre...
Barcelou-Duval, I'll let you present your sub-amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My objective is to add acts to Amendment CPC 11. My sub-amendment would add a point H, I, and J. So under H, the act about official languages. Under I, the federal businesses, and then the act on indigenous peoples. Did all members receive a copy of this sub-amendment tabled by the bloc?
To do this, I would most, but like to do it efficiently. Conservatives would also like to make an add before 5 different acts as well.
I think we have to do his first.
We have to do his first? Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Why don't we dispose of Mr. Barcelou-Duval first, and then I'll turn back over to you. Mr. Callaway, Mr. Callaway, you want to speak to the sub-amendment?
Well, I could barely hear what Mr. Lawrence was saying, but I just want clarification. Is there more things to be added? Not on this
So
sub-amendment.
far,
Okay, I
Mr.
just wanted to make sure.
Barcelou-Duval has read his sub-amendment into the record.
Okay.
I believe it has been circulated.
It has been circulated, that's all I'm asking.
But I wanted confirmation from members that they do indeed have that sub-amendment. Do I have confirmation from members that you do have it? It hasn't been distributed yet. That's what I wanted confirmation on. Okay.
Is it on P9? No, it hasn't.
It hasn't. So,
Mr. Chair, can we suspend for a second to make sure that we have the sub-amendment?
okay, so the clerks are going to ensure that everybody has a copy of the sub-amendment as proposed by Mr. Barcelou-Duval in both official languages. We're going to try and get that out as soon as humanly possible because we are looking at a clock that is ticking quite quickly. So I'll suspend and we'll get that to you very quickly, colleagues. Colleagues, you should have all received the sub-amendment proposed by Mr. Barcelou Duval in both official languages. I don't see any other debate on this, so we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the sub-amendment proposed by Mr. Barcelou Duval, levez vos mains s'il vous plaît. Raise your hand, please. All those opposed. The sub-amendment passes. And now we will go to CPC 11
As amended.
as amended.
We have a sub-amendment as well. So we wanted to add, because we've got new letters here, this won't be accurate, but the Auditor General Act, the Extractive Sector Transparency Act, the Railway Safety Act, the Trade Unions Act, the Explosive Act, and the Hazardous Products Act.
So what we're going to do is, I'm being asked by the legislative clerk to suspend once again to see if it's procedurally valid.
Okay.
So we will do that. We'll try and get this done, colleagues, before 11:59, because if it is not submitted by then, we won't be able to do it. So we're going to work diligently.
It has been moved, so it's okay.
It has been moved. Okay, we're good. So that's good. All right, so we'll suspend for 2 minutes to make sure that this is procedurally valid and give the time necessary to the legislative clerks. Meeting is suspended. Okay.
Their sub-amendment is procedurally admissible.
Okay,
we just haven't had the full translation.
I call this meeting back to order. The legislative clerks have informed me that it is procedurally valid, so that's the first point. We do not have, correct me if I'm wrong, we do not have a official translation yet.
Exactly. There was just a mistake in the translation of the Bloch sub-amendment.
Okay.
So if you could just read in the record that in English, this is the correct.
Okay. There was just an issue with the sub-amendment that was adopted by Monsieur Barcelou Duval, and the legislative clerk wants me to read into the record that I should actually read Use of French in Federally Regulated Private Businesses Act. So that's been read into the record. Thank you. Okay. Colleagues, are we prepared to speak to Mr. Lawrence's sub-amendment? Call a vote. Okay, we'll go to a vote on Mr. Lawrence's sub-amendment. All those in favor? All those opposed? So the sub-amendment proposed by Mr. Lawrence is adopted, and now we will go to a vote on CPC 11 as amended. Correct? Perfect. All those in favor of CPC 11 as amended? All those opposed? CPC 11 as amended is adopted.
So now we go back to CPC.
So now we're going to go back to CPC 10, colleagues. And according to the motion that was adopted by the House, it is now 11:59, and we've reached the point where there will no longer be any debate on any of the motions that we will be voting on. We will just go directly to a vote. With no sub-amendments either. Thank you very much. Okay. Colleagues, we will now be voting on CPC 10. All those in favor of CPC 10? All those opposed? CPC 10 carries. Okay, next, PV 11. If PV 11 is adopted, NDP 30 and Block 24 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. All those in favor of PV 11? All those opposed? PV 11 is rejected. NDP 30. If NDP 30 is adopted, Block 24 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. All those in favor of NDP 30, please raise your hands. All those opposed? NDP 30 is rejected. Block 24 has a line conflict with PV 11 and NDP 30. Block 24, si vous êtes en faveur, levez vos mains, s'il vous plaît.
Raise your hand if you're for it. Again, in favor, against, Block 24. Against, Block 24 is rejected.
All those in favor of NDP 31, please raise your hand. All those opposed to NDP 31? NDP 31 does not carry. 31. Yep. No worries. PV 12. All those in favor of PV 12? All those opposed to PV 12? I'm just going to ask members to raise their hands, whether they're in favor or against. If they're abstaining, that's fine. But all those opposed to PV 12? PV 12 is rejected. NDP 32. All those in favor of NDP 32, raise your hand. All those opposed to NDP 32? NDP 32 is rejected. Bloc 25.
Block 25. Those who are in favor, raise your hand.
Ceux qui sont contre, levez vos mains. All those opposed?
All those opposed? C'est adopté.
Si vous êtes en faveur.
Block 26. If you're in favor, raise your hand.
Si vous êtes contre. Those against.
If you're opposed.
6 carries. NDP 33. All those in favor of NDP 33? All those opposed? NDP 33 is rejected. Bloc 27.
Block 27. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed?
Bloc 27 est adopté.
Adopted. NDP 34.
All those opposed? NDP 34 is rejected. Bloc 28.
Block 28. In favor, raise your hand. If you are opposed, raise your hand.
8 is adopted? Yes? Okay. Block 29. All those in favor? All those opposed to Block 29? Block 29 is rejected. NDP 35. All those in favor? All those opposed? NDP 35 is rejected. Bloc 30.
Block 30.
All those opposed? Ceux qui sont contre?
All those opposed?
NDP 36. Colleagues, I have to read the following decision. Bill C5 seeks to enact the Building Canada Act. The amendment attempts to establish an Indigenous Advisory Council, which would trigger additional expenses. As House of Commons Procedures and Practice, 3rd edition states on page 772, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the royal recommendation. In the opinion of the chair, the amendment proposes a new scheme which imposes an additional charge on the public treasury. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. We will Colleagues, we're going to jump to BQ, Block 32. Block 32 est un conflit de ligne avec NDP.
There is a line conflict with NDP 37 and Block 31.
Raise your hand. Ceux qui sont en faveur, levez vos mains.
If you're in favor, raise your hand.
Ceux qui sont contre.
All those opposed. Rejected.
38, raise your hands. All those opposed to NDP 38. NDP 38 is rejected. Bloc 33.
Block 33. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those against. Block 33 is adopted.
(39) is adopted. Block 34 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. Colleagues, shall NDP 39 pass? All those in favor? All those opposed? NDP 39 is rejected. Now we will go to Block 34, Bloc 34, qui est en conflit de ligne
Block
avec...
34, there's a line conflict with NDP 39. If you are in favor of Block 34, please raise your hand. Those against?
Block 34 is rejected. Bloc 35.
Block 35, in favor? Opposed? Block 35 is carried. Block 36, in favor, please raise your hand if you're in favor. And I just want to tell you that if Block 36 is adopted, CPC 12 and Block 37 cannot be moved because of a line conflict.
All those opposed? Bloc 36 is rejected. Bloc 36 est rejeté.
Block 36 is rejected. Block 37, there is a line conflict with Block 36. So if BQ 37 is adopted, CPC 12 cannot be moved because of a line conflict. In favor? Against? Block 37 is adopted.
colleagues, and we're going to jump to Block 38. All those in favor of Block 38? Mr. Barcelou-Duval, vous êtes en faveur du Bloc 38?
Do you support it, Mr. Barcelou-Duval?
Bloc 38 est adopté.
BQ 38 is carried.
Colleagues, all those in favor of CPC 13? All those opposed? CPC 13 carries. On est maintenant avec Bloc 39.
BQ 39.
All those opposed? Bloc 39 is rejected. Bloc 39 est rejeté. We'll now go to
It is rejected.
PV 13. All those in favor? If PV 13 is adopted, NDP 40, Block 41, and Block 40 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. All those in favor of PV 13, please raise your hand. All those opposed? PV 13 is rejected. NDP 40. All those, if NDP 40 is adopted, Block 40 and Block 41 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. NDP 40, all those in favor? All those opposed? NDP 40 is...
NDP 40.
What's that?
I think Block 40 is different than NDP 40.
Yes. It is. It is.
I'm on it.
Very astute of you.
I just want to know if 40.
Yeah.
So if you want to read this, maybe because there's a coherence with the BQ2 that the committee has adopted.
Okay.
To introduce the new concept, and that concept is in BQ 40.
Okay.
Procedurally, I mean, they don't need to adopt it.
Okay.
But you can just let them know for the coherence.
So, colleagues, the legislative clerk has asked me to read this just for the knowledge of all members. Sur Bloc 40, le comité a adopté Bloc 2.
The committee adopted Block 2, and this introduced a concept that's only in BQ 40. For more coherence, it would be logical to adopt it if this is the will of the committee. Thank you very much.
Oh, I've got a good feeling on this. Yeah, you got Raiders gonna win this one, baby.
Donc, Bloc 40, collègues.
Block 40, dear colleagues. In favor? Raise your hand. Against? It's adopted. It's carried. Block 41. Oh, you're right. Block 41 does not exist anymore. And now we are ready to head for
carry, colleagues. As amended? Or?
As amended, yes.
As amended, because we amended a portion of it. Yes? So I need an official vote. Shall Clause 4 carry as amended? Yes. Adopted unanimously. No? No, not adopted unanimously. Had it, Xavier. On était proche. It carries. We'll now go to CPC 14, colleagues, if you're ready. All those in favor of CPC 14?
Oh, wait, there's a decision.
Oh, yeah, that's rule medicine.
I got to challenge the chair.
Of course you are. Of course. Just for the record, aren't you?
Yes, exactly.
All right. So, colleagues, I need to read the following. Bill C-5 enacts the Free Trade and Labour Mobility in Canada Act and the Building Canada Act. The amendment seeks to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act as House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition states on page 770, and we all know this because we've obviously read the book from start to finish. An amendment to a bill that was referred to committee after second reading is out of order if it is beyond the scope and principle of the bill. In the opinion of the chair, the amendment is beyond the scope of the bill. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible.
I challenge the chair because I believe this Liberal government should get rid of the entire carbon tax.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence has challenged the chair. So we will be voting to sustain the ruling of the chair. So if you vote yes, you are sustaining the ruling of the chair. If you vote nay, you are voting against the ruling of the chair. So all those in favor of sustaining the ruling of the chair, please raise your hands. All those voting against the ruling of the chair. The ruling of the chair stands. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we're now.
So CPC 5 is
No, saying thank you for pointing that out. She had to remind me about the. I wasn't. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I hope the camera caught me looking over at the legislative clerk when I was saying that, so because I was referring to her providing me with assistance. Okay, Block 42, colleagues. We're now on Block 42. All those in favor of Block 42? Ceux qui sont contre? All those
against?
2 is adopted.
shall still do one as amended.
Yeah.
As amended. Yeah.
So, colleagues, we're now at the end. I have some very important questions to ask. First one is, shall the Schedule 1 carry as amended? I heard a no, but I think we have, can you raise your hand just for the purpose of the clerks? Shall Schedule 1 carry as amended? Yes. Okay, it passes with 1 vote against. Shall the short title carry?
No.
All right. The short title carries, colleagues. Shall what are the title? Shall the title carry?
Yes.
Shall the title carry? No. The title carries. Shall the bill as amended carry?
Do you want to maybe show of hands?
I'm going to need a show of hands on this one because it's a very. So I'm going to need. I'm going to raise your hands for the purposes of our. Okay. Okay. 1 against. So the shill, the bill, the shill. So the bill carries. Shall the chair report the bill as amended to the House?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barcelou-Duval. That was very clear, crystal clear.
Bill is amended for the use of the House at report stage. Yes, we have one who's very much against that happening. So, colleagues, I'm going to just confer to the clerks to make sure that we've dotted all of our I's and crossed our T's here. There's nothing, no more housekeeping that needs to be done with the exception of.
If you want to suspend a second, I'll explain it to you. Or do you need to?
I don't think so.
This is your.
Nobody leave yet. I got 2 housekeeping things, please, colleagues, if you'll indulge. Okay. So I'm just going to read this out. Okay. So 2 quick things. The first one, colleague, I need all members to vote to adopt the budget for this study, which was circulated. All those in favor of the budget that was circulated for the C5 study? Okay. No.
Say, Mr. Chair, I've made many interventions in the House. This isn't the budget I was looking for.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Albus. Duly noted. So, all those in favor, please raise your hands.
Yes.
All those opposed? Okay, so the budget is adopted for this study. The next one's quite important, and it's just a housekeeping thing, and I need to read it out to make sure that we get everything in order here. The 4 motions moved by Mr. Muse and adopted by the committee on Monday, June 16th specify that 4 reports and all appended supplementary and dissenting opinions to those reports from the 44th Parliament first session be re-adopted by the committee. 3 of the 4 reports in question contain supplementary opinions submitted by the NDP. These 3 reports are Towards Accessible Air Transportation in Canada, High-Frequency Rail in the Toronto to Quebec City Corridor, and the role of McKinsey and Company in the creation of the beginnings of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. I understand that there is an agreement of the committee to rescind the 3 motions adopted by the committee on Monday, June 16th, about the 3 reports containing supplementary opinions submitted by the NDP. Is there unanimous consent to rescind these 3 motions? Yes. Thank you. I understand there's also agreement of the committee to re-adopt the 3 aforementioned reports, including only the supplementary and dissenting opinions submitted in the 44th Parliament first session from those parties that are recognized parties in the current session. Is there unanimous consent to re-adopt the 3 reports without the supplementary opinions submitted by the NDP? Okay, so we have done that. Thank you very much, colleagues. I just want to add a special thanks to the clerks, the support team, the translation team that we have in the corner there, and of course, our wonderful support staff that support us into the wee hours of the morning. Thank you all very much, colleagues. I think we did good work today. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.